find my tinfoil hat. Has anyone seen my tinfoil hat? Please, if anyone can locate my tinfoil hat, I need it! I need it! Where's the hat? Please, I'm looking everywhere. I can't find it. Please. I'm just gonna be over here looking for my hat. Yeah, we can't let those aliens read our minds. No, I didn't eat the hat. It's foil. In what world is foil edible? Bah! I have this milkshake. It's been in the freezer for like a day. Can't get it. It's frozen pretty hot, pretty solid. I guess I just let it sit there. No, it's not a grimace shake. Yeah, more like an ice shake, I guess. Well, I didn't want it to melt. If you put it in the fridge, it'll melt. If you put it in the freezer, it'll kind of stay thick. Technically, I guess it's ice cream. Sorry, I was coughing. Sorry. I'm mute now because I don't want you to have to hear that all the time. I'm still sick. Hey, I was shaking that one. lost. All is not lost. No, you don't want to hear me hacking into a mic all the time. Sometimes I might not mute, but it's like every 5 seconds. Hi, welcome. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hi. Bye. Say bye, hub and spike. Goodbye. Give me shakes as shakes. Yeah. You're sick today? Oh my gosh, me too. Twinsies. You're sick too? What are you sick with? Are you okay? What's wrong? Did you take medicine? You have soup? Please tell me you have your emergency soup. Did you go to the soup store? Yeah, this is our 3rd stream today, Sugoi. I guess I kind of like it here. I guess I'll stay. That's fine. I'll stay here. I got nothing going on. Today we're gonna be watching... Watching... another fun conspiracy video. I love these. They're so... out there. Huh. It's turning into a shake! We're gonna have a shake soon. Yeah, the soup store. I'm okay, I'm not sure, just a fever. Oh no! Stay hydrated, I hope that you feel better. Seriously, that's no fun. I understand, it's not fun being sick. But, together, we Sunrays can conquer anything! Thank you for streaming. Oh, I'm fine. I want to be here. And I want us to hang out and have a stupid time together. Like usual. They're all true story. I know, there's like all this evidence. Anyway, let me get the video set up. Hey, thank you for the donation. Yay! Thank you. Congratulations on the big milestone. Thank you, Cake. Arigato. Thank you. I'm so grateful. Thank you. Thank you. Aww. Please take care of yourself first, though. That's a really big event for you. Thank you so much. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Everybody give a round of applause for Cake's birthday! Yay! You fell asleep at noon? Wow. Ooh, 8 hours? Did you make 50? Eh? What are you talking? Eh? Eh? What am I missing? You're so precious, Reina. No, you! Sunrays are the light of my life. I love you. Let's go, Cake! Sorry, I'm trying not to cough again. I'm losing! I'm fat! Okay. I'm fine. If I just shove it down, I won't cough. Just shove it down deep inside and don't cough. I'll be fine. Yeah, this is my social experiment. Welcome to my cough ASMR. Thank you. How was that? What do you mean? No! You're not supposed to like it! You're not supposed to like it! Yeah, I did! content. Premium content. I'll be an NPC streamer in no time. Let's see. Let me see. I'm getting the stream ready. Stop distracting me with your cute faces. Stop. Gee. I'm trying to focus. Gee. Cheese and crackers. Let me focus. Oh god, the NPC streamer. Seriously, it's wild. It's wild. What's happening? Okay. We're gonna watch here in the room. So good. Too spicy. Hola, mi Renita hermosa, extended tuning the host. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad that my voice is back. Too spicy. Yeah, yo, you wanted to hear me go too spicy, right? That's what you wanted to hear. That's what you signed up for. That's premium content. That is what content is. I'm gonna go and be an NPC streamer. And no one can stop me. That's a joke, in case no one knew. That's a joke. That's a joke. Should have been at the member stream. You should have been at the member stream. No. I'm still getting the stream up. I wonder if you guys are gonna get any crazy alien videos after this. When I'm done with you, you'll be dreaming about pyramids. I promise you, you will. Let's see. That good? It's too much on the screen, right? Maybe we should move. Where is she? There. Okay, and then maybe we can move Babu too. Hi, welcome! Life ain't worth it. You are working? It's okay. It's okay. You can watch it later. We were just making fun of the NPCs trend that's happening right now. Insane. Insane. Too spicy. Okay. We ready? Darkstar, thank you for being a member for 16 months. Can't wait to support your TikTok stream. No! No quiero! No! I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Random man on the screen? Yes, this is me. I'm doing a face reveal. You caught me. No, this is the conspiracy. It's not really a conspiracy channel. It's an informative channel, but the topics are just insane. They're just insane. I need my tinfoil hat! You guys know where my tinfoil hat is? I think someone sent it to me. I don't have it anymore. Hi. You guys know where it is? Maybe not. No, don't use it to kindle a fire. I needed it. Tinfoil. Oh, I think I found one. Crisis averted, maybe. Maybe. If I can find this without a background. Without a background on it. No, I don't think I saved it. I'm not starting without a tinfoil hat. Unacceptable. I'm not doing it. Why do I recognize this guy? He's the moon isn't real guy. We did a whole stream before. Don't you remember? You remember? Remember? We did a whole stream. The moon isn't real stream. The folder called what? He. No. You remember moon? You shouldn't remember the moon because the moon isn't real. Not real. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. It's not real. Don't let them fool you. Gosh, there are a lot of tinfoil hats. I'm not gonna lose this one. I can't lose this one. Who's making all of these? Why? Where did our cheese from? Easy. Get them from the sun. That's why the sun's yellow. Cheese is yellow. It's just cooled down sun magma or whatever. Science. See? It's just cooled down sun magma. Didn't hear it from me. See? The moment I try to tell you the truth, they try to silence me. The moment I try to tell you the truth. Dang, I tried. Only you can learn the truth on your own. Wait. I'm getting my hat ready. I'm getting it ready. Reina is secretly cheese? How am I cheese? My name's the sun. I'm not the sun. Although, I am the light of your life. You know, so... I guess by those standards. But I'm not cheese. I'm not cheese. I never claimed to be cheese. Who is saying that I'm cheese? I'll get him. Who's saying it? to the skooma again. What have I told you? Rainy, rating Reina. Yes. Yes, the other day I accidentally almost called myself Rainy. It's pretty funny. Thank you for the raid! Thank you, Rainy, for the raidy. And it's pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Hi, Rainy Raiders. Yes, thank you, everybody. Welcome, welcome. We are here to have a conspiracy. Except we're not, because I don't have my tinfoil hat yet. And now, apparently, there's a conspiracy that I'm cheese. Preposterous. Preposterous. Absolutely ridiculous. Eh? Mate. Oh, good, it worked. Here we go. Conspiracy? Reina is raining. Yeah, we need to start a whole conspiracy. Why is it that when I'm here, you're not here? I think that's grounds. Honestly. That might explain it. You have the order by the horse cart instead of the bottom. Hi, welcome. Thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome. Okay, you guys. Let me title this tinfoil hat. I don't know if it worked. Oh, it's loading. Have you ever seen us in the same room together? Exactly. I've never seen it. And I'm me. Conspiracy! You know what the answer is, Rainy? Pyramids. Pyramids. It's always pyramids. You guys will learn today. I promise. You'll learn the truth. Open your eyes, sheeple! Open them! Aliens! It's always aliens. Always. Alright, I feel ready now. I'm ready. I'm ready to dive in. This is gonna get crazy! Oh, let me turn that. Hey, here we go. Are you ready?
In the spring of 1974, a large brush fire swept across the property owned by Antoine and Jerry Betz. While assessing the damage, they noticed something very out of place. Lying in the smoldering grass was a highly polished metal sphere. This became known as the Betz sphere or the Betz orb.
Ooh,
Antoine and Jerry's 21-year-old son, Terry Betz, went to pick up the sphere. Although it was only 8 inches in diameter, it was extremely heavy. Then the Betz family did something with the sphere that would change their lives forever. Something that the family would come to regret.
It begins.
They brought it home.
Let's go.
The Betz family's property was on Fort George Island just outside of Jacksonville, Florida. And this wasn't the stereotypical Florida family in the woods. The Betz property was 88 acres of land, mostly used for raising trees for timber. Antoine Betz was a marine engineer. His wife Jerry was an artist, and they had 6 children. The Betz home was essentially a mansion that the family nicknamed the Castle. The Betz—
Okay, wait. Can I live there? Is that house available? I want to live in a house called the Castle. Look at that place. It's a freaking manor. Hi, Betz. I'm your lost, forgotten demon. I actually came out of the sphere. Please adopt me. I want the room up there. In the little tower up at the top. That's where I want to be. Yes, but it's haunted even better. You're kidding me? I'd love to live in somewhere haunted. Are you kidding me? Move me in today. Right now.
Betzes were educated and well-to-do.
If it's Casper.
They were not fortune and fame seekers. The Betz sphere was just under 8 inches in diameter and weighed about 21 pounds, so slightly smaller than a bowling ball, but much heavier. The sphere had no seams, no weld marks, no signs of machining. It had a few scuffs and scratches, but no other dents or damage. It did have a 3mm triangle that was etched or stamped into it. The sphere didn't seem dangerous, so Terry brought it home and said—
Oh my God, look! Wait! Look! I'm matching the fish! Look! Oh my God! I never noticed that! Look, seriously. Look. The fish has got the right idea. Pyramids! Pyramids! I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's the first thing you notice. It's a sign. It's a sign. Okay.
on his windowsill with some other collectibles, and nobody really thought much about it. But a few weeks later, that would change. Terry and a friend were in his room playing guitar when they noticed a humming sound coming from somewhere. They stopped playing, listened for the hum, and it faded away. After a minute, they shrugged and went back to playing. The humming returned.
It's communicating.
Terry walked around his room strumming the guitar. He soon realized the sphere would vibrate along with the notes he played. He played a little louder.
It's singing!
The sphere vibrated more powerfully and then started buzzing. At this point, the family dog started whining as if disturbed by the sound. Terry decided to try a couple of experiments. He gently tapped the sphere with a hammer, and it responded with a ringing sound. The way the sphere reacted to sound fascinated Terry, so he grabbed it, took it out to the living room to show his family. Everyone gathered around. Then Terry set the ball down and went to grab his hammer and his guitar.
Yeah, the fish is fine. Yeah, it's just his face. That's just his face. You can't judge his face. He's fine. He's fine. Wait, imagine like you hit someone, like you hit someone on the head and they just go ring. Morgan, thank you so much for the super chat. Any demon birthday salt lived in a haunted castle. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I would fit right in a haunted castle. I would. Like, boo, I'd scare the ghosts that live there. Don't judge his face. He's a cute little guy.
Though nobody was touching the sphere or even near it, it started to move on its own.
Woo! It moves!
The Betz sphere was no longer just an interesting souvenir found in the woods. It had extraordinary properties. It responded to sound, to touch, and now had the power of locomotion.
It's basically
when the Betz
a
sphere
dog.
was rolled across the
Might as well just
ground,
be a
it
dog.
would roll away, stop, vibrate, and then change directions. It would then stop, vibrate, change directions again, and come back to the person who rolled it. Sometimes it rolled for just a few
drank my milkshake
seconds,
too fast.
but sometimes for up to 5 minutes. Once it rolled for 12 minutes on its own before it finally came to a stop. At first,
Okay, so you guys know what I'm gonna say. Probably the wind. Aliens! No boats, it's aliens! This is insane! How is it moving around? How is it moving around? It moves and it's haunted. It's basically a dog. It's basically gnomes? What ghost aliens? Oh my god, ¿por qué no los dos? It's just both. Just put both of them into it. Orbital wobble? No, it's not a thing. It's not. I'm telling you. Somehow, the pyramids are involved. I'm telling you.
First, the Betzes thought it could be a gyroscope, which would account for the movement.
Gyroscopes don't chase people, scare portals, or play guitar.
No,
See? He's just a cute, normal fish who speaks like Linda from Bob's Burgers. Okay? And she's a normal fish, Rainy. You guys, this is just a normal... He is human. His name is Hecklefish. Look, he has a little name tag right there. Hello, my name is Hecklefish. Okay? He's a normal guy. He's just a normal little cute little fish boy. He's fine.
but I respect them for being skeptical. So they put the sphere on this coffee table that had a glass top. They pushed it. It would not fall off. It would roll around the edge of the table,
He's not
then to the middle,
moving.
and just stop.
Oh, they had to be freaking out by now, right?
They were. But what happened next is bananas. They lifted one end of the table to get it to roll onto the floor.
Yeah, roll to the floor.
It didn't. It rolled up the incline as if trying to save itself from falling.
Ascension sphere.
What else saves itself from falling? Dogs.
It seemed to be. Jerry picked up the sphere and started shaking it. It didn't like this. In a newspaper report, Jerry's quoted as saying,
"If you shake the ball vigorously and then place it on the ground, it feels just like a huge Mexican jumping bean which is trying to get away from you."
the Betzes figured out that the
That's
sphere had a
crazy.
magnetic field. A paperclip would stick to it, but could be removed easily. But if the sphere spent a lot of time rolling, the magnetic field got stronger.
Dogs are
After rolling
aliens.
around for a few
Dogs
minutes,
are
the lid from a
aliens.
mayonnaise jar stuck to it, and they couldn't pry it off. They thought maybe it could be solar powered. The sphere seemed to be more active when exposed to sunlight. When set in the sun, they could feel a gentle vibration and hear a low hum, as if there was a motor inside. When they brought the sphere back inside, it stayed warm for 3 entire days.
I have no idea what's going on. Do any of you have any explanations as to why this thing is humming and warm for 3 days? You wanna know what else is warm? Dogs. There's a dog inside of there. Maybe. Who knows? Anything is possible. Hot ball! Yeah, seriously. Here's a ball who's Yeah! Yeah! Good point! Where is she? Yeah, it's a really tiny dog.
After a few days of
There's
this,
bees?
a family friend reached out to the Jacksonville Journal, who reluctantly sent a photographer. That photographer arrived a skeptic, but he left a believer.
You break me down, you build me up.
Lon Anger
believer.
was a longtime photographer for the Jacksonville Journal. He'd seen it all. When he arrived at the Betz home, he admitted this to Jerry.
I'm leery of this kind of thing. When I got there, Mrs. Betz said,
You won't believe this if you don't see it.
they told me
Are
to
these
put the orb on
AI
the floor
voices?
and give it a push. It rolled a ways and stopped. So what?
Just wait a minute.
Then it turned by itself, then rolled about 4 feet. It stopped. Then it turned again and rolled to the left about 8 feet, made a big arc, and came right back to my feet.
The
It's
photographer
insane.
was
That's
convinced.
insane,
The
right?
paper ran the story, and the Betz sphere became an overnight sensation. Journalists from all over the world were calling for interviews. And in the 70s, there was no call waiting. You either
Sorry.
got through or you didn't. And after the story went out, it was almost impossible for calls to get through.
We came to Fort George Island to get away to a serene atmosphere. Now we can't get away
In our luxurious castle.
from the telephone. It means nothing to people in the West that it's midnight here. And when they quit calling, those in the East wake up and start.
The Betzes were not that interested in giving interviews, but they did want help identifying the sphere. Finally, a call came
I
through
want
that
help.
would be difficult for the
Just
Betz
in
family
general.
to ignore.
Let me guess. Does the first name rhyme with Uncle and the last name rhyme with Sam?
Yep, the United States military wanted to have a look.
Of course.
It's not that
Still, Jerry
weird.
said no. This annoyed the government.
Anybody who annoys the government is okay in my book.
Mine too. But the US government wouldn't take no for an
Have the
answer.
extra come along. It's gone. I finished it.
With all the media coverage surrounding the sphere, the military wanted to have a look. Jerry was
Not the
reluctant to
military,
let them have
seriously.
it, but there was concern that the sphere could be unexploded ordnance. So Jerry agreed to loan it to the Navy for 2 weeks, but if it was determined that it wasn't military property, she wanted
about
it
to get
returned. She even
weird.
made the Navy sign a contract.
I told them we expect a comprehensive report in 2 weeks. And if it can't be identified as government property, it is to be returned to us.
Navy scientists performed
Who's a
a number of
paralysis
tests.
demon?
They
He's
measured
fine.
it
Oh,
at exactly
hecklefish.
7.96 inches in diameter, and it weighed 21.34 pounds. The shell was
So, like, this is real. Like, the military got this thing to study. Isn't a random metal ball? Isn't that weird? Isn't that bizarre? The fish was his brother. Yeah, because the government always needs a written contract. I'm just saying, this is crazy.
was made of some kind of magnetic stainless steel alloy. It could withstand extreme heat, and extreme pressure of 120,000 pounds per square inch. This thing was tough. According to the spectrograph, it was made of stainless steel grade 431. The Navy also found that the sphere was intensely magnetic.
With
It had
steel?
4
So it's not like
magnetic
some weird
poles,
alien
2
metal?
positive and 2 negative.
Rigged.
The magnetic fields varied in strength and were in an unusual pattern. The next test was X-rays, and that's where they ran into a little snag.
Our first X-ray attempts got us nowhere. We're
Here
gonna
we
use a
go,
more
they're
powerful
going
machine on
inside.
it, and also run spectrograph tests to determine
Nuclear
what metal
core?
it's made of. There's certainly something odd about it.
The X-rays showed nothing. So at the end of the 2 weeks, the Navy confirmed that it wasn't government property and wasn't dangerous, so it was returned to the Betz family. But something strange happened next. A Navy serviceman came to the Betz house to return the object. He was also carrying a manila envelope. And even though the Navy said they were unable to X-ray the sphere, that envelope contained X-rays. The images showed the entire internal structure of the sphere. The images also showed there was something inside. The results of the X-rays were surprising. The sphere had an outer shell that was about half an inch thick. Inside the sphere were different layers of steel of
Okay, look at that right there. You see that? Pyramid. Right there. You see it goes 1, 2, 3. Pyramid. Boom. Problem solved. I was right. What's at the center? A sun. That doesn't exist. Don't look over there. A sun. You know? So it's the sun sucking off the pyramid here. Too spicy. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. What did I say? I said 4. What did I say? Pyramids.
different densities. At the core of the sphere, about the size of an apple, was a hollow space. And in that space were 3 other smaller spheres, and each of them had tiny wires attached. One mystery was, what are these other objects inside the sphere? But an even bigger mystery, how did they get in there? Typically, you'd get objects into a sphere by either cutting it in half, then sealing it, or drilling out a hole and placing the objects in that way. But there was no hole and no seam. Even Navy scientists couldn't figure it out. The Navy wanted to drill into it, but Jerry said no way. Now, during all this excitement, friends and neighbors and people in the media were suggesting that the sphere could be extraterrestrial because it responded to sound.
Okay, but listen. I know we joke about aliens, but would an alien really use stainless steel? Is that like a normal thing that an alien's just gonna be like, oh, I know, out of all the metals that I could use to make my magic sentient ball, I'm gonna use stainless steel. There's so many metals they could use. And they just uncovered a new metal that we couldn't make from scratch ourselves or something. Like recently. I don't know. I see 2 people saying yes. Why do you say yes? Why do you think that this would be something that we should, they would do? Budget. Yeah, it's the budget. You go ask them? Okay, bet. Yeah, let me know what they say. I want to know. What if they only have steel? Why would they only have steel? They have the whole cosmos theoretically at their disposal. Why would they only have steel? It looks nice. Yeah, I use this on my kitchen, my sink, and on my sentient alien ball that I like to have roll around the floor like my pet. Yeah, on everything. Put it on the fridge too. We're to this pyramid. The answer is pyramids! Only steel is real. Yeah, why not titanium? Elements are the same everywhere. Okay, but what? Steel just seems so basic. I want something like Reina Maximus Ultranium or something. Give me something cool.
Indestructible. Some people speculated it was an alien listening device. The Betzes didn't give much credence to these theories. until the Navy came back with nothing.
If no other explanation can be found that's as logical as any, who could say what's on another planet? Even speculations have
say?
been proven wrong.
Who could say?
The Navy says what it isn't. They say it isn't an explosive, so we still want to know what it is.
So the Betzes reached out to scientists for answers. What the scientists found created even more questions.
Feel superior? Really?
The first scientist to examine the sphere was Dr. Carl Williston of the Omega-1 Institute. He spent 6 hours running tests, and one of his strangest discoveries was that the sphere was emitting radio waves. He also confirmed the Navy's findings of 4 poles, but like the Navy, he couldn't explain the pattern of the magnetic fields. It defied
Radio
the laws
waves.
of physics. He also witnessed the sphere moving on its own across any surface. Dr. Williston confirmed the exterior was made of stainless steel grade 431, but he also found traces of an extremely heavy but unknown element.
What?
And a side note about Dr. Williston.
Okay, so aliens. Okay, wait, I'm back on the alien train because of course you have traces of an unknown element if you are like not from this earth. Hello? Open your open your eyes! Why would there be an unknown element in the mix of all this regular boring steel? You know? Explain that. You can't. Pyramids.
There isn't any evidence that anyone by that name ever existed. And the Omega-1 Institute is also a bit of a mystery.
Oh?
Some have speculated that he was a foreign operative gathering intelligence on the
Oh,
object.
spice.
The next scientist the Betz brought in was Dr. James Harder. He was an engineering professor and became a trusted advisor to the family.
Okay, at least we
Dr.
can see
Harder
his face.
confirmed Dr. Williston's findings and said the internal spheres were made of a material with an atomic number of 140. An
What does
atomic
that
number
mean?
is the number of protons an element has. The highest atomic number that occurs in nature is 92.
What?
Uranium. It is possible to artificially increase the number of protons, but the highest scientists have been able to achieve is 118 protons. So the element found in the sphere does not occur on Earth. This led Dr. Harder to wonder.
Ah! There we go. Boom, I'm sold.
If the sphere
Aliens.
could be a damaged alien probe or anti-gravity device. The next scientist was Dr. J. Allen Hynek. He was a well-known astronomer and professor, but Dr. Hynek was best known for being a UFO advisor to the U.S. Air Force under 3 separate projects, including
Wow.
Project Blue Book, which investigated UFOs from 1952 to 1969,
And probably longer.
and probably longer,
And probably still.
and probably still.
Oh,
Dr.
for sure.
Hynek also confirmed the findings of the other scientists. And during this time of chaotic activity, something happened that
So
made the
3
Betz
scientists
family
have confirmed
very
so
nervous.
far.
A group of scientists flew into Jacksonville, arrived at the Betz home, and offered Jerry $750,000 cash for the sphere. That would be worth almost $4 million today.
4 mil because of inflation, eh?
Yep.
And next year that'll be 6 million because of inflation.
I really hope you're wrong about that.
I'm not.
Okay, but listen, the Betz clearly weren't hurting for money. But I don't know how much they would have been like, oh yeah, we'll just sell off this special anti-gravity space probe laser that can lift pyramids. Probably Tal. I think you're right. Like they have a house called the Castle.
Anyway, there was something about these guys that rubbed Jerry the wrong way. When they asked to see the sphere, she said it wasn't there and turned down their cash offer. This really annoyed the men. And after they left, the family checked their backstory. Turns out it was all a lie.
What?
The family suspected this was probably a foreign government trying to acquire the sphere. And that's when the Betz family realized they were in danger.
Spies, run for your life.
In the 1970s, the National Enquirer offered a cash award to anyone who could prove that there is life on other planets. Even though the Enquirer was a bit of a rag, the UFO panel they assembled contained a lot of well-respected people. Hynek and Harder were on the panel, but there were also multiple PhD holders, a former Supreme Court justice, and a former United States.
Okay, so this is real. Like, people are really studying this sphere. This is real. Okay, like, clearly we can see, even if there's some skepticism, this is an actual thing, okay? Look at all these people here to study a ball of steel.
States Attorney General. The Betz family decided to send Terry and the sphere to this gathering. They didn't necessarily think the object was from outer space, but they figured with all these experts in one place, they could finally get some answers. After spending some time with the sphere, Dr. Hynek felt it was man-made, though everyone witnessed the sphere roll up a piece of plexiglass from a dead stop. Nobody could explain that. When the idea of drilling came back up, Dr. Harder warned that if the sphere contained material with an atomic number as high as 140, drilling into it could cause it to go critical.
What do you mean critical?
At that time,
They
the
can't
only way
drill
to create
inside.
elements with an atomic number higher than 92 was with a nuclear reactor. The protons within the sphere
Stainless
were
steel.
much higher than anything ever discovered or created. So drilling into it,
Oh, could make it go boom?
right. But
For
the story
science.
takes another turn. While at the Inquirer's office, Terry got a call that said his mother had an accident. Terry tried to call her but couldn't get through, so he flew back immediately.
With the ball, I hope.
Nope, he left it behind.
Oh no, you knucklehead.
When Terry got home, Jerry was fine. Someone was trying to separate Terry from the sphere.
What?
Jerry told her son to go back to the Inquirer immediately and get it, so he did. At first, the Inquirer didn't cooperate. They gave him a story and seemed to be stalling.
Oh
So
my
Terry
god,
demanded-
imagine you are his mother. Just imagine. You're like, no, I'm not sick. Why would you leave? Why would you leave? Why would you leave it with someone else? Why would you leave it with someone
and
else?
it be returned. They finally admitted that they couldn't return it.
Terry!
It was gone. Eventually, the people at the Inquirer admitted that the UFO panel had taken the sphere to New Orleans to run further tests.
Oh my
so Terry
God.
drives down there, and when he arrives, the sphere is being guarded by the Navy. They tell
Oh
Terry
my
that while
God.
the sphere is being tested, he's not allowed to go near it.
It's his property.
I know,
That's a bunch of bull.
it is. The test didn't reveal anything new,
See, the
so
fish is
after a
fine.
lot of arguing, Terry was finally able to get the sphere back. As Terry is leaving the facility, a few reporters ask if he can make the sphere do something. Terry says sure. Every time you set it down, it rolls all over the place. In fact, the Betzes kept the sphere in a bowling bag at home because it wouldn't stay still.
Aw,
So Terry
cute.
sets the sphere down and nothing. It's not vibrating, it's not humming,
Terry,
it's not moving,
Terry.
it's not doing anything. So
What did you
Terry leaves.
do?
A little later, Terry gets a hold of his sister who tells him that there are people, not reporters, waiting for him at the airport. So Terry just drives home. Once back in Florida, the family has the sphere examined and x-rayed again.
Hold that thought. Parotero, thank you so much for the super chat. Arigato. Thank you. Arigato. Arigato. O genki desu ka? Thank you. Seriously though, seriously. Seriously, I paused it to say this. Terry sucks. Terry sucks. It was the old beans. Terry, seriously, why would you leave your special space ball with someone else? Who does that? Now they have it.
It no longer had 4 magnetic poles, and the x-rays showed that the sphere now had a seam, which
Keep
wasn't
his
there
folds.
before.
Hey, someone pull the old switcheroo.
Yep, the old
Yep. That's
switcheroo.
what they believe. And the interior doesn't have 3 small spheres anymore, just dust. And Dr. Harder warned the Betz family to be careful. Harder didn't trust Dr. Hynek and thought maybe Hynek had something to do
What
with the
did
sphere
Alan
being
do?
replaced.
It
And I wanna
was
mention that
Alan's.
Years later, after Dr. Hynek
It was
passed
Alan's
away,
all along,
his son
seriously.
Paul mentioned that the family had a silver sphere. All they knew about it was that their father said it had something to do with a UFO case in Florida.
Oh, it was stolen by Dr. Heine.
Hynek.
Whatever.
There's no proof that he stole it, but it's quite a coincidence that
I feel like
after
he stole
Hynek
it.
was left alone with
I don't
the
know,
sphere,
something tells me
suddenly
he
it
stole
stopped
it.
working. Then a different sphere, also from Florida, shows up at Dr. Hynek's house. So all this became too much for the Betz family. They were constantly being hounded by the press and followed by what they thought were government agents.
Ian, welcome to
Once
the
Jerry was
family.
even physically assaulted by someone who pretended to be a repairman. So the Betz family quickly and quietly faded back into society.
Seriously, when was this? 1950s, whatever? When people could just dress up as someone and come into your house? No, thank you! No, thank you! Oh, yes, hello, it is me, totally not Reina, here to repair your sink. or whatever. People could just get in your house that way. Isn't that horrifying? You just have to trust people. I trust no one. You and welcome to the family. Thank you so much for becoming an honorary demon. That's horrifying to me. Horrifying. I could never. You know what I did? When I was a small baby demon, people would knock on the door. I hid in the closet. Like a normal kid. Yeah, that's what happens in my life. Trust no one. Trust no one. Not even yourself. What do you mean it sounds about right?
They sold their house and left the island. They gave no more interviews.
No, what did they say that I'm in the house?
No movies. They wanted nothing more to do with the sphere. Now, Jerry is still around and has a blog where she showcases her artwork and
She's
tells
still
the story
around?
of her life. Nowhere does she mention anything about the Betz sphere. So the Betz family never got the answer that they wanted. The answer we all want. What is the Betz sphere?
What is it?
There are a few theories about the Betz sphere.
Tell me.
One is that it's a downed satellite or piece of space junk. It's a plausible theory, but if the sphere was a piece of technology, it would
Okay, it looks
probably
pretty
have a
fancy
scene
there.
and
Stainless steel might have been a
connectors,
good
but it
choice.
has none of these. Another theory is that it's a Foo Fighter.
Hello, I've waited here for you.
See, how can you not like him? He sings.
During World...
Tonight, I throw myself into out of bed.
It's a dog.
And she sang. And I wonder.
Yo!
What? Foo Fighters.
I know the song, but
I don't know
may
Foo Fighters,
Go
but
ahead
that's
with the
funny.
story about your alien balls.
During World War II, Allied aircraft encountered UFOs that followed them and were able to move at incredible speeds. The pilots gave the UFOs the nickname Foo Fighters. Foo is just a fun, meaningless word. Another theory is that it's an alien atomic weapon. People who believe this theory think that this was one of the weapons that was used to destroy Atlantis. And there could be clues that ancient nuclear weapons did exist. In the world's oldest epic, the Mahabharata, a line mentions a terrifying weapon.
A single projectile charged with all the power of the universe. An incandescent column of smoke and flame as bright as 10,000 suns.
Where
glows in
are
all
we
its
right now?
splendor.
I'm
A
so
more
lost.
mundane explanation is that the Betz sphere was just a piece of industrial equipment. An artist named James Sterling
Atlantis?
Jones said he lost the sphere a few years earlier.
James Earl
He'd been
Jones?
collecting scrap metal for use in sculptures. Sterling Jones said it was a ball check valve used as a flow regulator in large pipes. He said it fell from the rack on top of his Volkswagen bus. This is the most widely accepted theory.
You trust this dirty hippie?
Be nice.
Sorry, you trust this dirty artist?
Well, a couple of problems with it being from a valve. There's only one factory on
I
the
don't know, there's
island,
some
a
facts
paper
about
mill.
Atlantis
Though they
maybe
do
being
use
real.
balls like this in valves.
There's a lot of
they
other
only
like
weigh about
perceived
7 or 8
sites of where it could have
pounds.
been.
The Betz sphere weighs 21 pounds. And remember, the sphere was found in the woods. It was about a mile away from the nearest road. Sure, the sphere could move on its own, but
What is
a
going
mile seems like
on?
a long way for it to roll. Now, some claim the sphere didn't roll on its own at all. The Betz's home had uneven tile floors. And the sphere, which was perfectly balanced, was just rolling around on the tile. Now, that doesn't explain why it would come back to the same person who rolled it. Now, to be fair,
It's
when
a
the Navy was
dog,
testing
I'm
it,
telling
they
you.
never saw it roll on its own. But plenty of other people did. Robert Edwards, president of a local supply company, showed a reporter a brand new stainless steel ball manufactured by Bell & Howell. It was 8 inches across and weighed just over 21 pounds. Same as the Betz sphere.
Yeah.
I don't think so. The Betz family had plenty of money, and aside from trying to win the prize from the National Enquirer, they never tried to profit from it. They could have made a
They didn't
fortune
need
selling
to.
books about the
Yeah,
sphere,
yeah.
especially when it was international news.
That's
They
what I'm
didn't.
saying.
And to this day, nobody really knows what the Betz sphere is. If it was taken by the Navy or by Dr. Hynek, we may never know. It's very possible that the most significant scientific discovery ever made is sitting in an old bag gathering dust in someone's basement somewhere.
No
And the only
way!
we'll
No,
ever
no,
learn the secret of the
no,
Betz
no,
sphere is
no. The government, they have it. I swear. Okay, tinfoil hats. We are wearing our tinfoil hats. It's still being studied somewhere. It's probably in like some kind of like SCP like containment area or something. I believe this story. Yeah, we all hate Terry. How could he do that? How? Seriously, I'd be so livid. I'd be so livid if that was like me. I'd be mad at myself if I was Terry. What does the wiki say? Actually, don't you know you shouldn't trust Wikipedia as a source? Actually, the government's in on it. Actually. The government wrote on the Wikipedia. Literally anyone can write on a Wikipedia page. I'm not saying I don't believe you, but I don't believe you. Goody! Thank you for being a member for 14 months. It's in full hat, looks like a Hershey kiss. Cute! Don't take a bite out of this though, otherwise you'll expose me to some harmful seismic waves. Sidekick. Special alien pyramid waves. Don't eat it! No, don't eat the hat. What are you doing? Don't eat the hat. I just said don't eat it. Pyramid radiation. Thank you.
Is when its owner, whoever he or she is, decides they want to take up bowling.
It's very funny. Okay, so final thoughts on this one. We're gonna watch another one. We're gonna watch a couple. This is just a conspiracy stream, and I'm just vibing. So, I don't know. Do you guys enjoy these? What do you think? I know it's kind of dumb, and it's kind of funny. To poke holes in, or as you go along. What do you think? What did you think about that? Mateo? Mateo? Whoa, there's a lot of people here. Hi, subscribe. They're fun? Yeah, I love this. It's so stupid, right? It's so, I mean, not stupid. Like, it's interesting. It's like you're learning about things you probably shouldn't be learning about. It feels like it's like a secret. Okay, and a couple that were on our list earlier. These are streams that my members voted on earlier. So we're gonna go through the ones that my members said that they liked. So the next one is called... This is called Roswell Incident. All Lies. Decoding Decades of Deception. That's insane. Let's see what this one's about.
Episode of the
I don't want to see your paid promotion.
By the flying near Mount Rainier, Kenneth Arnold.
Wait. Sorry. We're just gonna have to watch it. We're gonna have to watch the paid content. Mateo? Okay, ready? It's not on a watch list. I'm not on a watch list. Should I put the link in the chat? Do you guys want the link? Here. Now you can all be on the watch list with me. Be sus with me. Have your FBI or whatever people look at your history. We're the ones getting paid. The Betz didn't get paid either.
Kenneth Arnold was flying his small aircraft
And
over
Justice.
Mineral, Washington. He was heading to Yakima, but took a slight detour to look
Yakima.
for a lost U.S. Marine Corps
What is
plane.
Yakima?
If he could find it, he could collect a nice reward. Flying near Mount
I'm in-
Rainier, he spotted a shiny object in his plane's mirror. Then he saw multiple flashes of light. It
Whoa.
looked like a group of aircraft flying in formation,
Whoa.
but something was wrong. These aircraft didn't have tails, and they were
FBI
flying faster
submarines?
than anything he'd ever seen.
Yeah, come
After
on.
about 2 minutes, the objects vanished near Mount Adams. When Kenneth landed in Yakima, he immediately told his friends and airport staff about his bizarre experience. By the time he reached Pendleton, Oregon, his story had spread, and reporters were eager to hear it.
Wait, what
In
happened?
describing the odd movement of these objects, Kenneth said it was like a teacup saucer skipping across a lake. At that moment,
What?
the term flying saucer was born. And over the
Flying
next
saucer?
2 weeks, events would unfold that would affect every person on Earth
Oh.
and change the course of history.
Oh. Oh, see.
Space Panda, wonder what you've been up to.
No quiero. No.
Detail the names. They get music. This Xbox.
Where?
Yep. And when you register on PC.
Called.
Oh yeah. Nah, what a goat rope. I got.
What is going on with this fish? I never heard of War Thunder. Crash. Crash, crash.
When you drive east out of Albuquerque on Route 40 and take the 285 south, you're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, his
It's
ads are
sand and
creative.
scrub brush for miles. Take this drive at night, and the darkness is something you've never seen. It's heavy and penetrating and unsettling if you're not used to it. And summer storms in the New Mexico desert are
Yay! Thank you for your member for 14 months. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you so much for the information. Wow, I never heard of it.
also something unique. Heat lightning can tear through the sky for hours, lighting up the landscape all the way to the horizon. July
Wait.
1st, 1947 was one of the worst lightning storms in years. That same night, the Army airfield outside of Roswell had been tracking strange radar blips. Same with the nearby White Sands Proving Ground, a
That was
missile
me,
base that had
sorry.
been testing German V-2 rockets since the end of the war. The nuclear testing facility
That was
at
also
the
me.
Alamogordo bombing range was also tracking the objects. The blips were moving too fast to be aircraft. Some blips would disappear off the radar screen, then reappear a few seconds later. This was a major concern. The 509th
Yeah,
at
pilot in
Roswell
the
was
ship.
an elite unit, the only unit responsible for deploying atomic weapons. Finally, technicians took the radar equipment apart to check for malfunctions. They couldn't find any. The objects continued to zip around the area for hours.
Wait.
Dan Wilmot and his wife
Was
were
this
on
in
their
1947? Cake! Cake! You were not there seeing the crash in 1947!
porch watching the lightning storm when a bright oval object zipped over their house and disappeared over the horizon.
No way.
Moments later, the object streaked over Steve Robinson's truck as he was making deliveries. He tracked the
You're
object to the
not
horizon,
old.
moving faster than any plane he'd ever seen. Over the next few nights, local sheriff George Wilcox received dozens of calls about objects in the sky. He hadn't seen anything himself, so he told the folks it was probably lightning or planes from the nearby airbase. But then Mac Brazel, a local rancher, came
Mac
into the office.
Brazel? What kind of name
Mac
is
told
that?
The sheriff he had come
Look,
across
wait,
a
he
debris.
even looks like that's not his real name. He looks like he's like, yes, that is totally my real name. Mac Brazel. He just walks into a restaurant. They're like, oh, hi, sir. It's like, may I have a name for the reservation? He's just like, Mac Brazel.
debris field on his ranch in Corona, New Mexico. At first, he thought it was
He
plane
looks so
wreckage,
sus.
but the material was like nothing he'd ever seen. He even brought a few pieces to show the sheriff. In the back of Mac's pickup were pieces of metal that looked like aluminum foil, but much thinner. It was also much stronger and lighter.
I
And
could see
strange as
Xavier.
all, even though you can bend or crumple the metal, as soon as you released it, it would revert back to its original shape. The sheriff called Roswell Army Airfield just outside of town.
He looks so
and the matter was assigned
concerned.
to an Army intelligence officer, Major Jesse Marcel. Brazel took Marcel back to the debris site, and the two gathered up more pieces of material from the crashed object. On Tuesday morning, Marcel took the material to the base commander, Colonel William Blanchard. Later that day, Walter Haught, the base's public information officer,
too many names.
issued a
Too
press
many
release
names.
that
I
was
can't
picked
keep
up by
up.
newspapers and radio stations all over the country.
Oh, let me guess. The press release
I'm already
said
confused. You
they
lost me.
denied everything.
Nope. The official United States Army press release said, "We found a UFO."
Yahtzee!
What? What? And then they're like, oh, JK, we're just kidding. Just joking about that. There's no UFO. We didn't say anything.
Headline
We didn't say
edition, July
anything.
8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army. Army officers say the missile, found sometime last week, has been inspected at Roswell, New Mexico, and sent to Wright Field, Ohio, for further inspection.
Aliens, aliens,
The
aliens,
report
aliens,
was
aliens.
national news.
Aliens,
It was the
aliens,
biggest
aliens,
story in the
aliens.
country.
Late this afternoon, a bulletin from New Mexico suggested that the widely publicized mystery of the flying saucers may soon be solved. Army Air Force officers reported that one of the strange discs had been found and inspected sometime last week.
It's aliens.
But it was only the biggest story for a day. Just a few hours after the news broke, the Army retracted it.
Oh,
General
come
Roger
on.
Ramey at Fort Worth Army Airfield
Wait.
ordered Major Marcel to
He literally looks. He literally
news
looks.
broke, the Army retracted it. Then General
He looks guilty. Look at that. That's the face of a guilty man. He looks so guilty. Are you kidding me? Like, oh, I'm not hiding anything. There's no top secret over here.
General Roger Ramey at Fort Worth Army Airfield ordered Major Marcel to personally deliver the wreckage to him in Texas. A
He
few
looks,
hours after the
yeah, he's
landing,
like a puppy.
General
Like when they do
Ramey held a
something
press
wrong, he's like,
conference where aluminum foil and pieces of wooden debris were spread out in front of photographers and newspapermen. Ramey, with Marcel and Colonel Thomas DuBose backing him up, insisted that the whole UFO thing was a mistake. That the debris was from a weather balloon,
Guilty.
and that's all there was to the story. Mac Brazel, the rancher who found the wreckage, also changed his story. He said he regretted coming forward and that the debris was just rubber strips,
I knew he couldn't be
tinfoil, some
trusted. I
paper,
knew
and
it.
balsa wood.
I knew it.
Marcel, in front of the press, backed him up on this and said simply, "We went back to the ranch and found a few more patches of tinfoil and rubber." General Ramey went back to his normal duties and the whole matter was officially dropped.
Oh my
Headlines
gosh.
again spread throughout the country that the flying disc was nothing more than a weather balloon.
Hey, they really took the air out of the story, huh? Yahtzee.
After that, everyone seemed to move on. The flying saucer craze cooled down, and the country forgot about Roswell.
So that's it?
Oh, not even close.
I will say the weather balloon that was recent would give that one a run for its money if it really was a weather balloon. We've seen weather balloons. That's no weather balloon. It's no weather balloon.
The men at the press conference where the famous photos were taken were men of honor. If they're given orders, they follow them. But as they grew old, they remained men of honor, but there were no more orders to follow. All they had left to follow was their conscience. So these men of honor, they started telling the truth.
What? These segues are awesome. It really gets you like, what? You know, every time you feel like you're thrown for a loop. Every
Dr.
time.
Bob Wood was an aerospace engineer with a long and distinguished career. He worked at Sikorsky, Lockheed, Hughes, and McDonnell Douglas. He taught courses at Georgia Tech, UCLA,
Now that's a face I
Caltech,
can
and
trust.
USC. Dr. Wood was very well known, so it's easy to find his work history. But there is a hole in Dr. Wood's resume from 1968 to 1970. During that time, Wood worked on a secret study for McDonnell Douglas. He was given a huge budget to find out if UFOs were real or not. One of the first people Dr. Wood recruited for this
Shut up, Hart.
was
Shut
a young
up.
scientist also working at McDonnell Douglas, Stanton R. Friedman. Friedman was a nuclear physicist by trade, but also dabbled in UFO investigation. At the end of their 18-month study, they determined that UFOs were real and worth investigating. Dr. Wood was invited to present his findings to Congress, but knew this would hurt his career, so he declined. But Dr. Friedman took a different path. After working on the UFO study for McDonnell Douglas, Friedman began giving speeches on the subject to civic groups and scientific organizations. UFOs had become his passion, so he left the aerospace industry, changed his nickname to the Flying Saucer Physicist, and begun investigating UFOs full-time.
What?
But even as late as the mid-1970s, Stanton Friedman had never heard of the Roswell incident. In 1978, Friedman heard about it from a television producer. The producer, Bill Allen, told Friedman that he was ham radio buddies with Jesse Marcel. When Friedman learned that Marcel was the intelligence officer at a base that actually handled the wreckage from a UFO crash, Friedman
You
wanted
put
to meet
my
him.
passion.
And the story of the Roswell
Hey,
incident
welcome.
takes a wild turn.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Marcel, spill the beans.
About a foot and a half to 2 feet wide and about 2 or 3 feet long. Felt like you had nothing in your hands. It wasn't any thicker than the foil out of a pack of cigarettes. But the thing about that got me is that you couldn't even bend it, you couldn't bend it. Even with a sledgehammer would bounce off it.
What?
So I knew that I had never seen anything like that
A
before.
sledgehammer
And
would
as of
bounce
now- as of
off?
now, I don't know what it was.
That doesn't sound like the material from a weather balloon.
They
Couldn't
took pictures,
bend
of course.
it?
They had a whole flock of microphones there. They wanted me they wanted some comments from me, but I wasn't at liberty to do that. So all I could do is keep my mouth shut. And General Ramey is the one who discussed.
Hey, look, now, trustworthy face. Before, not trustworthy face. Now, trustworthy face.
Told the newspapers
The more wrinkles, the more I trust them.
what it was and to forget about it. It was
Forget
nothing more
about
than
it.
With the observation balloon. Of course, which we both knew differently.
Jesse Marcel was in charge of intelligence for the only atomic unit in the world. He wasn't going to go against orders.
Yeah, literally though, that's a great point. How did the UFO researcher not know about Roswell? Was this like not well known? Isn't this kind of what kicked off like ideas about aliens in the first place? Like, I know I asked earlier, like, what's Roswell? But like, I remember hearing about it, I just forgot. But isn't this like one of the biggest moments of when people thought there were aliens? Yeah, see, that's why you don't, I'm a demon, you know? So my judgment of demons is different. Your judgment of demons should be different. I'm an immortal being, you know? But generally the rule is the more wrinkles, the more trustworthy. That's insane!
But before he went to the base with the
They made me
wreckage and
forget.
received the keep quiet order, he stopped at home first. There he showed the pieces to his wife and his son, Jesse Jr.
The 1942 Buick we had was loaded with stuff in the back seat and in the trunk area. At any rate, he brought the material in and spread it on the kitchen floor, and in an effort to try to piece it together.
The pieces weren't just metallic scraps. There was a small I-beam that had some kind of writing on it that Jesse and his father described as hieroglyphics.
Aliens. Aliens. See those? See this? Yes. Aliens. But actually, to be honest with you, and I have to be honest for a second, this is actually demon language. This is actually a request. One demon put in a request to order something from like, think of like Demon Uber. Oh, can I please have one spicy soul delivered to me here on this room? It's fine.
They
It's
even
okay.
had the piece recreated.
And that's when I saw the writing or the symbols of some
Hey,
sort.
welcome!
I thought at first, this is hieroglyphics or some kind of writing like that. It certainly looked alien to me.
Aliens!
Marcel was extremely familiar with all kinds of
Yeah,
aircraft,
demon eats order,
including
yeah.
top secret craft being deployed from Roswell Air Base. This wreckage didn't come from anything he recognized.
Yes, pyramids!
It was not anything from this earth that I'm quite sure of. Because I was, being an intelligence officer, I was familiar with just about all materials used in aircraft and in our air travel. This is nothing like that.
Colonel Thomas DuBose, who retired as a brigadier general, was General Ramey's chief of staff. He also posed for pictures at the press conference. He confirmed in multiple interviews that the weather balloon story was a lie.
I mean,
But
duh!
this
It's so
story,
stupid. You can't
the
literally
balloon
say.
part of it is the story that's to be given to the press, and that is it.
The day before, they were like,
And
it's
anything
aliens,
else,
and they were like,
forget
JK,
it.
it's not aliens. How do you
General
do that?
Clemens McMullen in Washington, D.C., called DuBose and gave him 3 orders. 1, get the press off our backs. 2, send some of the wreckage to Washington. And 3, never speak of this again. Not to General Ramey, not to anyone. So he didn't.
Rude.
As deputy to George Kennedy, and he in turn responsible to the president, this is the highest priority you could exist, and you will say nothing, and that's the end of it. And then Jesus that's in the commander in chief, and he forgot about it.
Stanton Friedman kept interviewing witnesses, kept releasing articles, and kept speaking publicly about Roswell and how he believed it was a cover-up. Throughout the 80s and 90s, the military either said the weather balloon story was true.
I know we have the power of hindsight, right? And we're like, okay, you know, this is this is obviously not a weather balloon, right? But imagine back then, when there's already such limited forms of communication, I would be so freaked out. Do you think that if aliens are totally real, but do you think that they did this to like protect people from freaking out? Do you think that that's part of why they're like, JK, it's not aliens? To try to keep out the panic? What's a good term for it? You know how you have satanic panic. What do you have for aliens? I can't think of anything. Anyone got any ideas? Sometimes they do that. I get it, but I'm like, please, you know, people need to know. I think that's why at this point they're just like, yeah, we found some spacecrafts. Yeah, we found like now they're just talking about it. Alien anxiety. Alien out. Alien mania? I like alien mania. You like alien. I want it to rhyme. I'll keep thinking. Keep thinking about it.
True, or they said nothing at all. But then in 1993, something very unexpected happened. After a lot of public pressure, the military issued a report about the Roswell incident. It turned out that Friedman was right. The debris showed to the press in 1947, and
I do like alien agitation. That's pretty good.
Whole weather balloon story. The military admitted
alien ravens. No, that doesn't work.
It was
Ignore me. Mogul's Binted. I don't know. Welcome back. Thanks for being a member for 13 months.
A U.S. congressman from New Mexico, Stephen Schiff, launched an inquiry into the Roswell incident. Congress directed the Air Force to conduct an internal investigation to uncover any documents they might have. In 1995, the Air Force released its findings in the Roswell Report, Fact versus Fiction in the New Mexico Desert. The report concluded that the material recovered by Jesse Marcel from Mark Brazel's ranch—
Oh, look, pyramid. Boom, boom, boom.
In 1947 was not from a regular weather balloon. The wreckage was actually from a super secret program called Project Mogul. Project Mogul was a military surveillance program. Balloons equipped with acoustic sensors were launched to high altitudes to listen for the signatures of Russian atomic bomb tests. So why did some of the men at the airbase think this was a UFO? Well, because they were never told about Project Mogul.
To attempt to limit unauthorized disclosure, the Air Force employed a security mechanism known as compartmentation. Compartmentation controlled access to classified information by dispersing portions of the research among several facilities and institutions. Each participating entity received only enough information necessary to accomplish its assigned tasks. In the case of Mogul, only a small circle of Air Force officers received the intimate details that linked together these unrelated research projects.
Okay, but these were highly trained military personnel. They couldn't recognize a surveillance balloon? Well, according to the Air Force report, no, they couldn't.
What?
Although members of the 509th possessed high-level clearances, they were not privy to the existence of Mogul. Their job was to deliver nuclear weapons, not to detect them.
I don't know.
And to be perfectly clear, the investigators found no evidence of a UFO.
The Air Force research found absolutely no indication that what happened near Roswell in
Sure. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
1947 involved any type of extraterrestrial spacecraft.
Is this kind of like when the FBI investigates itself and finds they did nothing wrong? Or the DOJ investigates itself and finds they did nothing wrong?
It's exactly like that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the report didn't
No
say
aliens.
The balloon
Totally no
sounds
aliens.
like it's full of hot air.
Ugh.
Yeah.
So stupid.
Okay, sorry, couldn't help it. Go on.
The Air Force said that the wreckage wasn't a flying saucer. They said it was a secret balloon. What they didn't really address was the fact that they lied to the American people and put a bunch of fake balloon wreckage on display for the press. So in 1997, the Air Force issued another report. They had a lot of questions to answer, like what happened to all the records from 1947?
Wait, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Records such as finance and accounting, supplies, buildings and grounds, and other general administrative matters from March 1945 through December 1949, and RAAF, outgoing messages from October 1946 through December 1949, were destroyed.
Why? Why? What reason could you possibly have to go destroying 4 years? 4 years of messages, unless you had something to hide. What? My brain is frying. Seriously, why would you do that? Unless you had a reason. Oh, no reason. We just felt like deleting them, you know? We just didn't have a cluttered inbox. We just hated seeing all those notifications, you know? No, this is like classified information. Like, what? There's no reason to delete them.
What? Who destroyed the documents?
Well,
the document disposition form did not properly indicate the authority under which the disposal action was taken.
So the records are gone, and nobody knows who did it?
Mm-hmm.
I call bull.
The question that people really wanted to be answered was, what happened to the alien bodies recovered from the second secret crash site?
Wait, another crash? With bodies?
Yeah, just a whoop site. Makes no sense.
Yes, there have been ET visitation. There have been crashed craft. There have been
who is this?
and bodies recovered. And there is some group
Who
of
is
people
this?
somewhere that may or may not be associated with government at this point, but certainly were at one time, that have this knowledge.
Who?
The first public crash site was a few miles south.
I mean, of
Corona,
course
New
I can
Mexico.
read. I just don't remember
But
seeing
there
him
was the
before.
second crash site. And according to eyewitnesses, whistleblowers,
First
and leaked
apology
documents,
video.
here's what happened the summer of 1947.
Go on, Morgan.
In the few months leading up to the Roswell incident, there were over 300 UFO sightings over the New Mexico desert. These were witnessed by local residents and military personnel. On Friday, July 4th, 2 alien ships were flying over Corona, New Mexico. Why they were there is unclear, but best guess is they were surveying White Sands missile range.
Oh?
Back then, White Sands was the Alamogordo
Pyramid!
bombing and
Pyramid!
gunnery
Did you see
range. That's about 35 miles
see that?
southeast of Socorro, New Mexico, and was the location of Trinity, the first time the human race deployed a nuclear weapon. That evening, there was an especially violent thunderstorm. Lightning filled the sky. The alien ships, unprepared for and unshielded from lightning, experience an equipment failure. While flying in a tight formation, they collide. Rancher Mac Brazel hears a tremendous thunderclap, but
Brazel,
it's different
fake
from the rest
me.
of the thunder. Others in the area report similar phenomena.
Well, wait, what's that word?
What? Phenomena?
Do 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 do
Phenomena.
do 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 do
Phenomena.
do 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 do. And you may continue.
At 11:27 p.m., military radar
Razzle
installations
dazzle.
all report seeing the objects. Then they pulse and vanish. They suspect a crash. Jim Ragsdale and his friend Trudy are camping in the area. They see a bright flash of light and hear a roaring sound that passes overhead. Then something big strikes the ground nearby. Several archaeologists, including W. Curry Holden, are working a dig near Roswell. They stumble across the impact site where the object has crashed. One of them heads to the closest phone to tell Sheriff George Wilcox they found a crashed aircraft. Wilcox calls the local fire department to alert them about the crash. The site is about 35 miles north of Roswell.
He looks freaked out
The
even in
Roswell
that
Fire
photo.
Department, escorted by members of the Roswell Police Department, respond. These are among the first civilians to visit the impact site. At 5:30 a.m., the military, knowing the approximate location of the saucer crash, move in with a carefully selected team to recover the craft. The soldiers find civilians already on site. The area is secured, and the civilians are escorted off. Only those with the highest clearance are allowed near the center of the impact. Guards are posted facing out. The site is cleaned and secured in 6 hours. 5 alien bodies are recovered.
What?
The aliens are described the same way by many witnesses. About 4 feet tall, Large heads, large eyes.
It looks like a little bug.
No ears.
Wait, what if tinfoil hats are a thing to make you look like them? Like they won't not recognize if I go next to them because look, my head's big like their head is. See? Were aliens just the original animal? Look, they got the big eyes, they had the cute little nose, they got the nice little small chin. Are aliens just the original animal? My head is big, their head is big. We're basically the same. I think with this tinfoil hat, I look about the same.
There's no nose, only nostrils and small mouths. They had pale skin. At first, the bodies appeared to be without clothes.
Just
but they were
describing
actually
me.
wearing very tight-fitting suits.
When
The
I go to
bodies are
bed at
covered
night,
by
I sleep in a
sheets,
suit.
Then placed in lead-lined body bags. John
cracked it.
Boyle, a reporter for KSWS Radio in Roswell, attempts to access the site. He calls the station and reports seeing a crushed dishpan-like object and a large military presence. Lydia.
I'm sorry. What do you mean you think it's it's slightly taller than me? I am above average height. I'm above average height. You guys are gonna stop calling me short. I'm not short. I'm not short. I'm above average. I'm gonna get my demon friends to come crash another saucer into your house. What do you mean? It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. Deep breaths, Reina. Breaths, Reina. It's fine. It's fine. You don't need this. You don't need this, Reina. You know you're tall. Think tall. Think tall. Think tall.
Sleppy from the parent station in Albuquerque tries to broadcast his report. Sleppy receives a call from the FBI and is ordered not to broadcast. Melvin F. Brown, who's on guard duty at the impact site, has been ordered to not look under the
It
tarp.
looks like a young Creed in the outfit.
But the moment that everyone's back is turned, he does. He sees the bodies of the alien flight crew. He described them as small with large heads and pale skin. Nearby, Mac Brazel discovers a large debris field. He heads to the home of his closest neighbors, Floyd and Loretta Proctor. He shows them a little sliver of material that he can neither burn nor cut. The Proctors suggest he shows the sheriff. He agrees and gathers pieces of the wreckage and heads home for the night.
I remember he said something about that you could crumple it up and it would.
She is so cute. I trust her. Without question.
Military bases along the West Coast put fighters on standby in case more flying discs are seen. Bases in Oregon and Washington have planned.
Thank you so much for the donation. I'm here to pay my demon dues. All hail the dark of the underworld. Arigato. Mwah. Thank you. Mwah. Thank you for the donation. Thank you so much. Mateo. Thank you
planes
so
equipped
much.
with gun cameras. They're put on airborne alert. In Roswell for a conference, C. Bertram Schultz,
Not
a
a dark.
paleontologist, sees a large military presence on Highway 285. He doesn't realize until later why so many soldiers are there. Local mortician Glenn Dennis, contracting with the airbase, receives an odd request for small caskets and later
Wait,
encountered
what?
unusual debris at the hospital.
Are they really just burying these aliens in some tiny caskets? You think they buried them on property? I mean, at least they're burying them, I guess. Wouldn't you want to study them? Why casket? Why not those glass tubes that you could just put them in, like preserving them?
While aiding an injured airman. Dennis is then confronted by officers who tell him he's seen and heard nothing. They say, quote, if he opens his mouth, they will be picking his bones out of the sand.
And he just said, look, mister, you don't go in and start any rumors in Roswell. Nothing happened out here.
And he's talking now. That is bravery. He's like, oh, I'm like 85 now. Who cares? That is bravery. He's just like, I don't care anymore. I'm gonna talk about it.
And he said, if you do, you know, it'd be real serious problems. And then
He's like, oh, who cares?
so I just
Do it.
being as my character was at that time. I said, I'm a civilian, you can go to hell. And that's where he said, you may be the one going to hell. And then that's when he really told me, he said, somebody be picking your bones out of the sand if you do that.
Back at the crash site, the bodies are sealed into a long crate, which is taken to a hangar and left overnight. The crate is guarded by military police who are ordered not to approach it.
I would have totally approached it.
Standing guard.
Read.
Brown's commanding officer approaches and says, "Come on, Brownie, let's have a look inside." But there's nothing to see because everything has been packed and crated, ready for shipment. To where, the soldiers have no idea.
What? How do you just not know? I would be so
William Woody
nosy.
and his father try to drive out toward the area where they'd seen the object.
I would be the worst employee if this is my job. If you have a high enough clearance to kind of be like on the verge of knowing what's going on, oh my god, that would kill me. I would just be like, I would just think that I'm like some kind of detective the whole time, or like I'm in a Stranger Things episode. I'd be like, oh, let's look in the box. They're like, don't look in the box. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna look. I look in the box. I look in the box. I open the box. No, I wouldn't even tell anyone. I just would want to know for myself. I'd just be like, what is it? Tell me what it is. I have to know. That's just how I don't know.
Coming down, but the roads are blocked. The side roads off Highway 285 from Vaughn and to the west are guarded by military police who allow no one to pass. Mac Brazel gets up early and drives to Roswell.
Yeah, but
about
I'm a
75
demon. I'm
miles
immortal.
away. He stops at the office of Sheriff George A. Wilcox. Wilcox is excited about the find and notifies the military at Roswell Army Airfield. While waiting for the military officers to arrive, Wilcox sends 2 of his deputies to the ranch. A reporter named Frank Joyce contacts the sheriff's office to inquire about any interesting events. Wilcox directs him to Brazel. Colonel William Blanchard, in charge of the 509th Bomb Group, instructs Air Intelligence Officer Jesse A. Marcel to investigate. Marcel visits the sheriff's office. He interviews Brazel, examines the material, and then decides to visit the ranch himself. Marcel returns to the base, taking some debris with him, and reports his findings to Blanchard. Convinced
I would have kept it to myself. I would have kept it in my pocket.
Of Soviet origin, Blanchard alerts his superiors. Marcel comes back to the sheriff's office with counterintelligence agent Captain Sheridan Cavett. They take Brazel back to his ranch and
I guess it makes sense to first think that it could be someone else, like another country or something. Like, that makes sense. You're like, do they have something that we don't have? You know? So I guess it's natural. But like, if you confirm that it's not them, you don't then just go like, it's aliens and tell the public. Like, why tell at all? Why tell and then recant it? It just makes no sense. They did no favors to anybody.
inspect the debris field. Following orders from General Clements McMullen, Blanchard obtains more debris from the sheriff's office. It's sealed and transported to Fort Worth Army Airfield, where Colonel Thomas DuBose receives it for onward transport to Washington, D.C. After Marcel and Cavett leave with Brazel, the 2 deputies return to say they didn't find the debris field, but they did find a burned area in one of the pastures where sand had been turned to glass and blackened. It looked as if something circular had touched down.
I want
At
it.
Fort Worth Army Airfield, DuBose and Colonel Alan D. Clark received the debris and prepare to fly it to Washington, D.C. and General McMullen. Because of the distance to the ranch over roads that are less than adequate, Brazel, Marcel, and Cavett don't arrive until after dark. They stay at an old ranch house nearby and wait for daylight. A special flight departs for Andrews Airfield in Washington, D.C. at 2 a.m., carrying the debris and the bodies. Brazel guides 2 military officers to the crash site. The debris is thin as paper but incredibly sturdy. The metal paper reminds them of tinfoil. They can crumple it, but the metal immediately returns to its original shape. Mac Brazel is becoming inundated with media requests.
You guys are really
Walt
quiet.
Whitmore, Frank Joyce's boss at KGFL, arranges to hide
Hey,
Brazel at
Jovu.
his own home. Marcel
Are you
and Cavett
awake?
comb the field's perimeter and surrounding areas. They collect debris and at dusk begin the trip back to Roswell. Later in the afternoon, civilian reports come in regarding a second crash site. Lieutenant General Nathan E. Twining is commander of the Air Materiel Command at Wright Field, Ohio. AMC works closely with industry partners, research labs, and other government agencies to advance aviation technology. The general alters his plans and flies into Alamogordo Army Field.
I'm glad you're taking notes because I have no idea what's going on.
Air Force Base is located
I have no idea what's going
approximately 82
on.
miles southwest of Roswell, New Mexico. A few years later, a film would be leaked from Hololive showing UFOs landing on the base. General Carl Spaatz, commander of all Army Air Forces, tells
There's so many names. There's so many names. What happened? Anyone who's listening.
reporters that
What
he knows
happened?
nothing about the flying discs or the
Aliens?
plans from various local units to search for them. Walt Whitmore Sr., who asked Brazel to stay the night in Roswell at his home, now brings in KGFL News. That evening, the station owner and newsman Judd Roberts records an interview with Brazel. The interview is scheduled to be broadcast the following morning. Roberts didn't know it at the time, but that broadcast would never happen.
Why not? We're halfway. 20 minutes left. We're fine. We got this. Yeah, I was gonna put that meme up, Sparty. I forgot. Thanks for telling me. I'll put it up after this.
Waking his wife and son. They examine the debris on the kitchen floor, believing it to be a flying saucer. They load it into the car with his son's help. At 6 a.m., Marcel and Cavett inform Blanchard about what they've seen. Blanchard orders guards to secure the debris field,
so what
denying
is it?
access to unauthorized individuals. Blanchard contacts 8th Air Force headquarters, dismissing the possibility of material being from a Soviet device. The message is relayed up the chain of command to
Yeah, the
SAC
Bedazzle
headquarters.
Brazzle guy.
During
Yeah,
a
yeah.
staff meeting at 7:30 a.m., the debris is discussed. Samples of the wreckage are examined, but no one can identify it. The main concern is whether to disclose the discovery to the public. General Ramey proposes a plan to divert attention away from the incident. Walt Whitmore at KGFL receives a phone call from
Okay,
the
then
FCC
whose
in
brilliant
Washington.
idea was it to
He's
tell it
told
to the
not
public?
to air the interview with Mac Brazel. If he does, the station will lose its broadcast license. Later, Senator Dennis Chavez, chairman of the Senate Appropriation Committee, called Whitmore to strongly advise him to do as he was instructed.
But
Blanchard
who-
confers with higher headquarters.
Who leaked it to the public then? And they were like, oh, if their immediate idea was like, oh, we gotta cover this up. Who told the public?
Jesse Marcel is ordered to Fort Worth. Mac Brazel, the ranch foreman who first
Sus.
discovered the debris field, was arrested and detained by the U.S. Army.
I
He
knew
remained
it.
in custody for 4 or 5 days. Brazel was denied access to a phone, was given an Army physical, and was subjected to rigorous questioning and intimidation while under arrest. Sheriff Wilcox returns to the crash site with 2 deputies. Military police deny them access. At 11 a.m., Colonel Blanchard announces the recovery of a flying disc. Lieutenant Walter Haught distributes the press release to radio stations and newspapers. At 2:26 p.m., the story hits the AP wire. It reads, "The Army Air Forces here today announced a flying disc had been found."
But why?
The base receives so many calls that it becomes difficult to access an outside line. 4 minutes after this, at 2:30 p.m., Colonel Blanchard officially goes on leave, though he actually returns to the site to oversee additional cleanup.
did a little
He
sneaky
deploys
sneak.
techniques learned from the less reported UFO crash that occurred in Missouri in 1941. At 3 p.m.,
Yeah,
Marcel is
but
told that he's
why?
going to Fort Worth with the wreckage. Only a few packages are loaded onto the plane. One, a triangular package about 2 feet
You
long,
caught me,
is
it was
wrapped in
demons.
brown paper. The other 3 are about the size of shoeboxes. They're so light that it feels as if there's nothing in them. The special flight, a B-29, takes off for the Fort Worth Army Airfield. Marcel arrives in Ramey's office with some of the debris. The general wants to see where the debris was found. Marcel accompanies him to the map
Demon
room.
aliens.
Once Ramey is satisfied, they walk back to the general's office.
Probably.
But the debris
We're
is
kinda in
gone.
everything.
In its place is a ripped-apart weather balloon scattered on the floor. At 4:30 p.m., General Roger Ramey, commander of the 8th Air Force and Blanchard's supervising officer, presented to the press an alternate story. He claimed the Army had recovered a high-altitude balloon.
this took
Warrant
so
Officer
much
Irving
effort.
Newton is ordered from the weather office at the Fort Worth Army Airfield to Ramey's office. Newton, in front of a small number of reporters and officers, identifies the wreckage on the office floor as a balloon. He's photographed and sent back to his regular duties. The press takes photographs of Jesse Marcel, General Ramey, and Thomas DuBose with the balloon. At 6:17 p.m., the FBI sends a teletype message from the Dallas office to FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, telling him that a balloon is responsible for the reports. The message disputes General Ramey's announcement to the press. At 7:30 p.m., the AP
Oh, so
breaks
General
the
Ramey,
news
then
that
why?
the Roswell flying disc was a balloon. Ramey appears on a radio station and confirms this. A few hours later,
Man, I wonder if Ramey almost almost lost his job. Could you imagine? You're like, okay, I'm gonna go forward with this. You have everyone look it over. You're like, okay, I'm gonna tell the press that this is a saucer. And everyone's like, okay, Remy, go ahead. Good job. Go. Do it. No problem. And then the very next day, they've staged some kind of like weather balloon farce. And he has to go and recant what he said. And then like oh, yup, it was just a weather balloon. We're just dumb. Like, are you serious? Was that part of the plan?
An unscheduled flight arrives. An officer hands over more sealed boxes of wreckage. At 11:59 p.m., the photographs are transmitted to New York for wide distribution.
Why?
But a small hiccup in the official story. During the entire process, Raimi held a memo in his right hand. In the photos, the text is very blurry. But by the early 2000s, software had improved to the...
Are they gonna do it? Are they gonna do it? Enhance. 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 Turn right. Enhance. We're gonna enhance it! Please enhance it! Please! Please! I have to say it! Please enhance it!
The point that enhancing the memo became feasible. But to do this, you'd need the original negatives right from the camera, if they still existed. Well, Stanton Friedman looked into this, and it turned out the negatives did still exist. So he bought them and had them analyzed.
Oh my god, they
Most of the words, yes.
What's it say? Does it mention a spaceship?
It sure does.
What? What? The cover up. They enhanced it! Oh my
Stanton Friedman
god.
spent a lot of money to recover the original photographic negatives from the press conference where the weather balloon was made public. The negatives and prints made from them were subjected to multiple levels of analysis. In at least one of the photographs, the front face of the memo is clearly visible.
I'm like
Early
furiously
analysis
playing with my
showed
hair right
that there
now.
were several words that could be deciphered, which had electrifying implications.
Tell me what it
The words
says!
urgent, victims, wreck, and the name of Air Force General Hoyt.
They had to use the negatives. They said they got the negatives from the original photo, I guess.
Vandenberg came through very clearly. Also references to a disc to be shipped by B-29, which did happen. The message then seems to imply that they should misstate the meaning of the story. It then suggests sending out public relations officers with weather balloons, that this would work if photos were used and demonstrated to the press. It did work.
What?
Morning newspapers report that the flying saucer near Roswell is a weather device. Second site cleanup resumes at sunrise to ensure civilians don't stumble upon the airfield. At 8 a.m., members of the 1st Air Transport Unit load crates into C-54s. Armed guards watch as 3 or 4 aircraft are loaded for transport from Kirtland Air Base and then on to Los Alamos. Los Alamos was, and might still be, the most secure military facility in the world. Colonel Blanchard personally takes Haught to Building 84.
More secure than Area 50.
Hangar P3, which is heavily guarded both inside and out. Inside, Haught observes the recently recovered object, 12 to 15 feet long, 6 feet high, resembling an egg with a metallic surface. No windows, portholes, wings, tail section, or landing gear were visible. He sees a couple of bodies under a canvas tarp. They have large heads and are child-sized.
There's been so much that has been brought forward by legitimate people that there has to be something to it. And apparently that what it wasn't something.
Are you kidding me? Area 51 is a real place, Kevin. Please. It's a real place. Open your eyes, sheeple.
Crash landed out there in the desert. I'm a firm believer.
More wreckage arrives at the base, boxed into crates of various sizes and shapes. At noon, a crate guarded by MPs is moved to bomb pit number 1. It's unusual for anything other than weapons to be stored there. In Roswell, Floyd Proctor and Lyman Strickland spot Mac Brazel escorted by military officers, ignoring their attempts to communicate, which is strange. Photographer Robin Adair receives a call from the main office in New York, instructing him to head to Roswell immediately. He flies over the sites, He sees troops, vehicles, and military police covering large areas. A sealed, unmarked wooden crate is brought out and loaded into a
Does it have
B-29
the child-sized
tail
aliens?
number 7301 bound for Fort Worth.
See,
It's
I'm
guarded
taller
by
than a
6 armed
child.
MPs, never allowing it out of their sight. Under military escort, Mac Brazel is taken to the offices of the Roswell Daily Record, where he provides reporters with a news story. Later, reporter Frank Joyce points out that this news story is much different than his original account. Brazel responds that it would be bad for him if he didn't tell the news story. At 8 p.m., the B-29 flight crew is back. Again, they
Don't ask me!
are not debriefed, but are told that they have flown the general's furniture to Fort Worth. They are cautioned not to tell anyone, including their families, about the flight. As far as anyone is concerned, the flight never happened. At the debris field and impact site, cleanup is intense. No debris remains, and there's no sign they were ever there. Military personnel returned to Sheriff Wilcox's office and asked for a box of debris that he'd been storing. Wilcox surrenders it without protest.
Is it the thing? Is it the spaceship?
The debriefings of all witnesses are underway. Participants are taken into a room in small groups and told that the recovery is a highly classified event. Everyone is to forget that it ever happened. The military warns
If only the
civilians
Men in
around
Black were
Roswell
real.
that they can never talk about what happened. In some cases, the witnesses are threatened with death should they ever speak to anyone. Over the next few years, the military continued to search.
Come on, that seems a bit extreme, right? Especially today, right? When like things are coming out and they're like, oh yeah, there's aliens. I mean, we will not confirm these things that people are saying right now about aliens, but we're not gonna deny them. Come on! Man, oh how far they've come. Wow, the government's the cool parents now. Like, okay, yeah, we're not gonna do anything. If you guys know.
Search for and even find more debris from the crash sites, but they stonewalled long enough that the public lost interest. Roswell was still talked about.
Because he didn't say anything until he's like 85. And they got bored and
but
left.
those were considered fringe. But in 1978, Stanton Friedman brought the Roswell incident to the mainstream. In 1980, Bill Moore and Charles Berlitz,
Oh, the language guy?
yep, that guy, they wrote the Roswell incident, which sold a lot of copies. Roswell was covered on TV shows like Unsolved Mysteries and In Search Of, and later was featured prominently on The X-Files.
Well, I
By the
guess these people
1990s,
aren't being
Everyone
threatened.
had heard of Roswell, which forced the Air Force to release that report in 1995. This brings us back.
Yeah, I don't remember anything. Anime, New York City was all a blur. I don't remember anything.
Back to the second Air Force report released in 1997. And in this report, we finally learn what happened to the bodies. In 1997, the Air Force released another report about Roswell. It was called the Roswell Report, Case Closed. This report rehashed the Project Mogul balloon explanation of the wreckage. It spent some time trying to discredit witnesses and UFO investigators. And it explained why there were eyewitness reports of bodies.
See, this is what I mean. Think of how much effort it must have taken for them to cover up everything. Instead of just being like, yeah, there's aliens. No, you can't see the stuff we found. But yeah, there's aliens. Like, someone had to make a fake work document. Someone had to make a fake document. That's insane to me. This someone's job is to make fake stuff so people don't know. My head can't, like my brain can't handle
the Air
such
Force said these recovered
crazy
alien bodies
things.
were actually crash
I'm
test
sure that'd be a
dummies
fun
used
job
in
to have, though.
high-altitude parachute tests.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
The project was codenamed Operation High Dive. High Dive dropped hundreds of dummies from various heights to see what kind of falls could be survivable.
So the aliens everyone saw were dummies?
That's the word.
So they used 4-foot-tall dummies with big heads, huh?
Nope. The dummies were 6 feet tall, but some were discovered burned, so their limbs were shorter. Or they were damaged.
Damage to the dummies
This is
included
so
loss
much
of heads,
effort!
arms, legs, and fingers. This detail, dummies with missing fingers, appears to satisfy another element of the research profile, aliens with only 4 fingers.
You know, I think the real dummies are the people who wrote this report.
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree that this is not as satisfying an explanation as the Air Force thinks it is.
Okay. Let's say the Air Force is telling the truth, which they're not, but let's just say they really dropped dummies all over the desert.
Okay.
And these dummies were confused with, I can't believe I'm even saying it, the dummies were confused with 4-foot-tall aliens.
Right.
Why not just tell us that in the other report?
Oh, because Operation High Jump, the super secret high altitude dummy dropping project, it didn't start until 1953, 6 years after the Roswell crash.
What?
Is this a joke?
Nope.
Someone got fired. Someone had to get fired for
Dummies
this.
used in the 50s, almost a decade later.
Well, I'm afraid that's the problem that we have with time compression.
What?
Oh, did he say time compression?
Yeah, that's Air Force speak for people got the dates wrong.
Are you punking me? Well, what is this?
The report even quotes an eyewitness named Gerald Anderson who
Someone
found
got
bodies that he said
fired.
looked like plastic dolls.
Or worse, expelled.
I don't know, maybe Gerald was a very intelligent and observant 5-year-old. Precocious, I think they call it.
They quoted a 5-year-old witness?
They did. But to be fair, Gerald was 55 when they interviewed him.
Okay, let me get this straight. They interview a 55-year-old man who tells them what he saw 50 years ago when he was 5?
That's right.
Jeez, I haven't seen an investigation this sloppy
What?
since, since every FBI investigation in the last 5 years.
What?
Yeah, it wasn't convincing. This is a common government
Yeah,
CYA
alien
technique.
vibes.
You assert the outcome, then you have your team of investigators and experts fill in the details that eventually arrive at your desired outcome, no matter how ridiculous the details are.
Oh, you mean like a bat kebab from a wet market in the middle of nowhere?
Well, that theory's still being debated.
Yeah.
Let's stay focused. Now, it's only fair that we present all sides of the Roswell story. Now, the timeline I went through earlier is all from witness accounts and sworn affidavits. There are a lot of accounts that I didn't cover because I couldn't corroborate them. But even the witness reports
I mean, good for
did
him, I
cover
guess.
aren't perfect. I've seen videos and books and articles say that there are as many as 600 eyewitnesses who've come forward saying they saw ships and debris and bodies. Now, maybe that's true, but I can only find 7. Almost
It could also be like mass hysteria at that point. There's 600 people. I don't know. You know how people, sometimes people think that something also happened to them and it really didn't. I believe like maybe these 7 people experienced something, but 600? There's no way it would have stayed like under wraps for that long.
every witness account comes from a friend or a spouse or a child or a grandchild of a witness. And other witnesses have had trouble with their stories. Loretta Proctor, who saw the debris when Mac Brazel brought it to her house, said they couldn't burn the metal. They tried bending it and cutting it and they couldn't do it. That's a new story. Her earlier story mentions nothing about debris. In fact, she specifically said she never saw debris of any kind. Lydia Sleppy was the teletype operator who claimed the FBI interrupted her broadcast and ordered her to stop. And there's no evidence of this at all.
Oh, yeah, but a lot of evidence has disappeared in this case.
That's true, but I still would like to have seen a memo about the broadcast, and it's just not there. Melvin Brown was the guard who said he saw bodies on 2 different occasions, once at the crash site and once while guarding the hangar. The truth is, his story comes from his daughter Beverly, who only mentioned Roswell many years after her father
Cognitive
died.
dissonance?
It doesn't mean it's not true. He was guarding something.
Yeah, but he wasn't a guard. He was a cook.
Oh. Cooks don't guard top secret military facilities.
No.
I would like to.
They probably kept the aliens frozen, right? So he was probably guarding the freezer.
What is a cook doing?
Remember I said it's a government technique to start with an outcome, then try to find
Yes.
facts to fit? That's that.
Yeah, I'll chalk this one up to a maybe.
Major Jesse Marcel is one of my favorite witnesses, but take his story with a whole lot of salt. He used to exaggerate his military record quite a bit. He overstated his commendations, his rank, and his credentials. He claimed he was a pilot and shot down 5 enemy aircraft. He even said he flew the UFO wreckage himself.
What?
But Marcel wasn't a pilot. There's an evaluation report from General Ramey himself who said Marcel was a competent officer, but quote, since this officer is not a rated pilot, his assumption of the position of commanding general is not a consideration. Marcel was an intelligence officer. Before that, an administrative assistant. And before that, a photo interpretation and visual aids officer.
Yeah, that
He
should
never
be
flew.
illegal.
He also didn't have a degree in physics, which he had claimed during some interviews.
See? This is why I like watching this stuff. Because sometimes, like the Betz ball is just kind of inexplicable, right? You're just like, this is weird. But a lot of times with these videos, at the end, he'll kind of go into discrediting these people who are involved, which I think is interesting. It doesn't mean it's not true that it didn't happen, but it is kind of like you're like, it makes you more skeptical, which I appreciate.
In 2020, Marcel's grandchildren supposedly found his diary where he documented everything he saw. This was both exciting and suspicious. Marcel gave interviews for 20 years and never mentioned a diary.
Yeah, he made it up.
He didn't write it, and we don't know who did, so his story just got messier. Colonel Thomas DuBose was one of the men photographed with Marcel with the weather balloon. Not only did DuBose say the wreckage was not switched, but he would get pretty annoyed when asked about it. He said the wreckage in the photos is the same wreckage that Marcel brought from Roswell. Glenn Dennis, the mortician, gets a lot of things wrong. And I left out most of his testimony
because his face is so trustworthy. The wrinkles! The wrinkles! I refuse to believe this man is lying.
The big piece of his story is how he had a friend who was a nurse on the base. They had lunch one day. She showed him a drawing of an alien body.
Old people can't lie.
But this never happened. Then there's Walter Hott, the public relations officer who saw the craft and the bodies. He gave a sworn affidavit to be released after his death, signed and witnessed by a notary, and given after a doctor pronounced him of sound mind. A lot of the Roswell story comes from his affidavit that he gave in 2002. But he was interviewed in 2000, and he had trouble remembering everything. His affidavit, however, was clear and detailed. Turns out the affidavit was written by a UFO author based on interviews with Hott. Hott reviewed it, didn't make any changes, and signed it. Now, does that mean the affidavit is wrong? No, it could be 100% true. But in every story about Roswell, it's presented as Hott's words when it was not. It's very possible that when he signed the document, he didn't understand what it was. But I've seen the interviews with him, and he did say everything was true. So he's a tricky one. Colonel Blanchard did go on leave right after the crash, but he didn't oversee any cleanup operation. He went on a 2-week vacation with his wife to Santa Fe. Sure, these records could have been falsified, but there's proof that he was with the governor during this time. So a lot of witnesses do change their story over time, and that's to be expected. It's 50, 60, 70 years. But true believers cherry-pick the best stories and throw away all the rest. The truth is, we will never really know what happened in Roswell in 1947. The records are gone, the witnesses are dead, and with all due respect to UFO researchers, they only write one side of the story.
Skepticism doesn't sell.
It doesn't. I believe something did happen out there, but whether it was a secret military program or an alien crash site, I can't be sure.
Well, this turned out to be a downer.
But in 2013, a document was found in the FBI archives. It's written by Guy Hoddle, special agent in charge of the Washington
We're back in the conspiracy.
It's dated March 22nd, 1950, and the title is Information.
What is that? Is the pyramid? The pyramid? The pyramid! Pyramid. Look at that. Look at that. Half of a pyramid.
Concerning flying saucers.
An investigator for the Air Forces stated that 3 so-called flying saucers had been recovered in New Mexico. They were described as being circular in shape with raised centers, approximately 50 feet in diameter. Each one was occupied by 3 bodies of human shape, but only 3 feet tall, dressed in metallic cloth of a very fine texture.
Go on.
That was sent to J. Edgar Hoover, the director of the FBI, who declined to pursue it, which leads to one final twist to the Roswell story. And it's a twist that needs its own video. And if you want me to cover it, let me know. In 1972, a witness came forward with new information. Information that was always hinted at, but now we have a lot more details. Turns out, one of the aliens recovered from Roswell stayed in Los Alamos until 1952.
What?
No, he was alive.
What?
And he had a lot to say.
The show is so crazy. What a cliffhanger, am I right? Crazy. Crazy. Absolutely bonkaroony. Seriously. A lie? Yeah. Hey, oh gosh, it's super late. I gotta feed my meatballs. Can you guys give me like 50-ish? Is that okay? Give me 15 minutes. If you guys want to go stretch your legs out, you want to get some water, please do that. I will be here. I am not stopping stream. But I do have to go and feed my meatballs. So, I'll put up a BRB, guys. I'm not going anywhere. Some of you have to go to sleep, and that's totally fine. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow. But others, go ahead, get a snack. Get a snack. Get a snack. Okay? I'll be right back. Good night if you're going to bed. So me, see you soon. And we're gonna have more conspiracies when I get back. This is so dumb. I'm having such a fun time. I didn't think that I would. You know, I thought my brain would shut off, and it kind of did in the halfway part. Kind of did. But then it drew me back. So I kind of want to keep going. Or, you know what? Here, let's take a poll. What do you want to do? Do you want watching conspiracy videos? Chat? Hey. I'll let you vote. That way we know what we're doing when I get back. So go ahead and vote, and I'll be right back. Okay? Okay? Wow, oh my gosh, 100% for conspiracy? You guys are really enjoying this. That's really nice. I'm glad you're having fun. That actually makes me really happy that you guys are having so much fun with this. I'm floored because it's just something I watch sometimes in my free time. Okay, alright, so see you when I get back. Love you! Mwah! sorry. Yes, it's been more than 15 minutes. I'm sorry. I was taking care of my pets. I told you some of them are a little rowdy today. So, it's always a mess. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. Let's see. Yeah, most people left. Okay, that's understandable. I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to take so long, but it did. So, we back. The good news is, though, now I don't have anything else going on, so I'm planning on streaming for quite a long time today. So, if you left and you want to come back, feel free to come back. Even come back later, feel free to do that. I have water. I also have wine. So we're gonna watch some videos and have a great time. Oh, that rhymed. Oh, that rhymed! I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Yeah, I have three of them. Three pets. So it gets a little crazy. There was fighting. There was eating of each other's food. I had to spray one of them. It's a lot. That's why I usually end stream. I usually end stream and then go feed them because I know it takes a long time. And I underestimated my ability today. Overestimated? Oh, I overestimated my ability today. So, that being said, let's continue. Okay, let me see. I can't remember what the other video was that we chose. I think it was. Maybe there were two more, right? That like we were like, oh, we want to watch those. Let me. Oh, it was the time travel one. Time travel, and then. And then. Ooh, there's one on Atlantis. Not Atlantis. I'm sorry, I can't talk. My voice is even worse than usual today. So I'm sorry. I'm gonna say, I don't know. I think this one was a good one. Bending time. A successful time travel experiment. It's 40 minutes long. You guys want to do this one? It's 40 minutes. I mean, we've gotten the longest one so far out of the way. So I think that it should be fine. Thank you for the head pats, arigato. We did the longest one already. I mean, like, we're pretty much invincible at this point. We're actually pretty much invincible. So, it's 50 minutes. Honestly, you guys, just being honest, what if we streamed for 6 hours? I'm kind of feeling it today. Yeah, my tinfoil hat protects me and gives me energy. Ooh, I should make some coffee after this. We'll have some wine, we'll have some coffee, and between those two things, I can stream forever. I can literally stream forever. Let me see. If at any point you guys get tired of these videos, we can always switch it up too. Just let me know. And again, please forgive me. My voice is a mess today. And my throat, I'm coughing like 7 sick. So I'm sorry. Okay. As the night goes on, my voice might get weaker. That's why I'm saying that. I'm just preemptively saying. Okay. It is. We're gonna pop this bottle. So, this is the video. Alright, let me turn this down. And and we'll turn this on.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by PDS Debt.
Boo!
In December 1990, in a remote village above the Arctic Circle, 2 Russian scientists embarked on a daring experiment. Their goal was to enhance human superperception, or ESP.
Time travel.
They built
I was gonna turn the background music on.
Electromagnetic interference and amplify their biological energy. The device was a large tube of rolled aluminum with a chair inside.
It's time travel.
As the device was built, strange phenomena occurred around the village. Disc-shaped lights hovered around the lab. Balls of energy appeared and disappeared. The northern lights became so bright and vivid that they seemed to have physical shape.
Does anyone know how to work
Inside
a corkscrew?
Anyone who approached the device felt an unexplainable sense of dread.
I got it.
It took a long time to persuade anyone to try it. When the first subject finally sat in the chair, a flash of energy erupted that stunned everyone in the lab. The device worked, but maybe it worked a little too well. Not only did it boost people's psychic abilities, it also enabled them to view any place in the world. And soon, they could view any place in time. In fact, these experiments confirmed a theory first proposed in the 1950s, that time as we know it doesn't exist.
What about the pop sound?
And when the crab cat
Wait,
arrives,
I know it. I'll shove it back in, and then I'll be like, yeah! There we go.
2 weeks on duty. The solitary life was a welcome respite, but my old ways have begun to beckon me.
No, thank you.
The man did as the scientist told him. He stared at the curved wall of the aluminum chamber and tried to picture the ancient symbols that he studied before entering.
Whoa, wait a minute. What chamber? What are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about a study done in 1990 using a Kozarev mirror.
Then why not just say that?
Well, I was trying to paint a picture.
Yeah, why not just say that?
Theater of the mind.
Theater of the mind?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's enough.
Just tell the people what's happening.
I'm trying to tell them, but you won't let me tell them because you keep interrupting. The man had trouble concentrating. The more time he spent in the chamber, the more he felt an overwhelming sense of fear. It was instinctual. It was primal. Every fiber of his being told him that he needed to leave the machine now and never come back. Then there was the dizziness and nausea. He felt a deep, permeating sickness everywhere. Dr. Trevomov and Dr. Kaznachiev, the scientists in charge of the experiment, told him this was common and that if he could push through it, he would be okay. There were a lot of volunteers taking place in the study in multiple sites in Russia. They communicated freely and openly, and they all had similar experiences. After an hour, the nausea started to ease. His dizziness became something that felt like floating, and the feeling of overwhelming fear became a feeling of overwhelming calm. His warped reflection in the shiny concave wall started to fade, though that wasn't the right word. Then he realized the wall was translucent. He could see through it. But this aluminum chamber was in a small concrete lab in a remote village in the Arctic Circle. That's not what he saw through the wall. Whatever it was that he was seeing, it was a sunny day. He could hear birds and children playing. The more he relaxed, the more vivid this vision or experience or whatever this was became. Then, without any effort at all, he was through the chamber wall and into the vision. It was like he was there. It felt real. And even though he knew this was impossible, his instincts told him he was there. Next, he found himself floating behind a child, maybe 5 or 6 years old. He got closer.
Take him out. No, I'm kidding.
Walking on a sidewalk somewhere. The man tried to look around to get a sense of where he was, but he couldn't tell. It was like the edges of his vision were smeared. But the boy was in focus. Then the boy stopped. The man floated closer and recognized the boy's shoes, and he felt a wave of nostalgia. The boy's clothes, too, were familiar. The boy turned around, and the man felt electricity surge down his spine. The boy was him at 5 years old. The surroundings now came into focus.
Oh, I have to move so you can see the
away
fish.
From his childhood home. The sounds became clearer. He could hear distant traffic that he knew was from a busy intersection a half-mile away. The sound.
You know, I just feel like, and maybe this is just me, I feel like I was such an annoying kid. I would hate to see myself time travel. Adorable, yes, I was adorable. But I would hate to see myself at 5.
The sound of children playing was coming from a park nearby. He turned and saw the park and familiar faces playing. Without realizing
still am, but I'm now a demon.
Big demon.
He was
connected to it somehow, somewhere. And after a few seconds of contemplating this experience, the man
I'm a
realized
big
that
demon
the boy
now.
seemed to be watching him. But that wouldn't make sense. The day the man stepped into was 30 years ago. But then the boy said, "Who are you?"
Whoa!
In an instant, the man snapped back to the present day.
Ooh,
The portal closed.
I
and
need
the
more
vision
wine for this.
ended.
This is perfect for wine.
Yes.
This is seriously perfect for wine.
That experience
Seriously.
and dozens of others are documented in the case notes of this study. And that one isn't even the strangest.
Needs more ice. I ran out of ice. I ate all the ice already.
As far as scientists go, Nikolai Kozyrev isn't exactly a household name. But in the early 20th century, he was a prominent Russian physicist whose innovative and controversial theories are still debated today. Kozyrev made discoveries in astrophysics that were at first rejected but later proven true. In 1968, he reported volcanic activity on the moon. At first, this claim was dismissed by the scientific
doesn't match
community.
my
Later,
skin
the
tone
Apollo
at
lunar
all.
missions proved Kozyrev was right. What?
Moon landing was fake.
Well, the volcanism was photographed by unmanned missions to the moon,
Okay.
but later confirmed when astronauts brought moon rocks back to Earth.
Fake! They filmed the moon landing on a soundstage in Burbank, California. The rocks are probably from the parking lot or some hippie hiking trail.
Volcanic
Yeah,
rocks
that's pretend.
Yes.
in Burbank,
Yes.
near the movie studios.
Yes.
Anyway, Kozyrev conducted
Yeah, I'm
extensive
exponentially
research on
expanding my
variable
brain up.
stars that change brightness. He claimed stars emit torsion fields, an idea that was controversial. Now, torsion is a cornerstone of Kozyrev's work, and if his theories are proven correct, he might have solved, well, everything. Torsion, in simple terms, is the twisting of an object due to an applied torque, like wringing out a wet cloth. That's torsion
I knew
in
that.
action.
I
In
knew
theoretical
that
physics,
because
torsion is the twisting
I'm
of
super
space-time
smart.
itself. You've heard of Einstein's theory of relativity, which describes gravity as not a force, but as the warping or curving of space and time by mass and energy. Now, this is always shown with the rubber sheet example. Imagine a rubber sheet stretched out.
so
Then
Grace
if you
is
put a bowling
same.
ball on it, representing
Same.
a massive object like a planet or a star, it'll create a dip or curve in the sheet. Then if you drop marbles onto the sheet, representing smaller masses, they roll toward the bowling ball. That's general relativity. Now, the Einstein-Cartan theory upgrades this theory with
You
a new
lost me.
feature, torsion, where the rubber sheet or space-time can be completely twisted.
I'm lost.
And to understand torsion, imagine you're holding one end
Yeah,
of
definitely
a slinky.
believe him radiation.
Downstairs, a loner in pairs and makes a slickety sound. A spring, a marvelous thing. Everyone knows it's slinky.
Great, now that's gonna be in my head all day.
It's fun for a girl or a boy.
Anyway, if you pull the ends of a slinky or a spring, it doesn't just bend, it also twists. In a similar way, the Einstein-Cartan theory proposes that the fabric of space-time doesn't just curve due to mass and energy, it can also twist. This twisting, according to Einstein, comes from the spinning of subatomic particles.
Woo woo!
But Kozyrev said that torsion is not caused by particles, it's caused by time.
What?
Stick with me.
I feel like I should have been like, was that a good enough reaction to
Mainstream
that?
science says space is empty, but Kozyrev disagreed. He claimed there's an invisible medium that fills the universe that he called the ether. The idea of the ether has been around since ancient times, but was
Yeah,
mostly
can it shout?
abandoned after 19th century experiments failed to detect it. But just because it wasn't detected doesn't mean it's not there. Think about birds flying in the air or fish in the water. These creatures need mediums to live and move.
I prefer not to be called a creature, but I won't be a snowflake about it. Go on.
So what about light traveling from a distant star to your eye? What medium does it move through? Well, mainstream science says it moves through nothing. Kozyrev said that's impossible. The medium is the ether. But the ether is not a static, passive medium. It's dynamic and interacts with
Man, that's
everything.
pretty.
And time is not a passive dimension. Time possesses energy and structure. And this time energy flows through and interacts with the ether. Just like a school of fish creates waves and ripples in water,
Man, that's
time
so
creates
pretty.
ripples or waves of torsion in the ether.
Hey, it's not the size of the fish that counts, it's the motion of the ocean. You know what I'm saying, fellas?
You can't stop the motion of the ocean on the sun in the sky. You can wander.
Actively participating in the universe's existence. Time is the heartbeat of the universe. It creates energy that impacts matter in space. And because time has
Okay, wait. I have to know. Okay? I have to know. Do you believe in time travel? Let me know. Tell me, do you believe in time travel? I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I feel torn sometimes. I feel really torn sometimes, right? Because I'm like, from what I see in all media, they make it seem pretty difficult, but once you figure it out, we're sold, you know? Sorry, I'm eating the clementine. Sorry. I actually ate 2 already. Did we do it on an atomic level? Wait, is that true? Aliens, yes. Time travel, no. Yeah, I believe in aliens. Wholeheartedly. Quantum mumbo jumbo. Ant-Man. Yeah, didn't Ant-Man figure this out? Oh wait, no, that's like size or whatever. I never really saw all the Ant-Man movies. I hear they're bad. Sorry, I feel like Ant-Man.
Physical structure and energy, it could have different densities. Time can move at different speeds. Time can be sped up, slowed down, and can even move in reverse.
Ooh.
We perceive time as a river. In our daily life, we're floating down this river with the current of time carrying us from the past through the present and into the future. But a river influences the landscape it flows through and the life that grows around it and in it. Time is the same. Time energy influences everything like gravity and
Yo, mama.
electromagnetism.
Oh,
Time also
got
influences
him!
physical
Pyramids.
matter, including the Earth.
There's like 10 pyramids in that tinfoil hat. Did you guys see that? I'm not crazy. Look, there's like 10. There's like 10. There's at least 10 in there.
Who live on it.
Got
influences the spin of galaxies and the orbits of planets.
Yeah, mine was a good
Time
idea.
energy feeds every star in the universe and influences the way they shine. But time energy also influences the weather on Earth.
Oh, that's cool, Sparty.
And how your DNA decided what color your eyes would be.
That's true.
Now back to our raft. If you're in a raft on a river and you do nothing, you'll float along with the current. But with a little effort, you can paddle the raft to go faster down the river. You can make the raft stop. Though it takes work, you can also go backward against the flow of the river. And Kozyrev said time works the same way. We only perceive time at our current point as we float along. But the river behind us is still there. We pass through it, but it's still back there.
Ooh, I think I've heard of that before.
We're not aware of it until we get there, but it's still up there waiting for us.
I'm sorry.
Time, like the river, is always there. Past, present, and future all at once. When the torsion from time energy ripples through the ether, that information is transmitted instantaneously everywhere. The past, the present, and the future. And Kozyrev proved it.
Thinking through one of these is a perfect
People
idea.
did experiments with pendulums and gyroscopes to detect torsion
Why do you
fields
want
and
to hear me
time energy.
cough?
Using a telescope,
Focus.
Kozyrev found a star.
Focus.
The light from the star is really from the past, right? The light from a star 10,000 light years away takes 10,000 years to get here. Fine. Kozyrev detected torsion from that star 10,000 light years away. So that torsion was also from the past. Next, Kozyrev calculated where the star was at the current time. He detected torsion there too. In fact, the reading was much higher than the previous test. This means not only is torsion real, it moves much faster than light. It's instantaneous.
Did I hit you?
Went a step
I hit you.
further. He calculated where the star would be in the distant future. He detected torsion there too. Kozyrev concluded that all time is simultaneous and infinite, that past and future are just metaphors. There is no past or future. There's only now. He also believed an interaction occurs between time and the human brain. That's why there are concepts such as intuition or foresight. This is human consciousness tapping into time energy. But time can also be influenced by human consciousness, by thoughts and by feelings, which can affect the physical world. And because time is a physical energy that can be sped up or slowed down, time can also be concentrated and redirected. Kozyrev then unveiled a theory that shocked the world.
What is it? Tell
He
me.
said a
That
mirror
water
can
though.
be made that can bend absolutely anything, including time. Time travel is possible through a mirror.
What?
And then he built a machine to prove it.
A mirror? That doesn't sound true. That sounds made
Time,
up.
according to Nikolai Kozyrev, is energy. Light, which is electromagnetic energy, can be redirected with a mirror.
That sounds
Time
made up.
energy can
I'm also
be
too dumb to
redirected
understand
with a
this.
mirror. Specifically, Kozyrev used concave mirrors. And throughout history, concave mirrors have been used to concentrate light. The ancient Greeks and Romans
I've
were
seen those
familiar with this.
before.
They used polished bronze or silver concave
Oh, wow.
mirrors to focus sunlight and create fire for various purposes. These mirrors, known as burning mirrors, were used to light ceremonial torches and even ignite sacrificial fires.
Oh, like,
Some mirrors
yeah,
were
yeah,
even
yeah, I've
used as
seen that.
weapons by reflecting
They use that
sunlight
in
onto
Shrek.
enemy ships that set them on fire.
You guys remember in Shrek and they used it on Gingy with the magnifying glass? So it makes sense that a larger thing can do that. Remember when when Farquaad took the magnifying glass and was trying to burn the Gingy, the gingerbread man? He was tied to the table. He was to like burn him. You don't remember that? You should rewatch that movie. Thanks, Shrek.
During the medieval and Renaissance periods, concave mirrors were used by scientists and alchemists to study optics and the properties of light. Isaac Newton used
It's
concave
a
mirrors
thing.
to
It
concentrate light
happened.
in his
It
telescopes.
happened. Come
Today,
on.
concave mirrors are
Get
everywhere.
real.
They're used in optical equipment like projectors and
It
headlights and
happened.
searchlights to focus and reflect light. Concave mirrors are also utilized in satellite dishes to collect and focus radio waves for communication. Kozyrev said a mirror was capable of bending almost anything. Microwaves, lasers, ultraviolet rays,
Yeah.
and even particles from space.
Can I bend
And time
UV
energy
rays
can be
away from my
focused the same
beautiful,
way.
beautiful,
Kozyrev
supple
invented
skin?
and even patented a
I
device
protect
that
my
would
skin.
focus this energy. It was a thin sheet of metal bent into a spiral using geometry based on Fibonacci numbers, like most naturally occurring spirals are.
Oh, it's a
spiral,
snail
by the
shell.
way, is the shape that results from torsion. Kozyrev tested different metals and found that time energy was most responsive to aluminum. His early prototype could, according to him, bend time at the microscopic level. Through the device, he claimed he could see 10 seconds into the future. It was at this point that the Soviet government
10
classified his
seconds.
research as a state
That's
secret.
nothing.
His next
10
experiment was to build
seconds.
a larger version. It would be a capsule with the interior wall entirely covered by this special mirror.
Okay, wait. Hear me out. Hear me out. You recreate this. Who's got some mirrors? You got some foil? Oh, we have foil. We have our tinfoil hats. Yes, you have your tinfoil hat. I have my tinfoil hat. Okay, I say we recreate this. It's easy. Clearly, you just need a tube. You just need a tube. You know? And then we can see into the future.
Inside
You
the
got a
capsule
mirror!
would move faster.
See, look at us. Look
If you
at
were
this
inside,
family.
You could see or even visit the future. Other scientists throughout history may have intuitively come up with the same idea. Nostradamus had his metal egg, which was nothing more than a wraparound concave mirror. And Nostradamus made his predictions by gazing into a
I look
dark bowl of
goofy.
water that he actually called a
You're
magic
so goofy,
mirror. Of
Nostradamus.
course, a bowl of water is a concave mirror. In one of his notebooks, Leonardo da Vinci sketched what he called the mirror chamber.
You have a tube in the garage? Let's go make history, baby! Let's go! Let's go make some history. I'm ready. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's freaking make some history. Let's go into the future. Let's go into a future where there is spaceships and rocket launchers and generated food by your command. That's what I want in the future. What do you want in the future? 10 seconds into the future. No, we're not going. We're not going 10 seconds. You gotta think larger than that. And pyramids. And aliens. Future. I love you. And like I said, Sunrays, you're the light of my life. I love you all very much. Sweet Sunrays. Mwah!
This
You
was
have to
a
go into the
capital
future
room
for
where
that.
Each of the 8 walls were made of mirrors. By the time Kazarev was building this new prototype, the
12
Soviet government was
seconds.
keeping a very close eye on the research. The technology also ended up on the CIA's radar.
Of course it did.
And then, on February 27th, 1983,
Uh-oh.
just as he was about to test his new machine,
Oh no.
What
Nikolai
happened?
Kazarev suddenly and mysteriously died.
Oh my god! Are you serious? Are you serious? I feel you, Hecklefish. How?
Secret research into psychic phenomena by American and Soviet intelligence is not so secret anymore. The most famous American program was Project Stargate. This program explored various psychic abilities, but specifically concentrated on remote viewing, which is trying
Can't
to
say that.
visualize a distant target using
They're
only
gonna
the
find
mind.
us.
Now, the results of Project Stargate were mixed, but there were a few reported successes. The Soviet Union also engaged in psychic espionage, and they invested heavily in parapsychology.
Yeah, the pyramids
and
got
psychic
him.
phenomena.
Oh
And
god, not the
Soviets, according to
pyramids.
declassified CIA documents, seem to have been more successful in their attempts. The project we talked about earlier, led by Dr. Travamov and Dr. Kaznachev, was one of these successes. The program began in December 1990 at the Institute of Experimental Medicine of the Academy of Sciences Siberian branch. The equipment was assembled at a facility in Dixon, the northernmost settlement in Asia.
Dixon.
The main piece of equipment is called a Kazarev mirror, based on Kazarev's research and patents. The mirror is a spiral-shaped metal structure the size of a small closet. It's designed to capture and focus psychic energy in the middle of the spiral. There,
What?
the occupant, called a psychonaut, embarks on...
That sounds fake. I'm sorry, a psychonaut? That sounds like that game. What is that game that... Who plays it? She? Nami? One of them? Psychonaut? Psychonaut? That sounds like that game! What's the name of that game? Do you guys know the name of that game? What's the name of the game? The game... Psychonauts? It's a game... No. Wait, is it... the game that she... Octonauts? I didn't know Psychonauts was a game. That's the name? That's the name? Octopath? Octodad? Octodad? Is the name Octodad? That's literally the name of a game? That's hilarious. No wonder it sounds fake. So let me see, with all their time travel, humbo jumbo, did they make Psychonauts in the future and then come back and come back in the past and name that the person who controls this? What came first? We don't know anymore because time travel is apparently real. I guess they figured out more than 10 seconds in the future. Clearly. I'm just
psychic
saying.
journey. At least, that was the plan. As soon as the Kazarev mirror was built, strange events started occurring in
Overwatch?
the
No,
facility
it's a
and
game
all
that...
over the town.
Octopath?
And
Is that
everything
it?
documented in
What
the
she's
book,
playing.
Cosmic Consciousness of Humanity by
Okay, maybe Psychonauts does not sound like Octopath, but I thought it was Octonaut. So in my brain, it made sense. You just gotta get on my level. See, if you had time traveled 10 seconds in the past, you would have been able to see into my brain and you would have known. But you can't because you don't have concave mirrors.
Doctors Kaznachev
Wait,
and
there's
Travamov.
Octopath
The book
and
includes
Octodad?
interviews with test subjects, transcripts of recordings,
Oh my
and
God, I
illustrations
cannot.
of everything that happened during the study. It's really interesting
Too
and easy
similar.
to read, and down below is a link where you can check it out for free. Now, as soon as the mirror was activated, the researchers noticed that around the device was an intense field of fear.
Yeah, I'm very afraid as well. If I knew time travel was real, I would also be afraid of whatever this is.
December 24th, 1990, Ape 1. Having entered the room, we felt a kind of emotional
I'm very
pressure,
afraid
so we
right
kept
now.
talking as though we didn't care about it. We just couldn't keep standing around the mirrors. The fear was so strong, more like a wild terror that couldn't be explained.
Girl,
it seemed
thank
like
you
a
so
real
much.
thing we could touch.
Thank you for the donation. Whatever you're cooking inside that hat is burned. No, you just gotta wait. You gotta let me cook. Let me cook. I can give you all the answers. I can give you my amazing words of wisdom after this. Ken, my brain is awakened. Thank you for the donation. Mwah. Thank you. Just stick with me. I will never steer you wrong. Ever. Ever. Just trust in me. You know? You know, we're not a cult. You know? But we might as well be. You can prove to me that you're worthy if you just stick to what I'm saying. You know? Might as well.
None of us had ever had such a feeling before.
This feeling of instinctual dread was described by some as something almost physical that you could touch.
I had an unpleasant feeling. I felt cold and dizzy. My hands were trembling and my head grew heavy. Even the air of the room seemed different. The fear was so strong, it felt like a substance. It came from the Kazurev space and filled up the whole room.
At the beginning of the experiment, nobody wanted to go near the mirror.
Once we opened the door, we got scared. It was like coming into cold water. The shiver came up as we got closer to the mirrors. I felt my head grow heavy. As I approached, the fear grew so strong that I was close to running away.
Powerful bursts of energy suddenly appeared above the device. The researchers called them plasmoids, and the way they describe them, they sound like ball lightning. And outside the building, objects started appearing in the sky. And these were seen by people who worked at the lab, as well as residents of the town.
Yeah, the haunted
Coming to the
mirror.
lab at 8:30 a.m., I saw a red glimmering circle above the building. It was there for a minute and then gone.
At 5:10, I saw a UFO flying from the north. The object had the form of an ellipse radiating
ball
red
lady.
light.
I was like, what is
There were
that?
beams of light coming off the object as if it was searching for something. The UFO remained in sight for about 4 minutes, then the light went off and it was gone.
Suddenly I felt a kind of hypnosis. The feeling didn't last long. I saw a white glimmering object which looked like Saturn against the dark sky.
7 different UFOs were seen for months all over the area. Finally, some participants of the study worked up the courage to enter the Kazurev mirror. And that's when things get really strange.
What? It gets crazier? Man, this is
Here's how the
amazing.
first experiment works. An operator sits in a Kazurev mirror at the lab in Dixon. Another person sits in a mirror at the town of Novosibirsk, 1,400 miles away. The operator is then told to concentrate on a symbol and send that symbol to the receiver in Novosibirsk, and the results were surprising. On days when the Earth's magnetosphere was quiet, the success rate was between 0 and 10%. But when the magnetosphere was active, like during solar storms, the receiver could successfully detect the image being sent by the operator between 30 and 45% of the time. It seemed like human consciousness was somehow connected to the Earth's magnetic field. Now, this completely aligns with Nikolai Kozyrev's theory that sunspots and solar weather emit torsion waves that have far-reaching effects.
Sorry,
And these
took
waves
the month
influence
dinner.
many processes
And it
on
don't
Earth,
message
from
me.
weather patterns to human consciousness. So another experiment was done. This time, 2 operators in 2 different Kazurev mirrors in 2 different cities would concentrate on sending images into the Earth's magnetosphere. Then, 5,000 participants in 12 countries around the world would try to tune into this energy and view the symbol being sent. When the magnetosphere was active, the success rate jumped to 95%. Not only did this shock the scientists running the experiment, but it also shocked the CIA, who had been watching closely. And it turned out that children, specifically female children from spiritual and shamanic families, were extremely good at this.
Oh, I said hi. Okay, I will.
Rather than thinking of an image, the mirror operator just thought of a number. The children were able to receive this number, look up the image, and draw what they saw. For symbol number 63, this is what they drew. And for symbol 32, this was seen. Over the next few months, volunteers learned to tolerate the Kazurev mirror device for longer periods of time. And some people stayed in for 7 hours or more.
Being inside Kazurev space, at first I felt my body shaking to and fro. I felt pressure from all around my head grew heavy. Later this feeling went and I felt so light. Then it was like I was coming out of myself.
When they were inside the mirror, they started calling this Kazurev space. And when they were in Kazurev space, participants were feeling and seeing the same things.
At first, I felt my head grow heavy. It was also shaking a bit, and then it was gone. I saw people's faces flickering in my eyes.
I tell you, it's pyramids.
It was like I was falling through a black hole.
Almost everyone felt weightless, and then like they were flying.
I felt waves coming over my head. Then I felt like there was somebody else in the room. And then there was a series of images.
In their book, Travamov and Kaznachev included a chart of common experiences. Almost 90% of participants felt like they were flying. Most saw outer space, celestial bodies, and even UFOs. During longer sessions, another strange phenomenon was common: visualization and the manifestation of symbols. People started seeing symbols hovering in the air, and they're described as swirling and floating around the room, and each symbol emits an eerie glow like neon. But people weren't seeing these symbols in their minds. The symbols were appearing in the room. Even more amazing, people who were completely isolated from each other
You saw a
were seeing
pyramid?
the same
Sorry.
symbols.
Tell Tenchi to
2,000
stop
distinct
distracting
symbols were
me.
recorded. A linguist researched them and found that 80% of them came
What is that? These are all pyramids. Listen to me. Listen to me. These are all pyramids. Are you listening? Are you watching? These are all pyramids. There's a pyramid. There's a pyramid. There's a pyramid. It's all of them.
ancient cultures. In fact, the most frequent symbols were from ancient Sumerian. The experiments continued for months and exceeded all expectations. Participants of the study who experienced Kozyrev space found that the effects lasted for a long time after leaving the mirrors.
That's
People
insane.
were thinking more quickly, scoring higher on IQ tests. They had increased memory capacity. They were more creative. Some people had illnesses that were completely cured.
Oh my God.
Doctors Travamov and Kaznachev believed this technology was a breakthrough that could elevate all human consciousness.
Hear me out. What if they just sign a deal with demons? Because we have all those abilities too. But it comes at a price. And your price right now for just a low price of 5 payments of $59.99, you too can get the panacea of your dreams. Just step on right up, sign this contract saying you'll give your firstborn to me, as well as all of your food for eternity, and your clothes, because I want those now, all of a sudden. And it can all be yours today. Just tell me who wants to step up and pay $59.99, and it can all be yours. Aren't I generous? We're gonna give for a pack of chicken nuggets. You get a high five. That's what you get. You get the spirit, the joy of knowing that a demon is sated for 20 minutes. That's what you get. Pretty fulfilling feeling. Yeah. Generous is a word that exists. Nana says hi, chat. Says hi, chat. You gonna say hi? They say hi. She says hi. No, she's not watching. I messaged her. I was like, hey, chat says hi. You told me to tell her you said hi. So I'm just letting you know. I told her you said hi. That's all I'm saying. You know? I'm just letting you know. My first one, all my food, my clothes, and $299.95. What a steal! That's what I'm saying. Poor demon. You know, that's pretty chill. Oh my god, I'm out of my 3rd glass already. Hello? Another! Always drinking. Thank you, Reina. You're so welcome. You can almost hear her laugh. Yeah, how does not enough? She hates when I try to copy it. She's so cute. all together. We were just trying to come here. She's gonna watch and just be like, Reina! I love her laugh. It's so cute.
If the technology was handled carefully and responsibly. The scientists were very aware that using Kazarev mirrors to activate
This is more like
superhuman
5
abilities
glasses. I
could
kind
be
of doubled
dangerous.
it.
The
Technically, I
CIA
guess it had
shared the
6
same
glasses.
fear. There was also another issue that had them worried. It turned out that when people were in Kazarev space, they were alone.
Listen, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. What did he say? Did you guys catch that? What did he say?
The more time
I
people
kinda want
spent in
cereal.
Kazarev space, the more they realized they were all having the same experiences. 75% of people saw UFOs. 70% saw extraterrestrial buildings. And 68% of people felt the presence of intelligent entities in Kazarev space.
I feel that on a daily basis. Now what? I don't need no mirrors. I don't need mirrors.
Discomfort, which then turned into fear. I felt I had something cold right on my neck. I had a feeling somebody was watching, so I was afraid to open my eyes.
What's too far? What did I say?
This observer could physically interact with people within Kazarev space.
I closed my eyes. I wanted to sleep, but all of a sudden I felt somebody touching my hand.
Yeah, that was me. Sorry. I was trying to grab the French fry that you had in there when you fell asleep. Were you gonna eat that? My bad.
Shivered with fear.
The observers were consistently described as humanoid, but not human. They were very bright, like made of light. No one was able to make out any features.
Being inside Kazarev space, at first I felt nothing at all.
No fries! Oh my gosh, you're gonna make me so angry. Do not eat fries with honey! It's not a thing! It's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. Yeah, you sleep paralysis demon.
It was white all over. In 30 seconds, it was gone.
On a few occasions, an observer actually communicated.
Between the mirrors, I felt my head jerk, and something appeared. I was asked, "Who's that man with you?"
Then the man says, "Hey, what's up, guys? Scares here." Who's that man hiding behind a tree? Why is he behind a tree? Hey, what's up, you guys?
I explained that he was a scientist. That I asked him, "Who are you?" No answer came. I asked him, "Can you be seen?" And I saw human shapes.
I saw shining lights. I heard a voice asking me, "What do you want?" I answered,
Yo,
"I want
mama.
to meet you." I only
Not
remember
as good.
one word of the answer: League.
No, the aliens are playing League of Legends. They're playing League of Legends. We gotta stop them. We gotta stop them. They're gonna get so tilted. They're gonna destroy the world. That's what they're trying to say.
Participants found communicating with the observers to be an unpleasant experience.
I saw a device
Not
with
League.
lights and an egg-shaped object. This ran in my mind. Come up. I answered, "I don't want to. I have fear of you." Then it was gone.
I saw a face. It wasn't that of a human. I got scared.
I was dizzy. I felt my head rolling around slowly. There were flashes of light. I asked who was there. The answer was, "I have no face."
It's
I have
Slenderman.
nothing
We're going
and
through
everything."
all of them right now.
Then I saw the eyes. The eyes were not very kind.
A few people saw more than
Sorry.
UFOs in the sky. They saw UFOs from the inside.
I saw a light on which
Sorry, I
could
was
not
ready for
escape
that.
a flying craft. It was a black hemisphere. I saw a few doors.
All that I'm picturing when he said from the inside, I just got like a vivid picture in my head. You know when you're in VR chat and you can see inside someone, like you're like they spawn in front of you and you see inside their head and it's just nothingness. That's what I was picturing. Like they're just like inside these aliens.
I opened one door and found the beings looked human, but of smaller size. I asked them what they were doing, and they answered they kept watching us. I asked them where they were from. They said they came from a big star.
Was it the sun?
And one observer had a disturbing prediction for Earth.
You see teeth? Oh, that's horrifying too, yeah.
As soon as I closed my eyes, I saw an object flying above. Then I was in a room I hadn't seen before. A man was standing in the center of the room. His face wasn't seen. He began to speak slowly. Your planet is in danger.
Yeah, buddy, we knew that already. Tell us something we don't know. Hey, you wanna know what's really funny? We started this video and it's about time travel. Right? It's about time travel. But we still got to aliens. How insane is that? We still got to aliens.
It is suffering. You have been in the mirrors too much. It's bad.
It's bad.
There may be a disaster. I asked him when. No answer came.
He doesn't know. Aren't you guys supposed to know everything?
Now, it's unclear whether this observer actually saw the disaster in the future or was just saying that we're on a path to disaster. But time travel was experienced by over 40% of the participants. Now, most of those experiences were the
that's not the
person
majority,
at various
though.
stages of their life. Some view their life like watching a movie. Others were actually able to interact with and participate in their life in the past.
Hear me out. Again, I'm gonna keep cutting it off. That's the point of this, right? Okay, so imagine, like, you know how there's some people who are more prone to hypnosis. There's some people, when they get hypnotized, they really believe it. They really do all the things, and they really believe they're in some kind of... That's a really common thing. When I was in demon school, we had a hypnosis show. Like, I don't know why that would happen, but a hypnotist came as part of like a little thing that was happening, and we were on. I got picked. I was so excited to be on stage and to get hypnotized. I cannot stress to you enough. I cannot press upon you enough how excited I was to get hypnotized. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna lose control of my body. I want to start doing all kinds of weird stuff. Okay, I was so ready to be hypnotized. I was probably one of the most impressionable people. But then we got on stage and nothing worked on me. Okay, and I just kind of pretended to do like a couple of the goofy things. He was like, oh, jump in a circle, and I was like, okay, I guess I'll do it. But I literally did not work on me. There was one kid up there who, like, it just worked so well for her. And like, I still don't know, because all of us, like, we got out. Because it was kind of a competition on who could do like the, I don't know, craziest stuff. And all of us got out because we weren't hypnotized enough. And this one guy was doing everything without question. So anyway, I'm wondering if that's the number of people who thought they time traveled. I'm just a little skeptical of this happening. Especially if they can hear the accounts of other people and then refer those to, you know, to the people who are doing the study, right? Like if they already have kind of an idea of what's happening or what to expect before they go into it, they're going to say they had this, or they're going to say they're going to feel like they had this idea, you know? It knows this doesn't exist. Kevin, you didn't even know Area 51 was a place. Usually there's one plant in audience participation for stage. This guy was not a plant. This guy was not a plant. Okay? He was a student just like everybody else. So I don't know. I don't think he was a plant. He could have been, you know. I didn't ask him. But I did ask other people and they were like, no, he just got picked randomly. If it was like another like adult or like, I don't know, someone that didn't have like wasn't in the same grade as me, maybe I would have been skeptical. Maybe I wouldn't have been skeptical, I mean. Or would have been. I don't know. I've had 6 glasses of wine. You don't think he'd admit to being a plant? You don't think so? I guess not. Maybe not. Maybe they were like, hey kid, we'll give you $10 if you... Hey kid, we'll give you $10 and a new Nintendo Switch game if you just go along with it. Why didn't they approach me then? What about me isn't approachable? I want money. I want the Switch game. Man, they missed out. Plant like a bush? Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. You're immune because you're a demon and we're all demons. This is demon school. We're all demons. Sorry I didn't get to be the plant. Nami, you know what this means? You have to do a hypnosis show and you have to make me the plant. Please. Just say it's like a healer's special or something. You know? I'm intimidating. What about me in this ridiculous tinfoil hat says intimidating? You've done hypnosis? So is it real? I just hear you have to be very open to suggestion to do hypnosis. Not necessarily that's not real, because there are therapists who do hypnosis and therapy. Like they can convince people to stop smoking, stop biting their nail. Like hypnosis isn't fake. It's just you have to be really open to having it happen. And you usually have to have it like in a comfortable setting. Hypnotizing others. Can you hypnotize me? Can we? Nami! Can you hypnotize me? What type of plant do you want to be? I've always resonated with the fern. You know, it's classic. There's like thousands of species of fern. And they're easy to take care of. Just like me. Just feed me and call me cute. And I'll be satisfied. You know? Yeah, it's all finding settled ways, exactly. That's all that it comes down to. Low maintenance demon, nice. That's just kind of how I've always been, you know? My mom's like, oh, what do you want to do for your demon birthday? And like, for my 7,000th birthday? I don't know. Can we just eat? Can we just get some pizza and go see like a nice movie, like all together? But what's really annoying about going to the movies with my family is that my dad always falls asleep. Literally without fail, he's always asleep in the movies. Constantly. It's like one time my mom and I walked out while he was asleep because we were too embarrassed. We were just too embarrassed to stay and keep watching with him. What's more like subconscious? Too quiet in theaters, easy to fall asleep. It's not though. There's a movie blaring. Does he snore? Of course he snores. He sounds like a dying walrus. He legitimately sounds like a dying walrus. Sometimes his snores are so loud I can hear them even in my part of the house. That's how bad it is. It's so loud. I don't know what a dying walrus sounds like. It's called inferred guessing. Guessing based off of previous exposure. I don't know if that's what it's called. Anyway, back to this video. We're almost done.
There were many people who observed or participated in historical events. One woman remembers being an advisor to Genghis Khan. Another felt his consciousness transfer to someone in the Middle Ages.
I once had a dream that I was, it was so vivid too. I had a dream once that I was princess, and like I guess it was like, I can't even remember exactly the details now. It was like in the medieval times, and I had like waiters and like servants and stuff, and I was bathing like in my own, in like a bathing chamber or bathroom or whatever, and one by one, all the people that I was with, like, were getting assassinated with like these tiny little darts in their neck and stuff. Like everyone, like all my servants in the rooms ahead of me and then all the way up to me got assassinated, like with these tiny little darts. And it felt so real. It literally felt so real that like I woke up crying and I was like, this had to be something. It was nothing. Like I looked it up. I was like, oh my gosh, did this happen to like a princess somewhere or like a royal person somewhere? There were stories that were kind of similar, right? Like there were stories that were like, oh, that happened to like this this Korean princess and then this British princess and like it happened and like similar things, but not what I experienced. So I have like, I don't know, I have doubts is all I'm saying. I have very strong doubts because like I feel like your brain can think things that happened and it didn't. Psychologically probably means something. I don't know. I remember very vividly. No, it wasn't a movie I watched. I literally have not seen anything like this. I remember very vividly I saw everyone like have this happen. Or rather I came upon them and my one servant opened the door as it was happening to them. And they were like trying to warn me. And like I fell to my knees and started crying and had to like, it was crazy. It felt literally like a movie scene. And I was like, there's no way this wasn't a memory or something that happened before, right? Because of course you like, I feel like when you're in those moments, you're like, okay, what does this mean? It didn't mean anything. Now that I look back on it, it was a really powerful dream, but I'm just saying, people who say they have memories of this kind of stuff, I'm a little skeptical of. It's not to say that I'm not really someone who's into horoscopes, if you ask me. I'm not really someone who's into like those kinds of things. I think they're fun. I think they're interesting. And I think that there's like truth in them for everybody, but there's not something that like I wholeheartedly believe. So I'm just prefacing that before I say like, I think there was any truth to the dream that I had or whatever. Maybe there was, but I really wouldn't know. I don't know. I'm just saying that makes me skeptical because if you look, like, those things don't really happen to people.
Another to the Roman Empire. Remember, Nikolai Kozyrev believed that time was energy, and he believed that time energy could carry information to and from the physical world. Information was specifically abundant when objects
You need to go
change
to
their state.
Disneyland for sure.
Example, when water freezes solid and then melts and then turns into steam, this changing of state is very effective at encoding time energy. The site in Dixon was chosen for a few reasons, but one of those was permafrost. The researchers believed that when the water in the Arctic froze, information from that time it was frozen stayed trapped in the ice. And when the ice melted, that time energy was released.
Wait, what? Time is in
Into
ice?
this time energy, which gave them access to different points in time. Now, all this research is documented and available, and it's linked below. I'll also link to a Russian documentary that covered this pretty well. Now, Doctors Kaznachev and Travelmov continued their work with Kozyrev mirrors for years.
Those chords are pretty messy. They should really do something about those chords. Did you see those chords?
Now, Doctors Kaznachev and
Those look fun, and then you zoom out and you're like, what is this? What is going on? What are these? Why are they tangled up?
Work with Kozyrev mirrors
Fix
for
it.
years and achieved an incredible amount of success. But despite the support of the Soviet and Russian governments, mainstream science journals wouldn't publish the work.
Yeah, no cable management. I'm judging them. I'm not a very judgmental demon, but I'm judging them.
In the West, research into Kozyrev mirrors has been completely ignored by everyone.
Except the CIA.
Right. Within the past couple of years, the CIA has released a few documents showing that they were following this research very closely. And it's been alleged they've conducted their own research into Kozyrev mirrors. There's one last document in the CIA database that covers Kozyrev mirrors and the potential for this technology to unlock human psychic abilities and awaken human consciousness. But that document, despite many Freedom of Information requests, remains classified. The research done in Siberia in the 90s using Kozyrev mirrors is amazing, but is it true? Well, it's a difficult story to debunk. On one hand, mainstream science doesn't take any of this seriously. On the other hand, major intelligence agencies do. Dr. Kaznachev and Dr. Travelmov published their research in detail. They've given plenty of interviews. They say all of this happened and they don't seem to be lying. And why lie? Remember, their early research was funded by the
I want to
Soviet
hear
state,
how
and lying to that
incredible they are.
government seems unwise.
Incredible.
But if their technology
Incredible.
works, why isn't it
Non-credible. Let me know how non-credible they are.
more widespread? You absolutely can buy Kozyrev mirrors. You can buy blueprints to
Dude, we gotta buy these. Come on, let's do our own test. I'll do a 3D stream. We gotta try
build
it.
your own. The process is well documented. There are even a couple of patents. The materials are not that expensive. Still, it's a technology that's way on the fringe. Now, whether you believe in the Kozyrev mirror or not comes down to, do you believe Nikolai Kozyrev's theory about time energy and the ether? Mainstream science doesn't believe in anything called ether.
No, I don't believe that. It's ridiculous.
Ether. Kozyrev called it dark matter or quantum foam or emergent space.
That sounds like something out of a Thor movie.
Maybe more people would have accepted his ideas. Now, Kozyrev had a few ideas rejected by mainstream science that were later proven to be true. What if he's right about this too? But using a mirror to reflect time, that sounds very science fiction. And it was, until last month. Scientists at the Advanced Science Research Center at the City University of New York conducted an experiment. They sent an electromagnetic wave through a metamaterial. These waves also have a time component that can be measured. The wave went in moving forward and came out moving backward.
Okay, here's the thing. Because what you just said is pretty, like, that's the problem, right? Because if you're talking about science, you need to have quantifiable, definitive data that can prove skeptics wrong and prove that this is a real thing that's happening, right? But saying, like, if you don't believe you can't do this experiment, that's so true. Because, like, if you're a skeptic, nothing's gonna happen. You have to have some kind of concrete idea. Some kind of concrete thing you can show people. Like, oh, yes, we are time traveling. Instead of having someone just picture in their head a memory of when they were 3. And, oh, yes, I remember when my mother did this to me. And I met a person who looked like me, but 10 years old. It's so easy. It's so easy to do that. It's called the data falsified. I don't know, because with the Betz ball, the Betz sphere, you know, a skeptic, I feel like, could look at that and be like, okay, well, a lot of people have done research on this, and clearly something was going on here that can't be explained. You know? I know, contrary to popular belief, I kind of go into these skeptical. I'm like, probably not. But then I'm like, maybe. And I'm like, no. So for this, I'm just like, I don't know. I'm not sold.
This is what's called.
It can also be because I've been drinking the whole time. And I wasn't paying attention.
Time reflection.
I admit
and this
that.
was pure theory until now.
That's a hole in my
Nikolai
logic.
Kozyrev was right. Time isn't as linear as we thought. Kozyrev also said time affects everything in the universe physically. Well, Dr. Travamov has been using Kozyrev's theories and Kozyrev mirrors to predict earthquakes. Again, sounds like science fiction.
Home.
But geology's
I'm in my
accuracy in
bedroom.
earthquake prediction is on average 8%. In 2018, Travamov's accuracy was as high as 61%. According to Travamov, we can use Kozyrev mirrors to predict dangerous weather, volcanic eruptions, and even solar storms. Kozyrev mirrors could be used to study our solar system, or even deep space. We can use it to look for landing sites, or help us search for extraterrestrial civilizations.
If it's real.
Kozyrev mirrors could be used to slow down the rate of aging in the human body and cure incurable diseases.
That's pretty crazy. Have you guys heard that conspiracy? We're talking conspiracies now. I don't have a video for this. There's a conspiracy that the companies who do DNA tests, they're I don't even know the names of some of them, but they're holding your DNA and they're gonna resell it to people when they have the key to reversing aging. Have you heard that? I have no idea if it's true or not. I have no idea if it's true. Of course not. How could I ever know? I mean, I'm a demon, so a lot of the things we put in here are pretty just, they're just plants, right? Ferns specifically, but that's what I've heard. As a conspiracy, because some of them are working on ways to reverse aging, and if you gave your DNA to one of those companies, they could be like, yeah, we'll help you get your 10-year-old body back. I don't know, just throwing out a number. But you gotta pay us $5.99. $599. 5 payments of $599. It's a conspiracy. Look it up.
Now, despite all this potential, mainstream science won't take this technology seriously. Travamov and Kaznachev said this technology is so important and so profound that it should be made available to everyone.
Not
left in the
Maury
hands of an elite
Povich!
few. Kaznachev specifically worried about government or corporations abusing Kazarev technology. And I think
This
it's
is
fair
so
to worry about
dumb.
that, but I also think it's worth the risk. Kazarev's theory, whether real or not, has a great message for humanity. That we're not bound by fate or determinism, but have the potential to shape our own reality with our choices and actions. It reveals that we're all connected to each other and to the universe through subtle fields of energy and information. And I'd like to have access to that information, wouldn't you? I think we, all of us, should download the plans, grab some sheets of aluminum, and see what we can discover.
Guys, you heard him! You heard him! Let's do it! We gotta make our own tubes. Come on. Come on, come on. Come short, come tall. Let's go 10 seconds into the future! You ready? We're gonna do it. I'm gonna do a whole stream. I'm a conspiracy streamer now. This is what I do now. I mean, honestly, between you and me, it's better than being an NPC streamer. Don't tell anyone I said that. Don't tell anyone I said that. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. Shh. VTuber. Still low bar. Don't make me snort. Shut up. Shut up. Don't make me snort. Shut up. This VTuber hates NPCs. I like the other NPC. That other
Because
NPC
there
goes.
are only two options. Democratize this technology so everyone can have access to it, so we can all experiment and exchange knowledge, perhaps allowing the entire human race to take an evolutionary leap forward. Or option 2. Kazarev's technology remains classified and under the control of
Oh no,
the
you got
CIA.
wine on you! Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh
So I
no,
don't know
oh
what your
no, oh
plans are
no.
this weekend, but me, I'm going to Home Depot.
Here's my shirt. Wait.
Want to come with?
No, I have to clean chat. I do boo. Sorry, I'm gonna use my shirt. Good? You good? Okay, mwah, you're good. Oh no, you're not good. You got, wait, second. So there's a little bit in there, and it's okay. You're okay. You're okay. I'll take care of you. You're okay. Yeah, I muted for a second because I didn't want you to hear me go. You know? Okay, next video. What should we do? Do you want to vote on this one? Do you guys want to keep watching these? Are you enjoying watching these? Are you actually having fun? Because if you're not having fun, we can also just chat. We can do whatever. Honestly, I haven't streamed like this in so long. Because I've been so busy and so stressed and so, like, so emotional. And I'm just so happy to be able to... I'm happy I caught up on everything. And actually be here. I wish I was full time so I could just be here all the time. You know? Hard times. I'm really happy that And also, I'm more than halfway through this giant bottle. I bought such a large bottle, like a comically large bottle. And I already have more than halfway through it. So... soon, I don't know. We'll see. I'm not sure. I'm really grateful for staying with me and watching me. It's been really fun. I'm having so much fun. Is the alcohol talking? No, actually. If you watched me 3 hours ago, my member stream. Wait, how long ago was that? 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago, my member stream. 7 hours ago on my member stream. You would know. It's just how I... Oh. We're going down from here. No. We're at our peak right now. We can only go up. Unless I forget to end stream again. Then, of course, you know, that might be, you know. Streams are always fresh. I'm glad you think so. I just like having fun. I just like having a good time. I like being goofy. And I like making dumb jokes. And I like laughing about things. And I just really love that, like, we can do that together. Makes me so happy. Seriously, I'm so elated right now. Thank you. I already cried once today. I'm not doing it again. Shut up. I'm not doing it. But I'm just letting you know I'm having a lot of fun. This one's called Tesla Knew the Secret of the Great Pyramid. Pyramids! Holy cow. I'll put the link in chat. I cry because I just get emotional.
Nikola Tesla believed
I'm an
that he could
emotional
harness
demon.
the energy from inside the Earth and
I'm
transmit
aware
that
of
power
it. I know
wirelessly
it.
around the world. His early experiments were successful, but his research mysteriously vanished after his death. There is no evidence left of Tesla's wireless power technology. Or is there? For years, we were taught that the Great Pyramid of Giza was a tomb for a king. It wasn't. It had a different purpose.
No,
Tesla
we're gonna
didn't
keep
invent-
going. Exponential growth, Spartan. Exponential growth. Reina, you're too cute. No, you're cute. I love your goofiness. I love you. Voice, Hi. Pyramids. Geezer? Who's Geezer?
wireless
Nikola
power.
Tesla?
It's been here for 5,000 years.
Nice. This will
and
be fun.
Probably a lot longer than that. Okay, why were the pyramids built?
Storage for dead mummies?
Dead mummies?
It's a tautology.
Mainstream Egyptology says that the Great Pyramid of Giza is a tomb built for Khufu, the 4th dynasty Egyptian pharaoh who ruled 4,500 years ago. But the Great Pyramid doesn't have any characteristics of other Egyptian tombs. The Great Pyramid contains no artifacts, no hieroglyphs, and no elaborate wall art. It's been argued that the granite sarcophagus found in the king's chamber once contained Khufu's mummy. There's no evidence that a mummy was ever there. No mummy has ever been found in any pyramid, ever. Ancient Egyptians considered their pharaohs gods. The Great Pyramid is a strange structure for a god. Small chambers, narrow shafts, no markings at all. The way the pyramid was built and the materials used to build it suggest it had a different purpose. The sides of the pyramid are aligned with the compass with such accuracy that only modern engineering can match it. The Great Pyramid is a mountain made of 2.5 million blocks of stone, weighing 6 million tons.
Hey, wait. Wait, I kind of want to get cereal. Can I go get cereal really quick? You want that cereal crunch ASMR? Can I go get some frosted flakes? Okay, I'll be right back. I promise. Okay. Hmm? What? Hmm? No pyramids in my cereal.
Piled
We need
481
them, though.
feet high. Its footprint is over 13 acres. To align this construction within 1/15th of a degree of true north is impossible precision. The base of the Great Pyramid is leveled to within 3/4 of an inch. The only way to do this with modern structures is to use lasers. Even though the sides of the pyramid are over 755 feet long, made of stone blocks weighing between 2 and 40 tons each side is within 2 inches of any other. That's 99.98% accurate. Fun fact, the pyramid doesn't have 4 sides. It actually has 8. Each side is slightly concave that you can only really see from directly above, or when the pyramid casts shadows during the equinoxes. And yes, those angles too are perfect. Whoever built the pyramids somehow knew the size of the Earth. If you take the height of the pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get 3,938.685 miles.
So many
which is within 11
pyramids.
miles of the polar radius of the planet. That's 99.7% accurate. If you take the perimeter of the base of the pyramid and multiply that by 43,200, you get 24,734.94 miles. That's the Earth's circumference at the equator within 99.3% accuracy. We know that the ancients were obsessed with equinoxes, when the day and the night are the same length. The length of the day and night on an equinox is 43,200 seconds. Now, skeptics will say this relationship between 43,200 and the size of the Earth is forced. They say, well, the planet is different sizes in different places, so this is just a coincidence.
No, is this one of those episodes where we make the skeptics look like idiots?
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, good. I love those.
Don't gloat.
Oh, the skeptics.
Make me look dumb, please. I'm begging.
Most of the Great Pyramid
Usually
is
I have to do it
constructed of
myself.
nullite limestone, the reddish-brown blocks that we see today. This rock is found close to the site and is abundant. But the builders of the pyramid also used unusual materials not found locally. The exterior of the pyramid was once covered in casing stones made of bright white limestone.
Look how pretty that is. Why doesn't my chat build me a beautiful pyramid made out of all white limestone? Why don't you guys do that for me? Huh? It's like you don't even care.
They were polished smooth and fit together so tightly that no seams were visible. These casing stones were cut and shipped from a quarry in Tura, almost 500 miles away. That's like carrying thousands of 10-ton stone blocks the length of the entire state of Florida. They must have been special. Unlike the limestone cut locally, Tura limestone lacks magnesium. This makes it an excellent insulator. Limestone can carry an electrical current. Tura limestone can't. Interior chambers were built with a rare type of granite called rose granite, also brought from hundreds of miles away. This granite has a high concentration of silicon dioxide, also known as quartz. When quartz is compressed or even just moved, it creates a charge called piezoelectricity. One face of the quartz will have a positive charge, the other will have a negative charge. Connect the two faces together and you have an electrical circuit. Because of this property, quartz is used in all kinds of modern devices like watches, clocks, TVs, GPS units, and on and on.
Are you telling me there's quartz in my TV? That's insane. Do you guys know that?
To charge a watch that uses quartz, all you have to do is shake it. And if you've ever used a barbecue lighter, the voltage is created by a quartz crystal. The king and queen's chambers were built with granite that is 85% quartz. The tunnels and passageways are also lined with quartz-rich granite. If pressure was applied to all this granite, it would generate a tremendous amount of electricity, turning the pyramid into a giant power plant. And there's proof that this is exactly what happened.
My mind is blown.
The idea that the Great Pyramid was a power plant is not new. It was first proposed in the 1970s. It was and is considered a fringe theory.
Ooh, those are my favorite kind of theories.
I know.
The fringier the better. Fringier. Now that doesn't sound right.
Oh my god, this hecklefish is just me!
What's your problem?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is the show interrupting your train of thought?
Okay, wait.
Sarcasm, nice.
Please pause. I have something amazing about to occur. This is the ultimate slurp. Thank you. Thank you. Hold for applause. Hold for applause. Hold for applause. Thank you. I know. I know. I know. I know. It's incredible. I know. You're silly. Yeah, it's pretty sick. Slurp.
Well, what do you expect? I'm trying to set up the show here, and it's not easy to do when you're jumping in with comments. As more and more discoveries were made over the years, more evidence emerged that the Great Pyramid as a power plant wasn't fringe science, but actual science. One of the most compelling cases comes from Christopher Dunn. He believes the process starts in the subterranean chamber. Below the pyramid are aquifers. As water moves through the underground cavities, sound waves are created. The frequency of these waves resonate with the Earth's natural vibration. As those waves move up through the pyramid, a process is used to magnify, focus, and convert the sound into energy. The Queen's Chamber was used for a chemical reaction that created hydrogen, and there's substantial proof of this. There are two interior shafts that lead to the Queen's Chamber. The northern shaft has traces of hydrochloric acid. The southern has traces of hydrated zinc chloride. Combining these two chemicals creates a volatile reaction that generates hydrogen. A lot of hydrogen. This hydrogen gas would flow from the Queen's Chamber through the horizontal passage and into the Grand Gallery.
This is holy. Oh, wait a second. Are you saying? Are they saying that the pyramid's creating power this way? What are the chances that they have two different sides, but two different elements that can then conduct electricity? That's insane! Is this just me?
The Grand Gallery is also made of granite. As the hydrogen gas builds up, the pressure compresses the granite, creating electricity. This electricity also ionizes the air, increasing conductivity. Within the Grand Gallery were 27 or 28 pairs of resonators that would vibrate and emit sound. The hydrogen atoms would organize themselves into waves in sympathy with the sound waves of the gallery. These sound waves further excite the stone, creating even more electricity.
Oh, so let me get this straight. You stick the shafts into the Queen's Chamber, which gets the stones excited?
That's right, but somehow when you say it, it sounds dirty.
I'm a naughty, naughty fish.
Acoustic engineers have determined the gallery resonates at 440 hertz.
I feel like I need a shower. Ban the fish.
440 hertz and the F-sharp chord have been connected to a lot of woo-woo ideas, but there's a reason for that. It's considered a sound that resonates in harmony with the Earth. The builders of the pyramid knew this. Longtime Mac users will recognize this sacred chord. At the top of the gallery is a small shaft leading to the King's Chamber. The opening is 8.4 by 4.8 inches.
Eat him already. Yeah,
this
Chewie,
is the perfect
get him, Chewie.
size for hydrogen microwaves to pass into the King's Chamber, which also resonates at 440 hertz and F-sharp. Above the King's Chamber are 5 layers of granite beams, stacked and separated by air gaps. This is called the relieving chamber because it was believed that this interior structure relieved the weight of the pyramid. That's not what it does. The beams are smooth on 3 sides, but rough cut on the top. Christopher Dunn believes the reason for the rough cut is this is how the beams were tuned. The builders could vibrate the granite beams and slowly chip away at the stone until they resonated with an F-sharp chord.
That was a little shrill of me.
The King's Chamber is what's known as a Helmholtz resonator. When you blow air across the top of a bottle and create
that art insane.
sound, that's a Helmholtz resonator. Change the volume of liquid in the bottle, or change the volume of stone within the chamber, you change the pitch. The entire complex as a giant musical instrument.
That's so
now,
cool!
Some skeptics reluctantly agree that the Great Pyramid has musical properties. But for skeptics to consider the pyramid as a power plant, they would need evidence to show that a giant stone pyramid would respond to electromagnetic energy. There was no evidence of that.
Is there evidence?
Until 2018. Whether true or not, it's scientifically possible that the Great Pyramid was a structure for creating, harnessing, and focusing energy. The exterior was made of material that insulates electricity. The interior was made of material that conducts electricity. The chambers were made of material that creates electricity. The next piece of evidence is the pyramid's ability to focus EM energy. In 2018, scientists used radio waves at different frequencies to see if the Great Pyramid would interact with electromagnetic.
I just want to say, it is absolutely bonkers, bonkeroni, okay, that these pyramids are still so together after so long. I know they had an outer casing, I'm aware of that, erosion, rainfall, all that jazz, whatever. But it's incredible that they're still, that just kind of shows how well put together they were and how massive they were. And like, I was watching other videos of pyramids because of course I was, right? And some of these pieces are like 2 tons. There's no way that someone, like a servant or someone who was into forced labor at the time could have just pulled these by themselves. Even with pulley systems, like it's just aliens! It's aliens! I'm just saying, it's kind of incredible. The size of some of these stones compared to the size of a human. Yeah, they were ancient to the Romans. They were ancient even to Egyptians. Like, they were built so long ago.
Waves of a resonant length. Their experiments proved that in a resonant state, the pyramid can concentrate electromagnetic energy in the internal chambers as well as under its base. Resonance in the pyramid can be induced by radio waves with the lengths ranging from 200 to 600 meters. The closer to 200 meters, the more dramatic the effect. A year after that, in 2019, Eric Wilson published a paper called A Large-Scale Thermal Acoustic Generator. The paper describes how, when granite and other rocks are vibrated, electrons will migrate through the rock and up to the surface. By combining science and music, the builders of the pyramid created a power-generating machine tuned to the natural harmonic of the Earth's vibration that primarily comes from the tidal energy created by the moon's gravity. This technology, created thousands of years ago, could generate unlimited clean energy. But how did they get the energy out? That brings us back to Tesla. His Wardenclyffe Tower was built on top of an aquifer, with copper and iron rods extending down into the water. When electricity was sent into the tower, it was to be transmitted around the world through the atmosphere. The pyramid is also built on an aquifer, and copper pipes and iron rods have recently been discovered there. If the capstone was made of gold, the energy concentrated inside the pyramid would have been drawn to the top and transmitted to the atmosphere. Tesla's wireless power distribution system used the resonance of the Earth, just like the pyramid. And just like the pyramid, the energy generated by Tesla's tower would be unlimited, clean, and virtually free for everyone on the planet. But Tesla's tower was destroyed by outside forces. There's evidence that the Great Pyramid was destroyed from within. In the year 1900, Nikola Tesla convinced J.P. Morgan to fund a project to create a wireless communication system. When Tesla received the funding, he decided to scale up the project.
Thank you so much.
Rather
You didn't
than
leave a
transmit
message.
messages around the world,
Thank
he would
you. I'm
transmit
so grateful.
power.
We're more
Tesla
than
had
halfway
already
to our goal
demonstrated
for
that
the day.
wireless power
Thank
would
you
work on a small scale.
so
He famously had light bulbs scattered on
much.
the ground that would illuminate when a Tesla coil was activated nearby.
I have not had one.
Wanted to go bigger.
I'm fine.
He explained this world-changing
It
technology
rhymes.
to J.P. Morgan
It's divine.
and asked him for more money to complete the project. Rather than support Tesla, Morgan pulled his funding, claiming breach of contract. J.P. Morgan owned General Electric, which would be made obsolete. He owned AT&T, which would also become obsolete. J.P. Morgan owned copper mines all over the world, and his factories generated miles of copper wire. JP Morgan owned rubber farms and factories that created insulation for wire. He owned steel companies and factories that built power generators. He owned timber mills that created...
The thing about that, I know you said you using tools AD, right? But the pyramids been around for way longer than that. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Oh wait, let me channel my NPC. Sushi. Nom nom. Every time someone donates sushi, that's what I'll say. Sushi. Nom nom. Too spicy. You said it. Too spicy. You said it after I said it. The lag. Oh, that's so great. Thank you so much. Thank you, King. Mwah. Mwah, mwah, mwah. But pyramids been around way longer before, like even like the pyramids were around even when the Egyptians that we know of today were around for hundreds of years. Like they were around before that. So it's like I understand there's I guess ancient tools that we can use to our benefit, even use in modern times, but what's so mind-blowing is this was even before that. So either like, because I know that there are some historians, and again, I am tipsy. Maybe I'm too tipsy to have this conversation right now, but I know there's some historians who say like, oh,
you got the
thank you for the donation. I got the Hi, Mom. I'm a VTuber. I don't always watch weird videos, but when I do, I have fun with it. Hope you're having a good time. Oh, what does your mom think of the stream? Thank you. Arigato. But I know there's some historians who tend to, like, deny the fact that there was intelligent life before, you know, I guess the ancient Egyptians or around that time, or they think that, like, everyone kind of kept to themselves and were incapable of building civilizations. But more and more, that's kind of coming out as not being true. And or aliens. Hey, Mom, you like aliens? Yeah. Oh, does your mom like aliens? Tell us. Mom, do you like aliens? Mom. Ma! Oh shoot, wait, I hear my mom walking. She's like, yeah. It's like, not you. Owl's mom. Yeah, no, but I'm just saying there's this idea, I feel like, with historians that intelligent life wasn't really possible, or like they were just like hunter-gatherers, and more evidence is coming out to the contrary. That's all I'm saying.
Telegraph and electricity poles. He owned coal mines that fueled existing power plants, and he owned 24 railroads.
Yeah, I guess you just happened to be walking by at that time.
None of this would be necessary if Tesla created free, unlimited wireless power. For several years, Tesla wrote JP Morgan almost every month.
I need a sum of money! Money now. Me, money needing a lot now.
Begging him to reconsider. He wouldn't. Instead, JP Morgan chose to finance Tesla's competitors, Edison and Marconi, who were improving on and getting rich from Tesla's inventions.
He's
Not
really
only
serious.
did JP Morgan refuse any further investment, but he also put out word to everyone in the wealthy investor class that Tesla should be avoided. He was essentially...
Thank you for the donation, Arigato. Funny reader. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Arigato. Guess it's time for me to give my wisdom. Me money now. J.G. Woodward. If you had asked me what my wisdom would have been, I don't know, like 3 hours ago, I probably could have given you something pretty insightful. But This is something from Reina of 4 hours later, so I can't guarantee this will make a lot of sense. But my wisdom for all of you, I don't know how many of you are here right now. Maybe you're a bad VTuber. For all 100 of you watching right now, my wisdom is to just treat others you want to be treated. Wait, I'm expanding on it, and realize that you get what you give in the world. Put out positivity, and you try every day to just be a nice or kind person. Those things come to you tenfold. There are some times where I feel like, although I am a skeptic, I know you ain't up here to tell from these conspiracy streams, I'm a very skeptical when it comes to like how the world works and everything. I'm a very skeptical demon, and it's probably because I know demon. I already know about all the heavens and hell and earth. I already know how all that works. When I hear humans trying to figure out what everything means, I'm skeptical of their beliefs, you know? Maybe I think I know. But when it comes to how the universe works, I found that just putting out your intention, putting out good intentions into the world, usually brings good results. So even if you think like, oh, man, I didn't pass that test that I wanted to pass. I didn't get the job I wanted. Oh, I didn't get to eat off of a dinosaur's backbone. I don't know, whatever it is. The important thing is you kind of reflect on that and think about, well, what's next for me? Or what did it mean that I didn't get this right now? You know, things have a tendency to come to you when you're ready for them. Even if you don't know it yet. And I'm sure that sounds very hippie, and I'm not trying to sound hippie-ish. I'm just saying, like, you just have to kind of just put good vibes out, and good vibes will come to you. You know what I mean? Reticular activating system, what is that? I don't know what that is. I didn't tie my shoes right today. You will tomorrow. Or maybe not tomorrow, and that's okay. But yeah, no, I don't know. I found that when I think that, okay, this is the thing that is going to be, I don't know, my peak? I don't know. Well, not peak, but like, this is the thing that I'm shooting for, and it doesn't happen. You can be upset sometimes, and you can feel like, oh, I am, this is a reflection of me. But sometimes it just means that you are, like, waiting for something, I don't know, brighter to come your way. Or maybe you still have some growing to do before that thing you wanted comes your way. You know what I mean? I don't know if any of that made sense. I hope that it made sense. But I'm just saying, just be positive, and positive things will come your way. But also, don't be toxic in your positivity. Because if you just think everything's great all the time, well then there's no room to grow, right? Because everything's great all the time, no matter what. So it's like balancing those two things. You can't be too optimistic, and you can't be too down on yourself. And that's coming from a very optimistic demon. I'm just here to have a good time, have fun with you. Being here has made me really probably happier than I have been in weeks because I was sick, stressed. I'm just saying, I'm so happy right now being here with you guys, being dumb, and I hope that you're having a good time. And if you are, I'm happy. Those are my good vibes. Anyway, I feel like I'm rambling now, and now I'm embarrassed. So I'm gonna play the video.
Actually blacklisted. By 1915, Tesla had accumulated so much debt that the bank foreclosed on the Wardenclyffe property. The tower was demolished in 1917 and sold for scrap. The project was never completed. Tesla was a genius, but he was at a disadvantage.
Ah.
Men like Edison and Marconi knew how to bring Tesla's inventions to market. They knew how to make technology accessible. And most of all,
that? Who was that? Ooh, was that Edison?
They knew how to. Marconi knew how to bring Tesla's invention. The tower was demolished in 1917 and sold for scrap. The project was never completed. Tesla was a genius, but he was at a disadvantage. Men like Edison and Marconi.
That was Edison. I was right.
Knew
Okay.
how to bring Tesla's inventions.
Man, stealing other people's ideas is pretty rough.
To market. They knew how to make technology accessible. And most of all, they knew how to play the game. You don't eat the hand that feeds you. That's why 84% of the world's energy is created from fossil fuels. It's also why Tesla died alone and broke. It's possible that the Great Pyramid suffered some catastrophic event that caused it to stop working. In addition to hydrochloric acid, there are traces of sulfuric acid in the southern shaft. In the northern shaft, there's zinc chloride and ammonium chloride. These chemicals can create hydrogen without being mixed, but if you do combine ammonium chloride with sulfuric acid, you get more than a reaction. You get an explosion. Because of the structure of the pyramid, this explosion could be controlled. But there's evidence that an uncontrolled explosion may have occurred. In 2001, in the Grand Gallery, scorch marks were discovered in the ceiling above where the resonators would have been. In the King's Chamber, cracks have been found in the granite beams. At first, this was thought to be caused by an earthquake, but the damage was only found in areas of the pyramid where the flow of highly compressed, heated hydrogen occurred. The walls in the King's Chamber have been pushed out over an inch. It takes a lot of pressure to push tons of granite out that far. The Great Step outside the King's Chamber also shows extensive damage like that from an explosion, not an earthquake. Other parts of the interior also show signs of charring. When the southern shaft was discovered, it was coated with salt about an inch thick. This would happen if hydrogen was boiling and bubbling up the shaft. What caused the pyramid power plant to explode?
Fairies!
It is not known. But Christopher Dunn believes it was some sort of cataclysm, not an earthquake, but maybe an asteroid impact. There's a problem with this theory, though. The ancient
Are they going to talk about the Younger Dryas? Are they talking about the Younger Dryas? Younger Dryas?
Egyptians kept meticulous records of everything. There is no record of an impact during this time. Dunn believes it happened thousands of years earlier. And that brings me
12,900 years ago? Is that what you mean? Is that it? The Younger Dryas?
to this thought. Skeptics will say if the ancient Egyptians used electricity, there would be documentation, even hard evidence of it. You'll see true believers point to glyphs that look like light bulbs.
Younger
but
Dryas?
I honestly think that's a stretch. There's no evidence the Egyptians worked with glass or any components used to make a light bulb. So why is there no evidence of the use of electricity in ancient Egypt? And no record of electricity being generated by the Great Pyramid?
Yeah, why isn't there?
Well, because the ancient Egyptians didn't build it.
Here we go.
There really is no debate by mainstream academics about the who, when, why, or how of the Great Pyramid.
That's what I'm
It was built by ancient
saying.
Egyptians in 4500 BC as a tomb for Khufu, and that's how. But what if none of that is true? What if the ancient
It's all
Egyptians didn't
aliens.
build the pyramid, but found it? And when they found it, it had been dormant for years.
I mean, it had been.
Maybe thousands of years. Graham Hancock is a proponent of the Orion constellation theory.
Graham Hancock is so cool, you guys. Okay, I know a lot of people scoff at the thing, but he has made so many amazing breakthroughs, or I guess guesstimations, about how ancient civilizations worked, or like these ancient structures we're seeing. His show on Netflix is so cool. If you haven't watched it, he really goes into like different ancient civilizations and different structures that we really don't have the answer to, and tries to kind of explain what he thinks best happened, because a lot of his stories kind of write him off, but he's actually pretty cool.
This says the Great Pyramid Complex
It's like all he
is
cares
almost
about.
a perfect match for the stars in the Orion constellation. But they don't line up to where Orion is today. They line up with where Orion was in the sky 13,500 years ago. We've discussed how the builders were obsessed with equinoxes. The Sphinx faces due east. And on the vernal equinox, the
Now
constellation
that is no nose. I don't want to hear anybody ever tell me, "Oh, Reina, you don't have a nose." Look at that. Look at that. Look at it. That's what no nose looks like. I have a nose. I do have a nose. It does not look like me. It does not look like me. It does not. I have a nose. I have a nose. I swear to you, I have a nose check. I have a nose. Miteo, I have a nose.
rose due east 13,500 years ago.
I always had a nose.
Now, I'll concede the
Yeah,
astronomical
I know.
evidence could be a coincidence, but there is hard evidence that these structures are older than originally thought. You can't carbon date limestone, but there are clues that the pyramid and the Sphinx have been there for a long, long time. Robert Schock from Boston University believes the Sphinx and Giza complex is about 13,500 years old. Giza has been an extremely dry climate since the time of the pharaohs.
Ay,
But the
Dios.
Sphinx shows signs not only of wind and sand erosion, but also extreme water erosion.
Yeah,
The erosion
yeah.
patterns around
Yes,
the
it
base of the
does.
Sphinx
I can't believe he's
could
talking
only
about
occur
this.
if huge volumes of water are washing over the plateau at violent speeds. There's evidence this happened at the end of the Younger Dryas, which marked the end of the last ice age in 9700 BC. Glaciers were thought to have melted rapidly.
You guys,
Within a few
you
centuries,
guys.
sea levels rose 500
Guys, I'm
feet.
so happy
This
right
is
now.
fast in geologic time. But as more evidence was gathered, melting appeared to happen in a matter of decades. This would cause dramatic
Big ol'
changes in the Earth's
Sasuga.
climate. But when
Too
recent
spicy.
ice core samples were studied, things got even more dramatic. There's evidence that the last ice age didn't end over centuries or decades,
Shut up.
but ended in one single day.
I do think the Younger Dryas happened. So many things that it corresponds with. I know some people said Atlantis isn't real. I think that Atlantis was real, and I think that the sinking of Atlantis corresponds really well with the Younger Dryas, actually, because it rose sea levels exponentially throughout the whole planet. So I don't know. Again, I'm not an expert, and there's very few things that I believe in, but I actually do believe in the Younger. Yeah, he's saying the erosion marks that are on the Sphinx correspond better with water erosion rather than sand. That's what he's saying.
Some claim that an asteroid impact caused the last ice age to end. A worldwide disaster like the Chicxulub impact that wiped out the dinosaurs. That's not what happened. An impact causes cooling. Recent studies show that there was a major solar event that happened around 9700 BC. Basically, the mother of all CMEs. A violent plasma storm hit the Earth and overwhelmed the Earth's magnetosphere, which is our defense against solar radiation. Without the protection of the magnetosphere, massive lightning strikes happened all over the Earth. Lightning that was orders of magnitude more intense than anything we've ever seen. This lightning was hundreds or even thousands of times more powerful than anything from a thunderstorm. There's evidence in over 120 countries of rock melted and turned to glass during this event. This is called vitrification. There's evidence of vitrification in moon rocks. We know for a fact large mammals like saber-toothed tigers and woolly mammoths were wiped out at this time. They didn't slowly go extinct. They instantly went extinct. During the 4 or 5 days of this event, the Earth was all...
See, they're trying to bring back woolly. Heard about that? They're trying to bring them back because they found the DNA from trapped in ice. See that? They're trying to bring them back. Jurassic Park style. I hope we don't end up bringing back dinosaurs. That would be insane. Really bad. You know, I actually do believe in the Younger Dryas. Like, that's actually something, even as a demon, that I'm like, yep. As a matter of fact, as a demon, I know for a fact it happened. Because I'm a demon. And I knew everything. I know everything that's happened and will happen. I am omniscient. Omnipotent? One of those two makes sense. Ask me again in 12 hours. Please, an elephant as a surrogate? I don't know. Probably. That makes the most sense, right? The DNA is most similar? 100%. Aren't you alive for some of this stuff? Yeah, but I wasn't here. I was in the underworld. I wasn't on this planet. I wasn't even on the same plane of existence. The winning lotto numbers. It's so funny. You want to know something? I think I told you guys this before. You want to know a creepy? It's not creepy. It's more like bizarre. You know something that happened to me? One night, I had a dream that it snowed at night. And it was like totally late at night. And it was snowing in my neighborhood. And I got up and I walked out of my bedroom. And I saw out of the window, it was just snowing, like at night. And I was like in the living room or something. And my mom got up too and she walked over. She was watching it snow at night with me. And we both just watched. We're like, wow, I can't believe it's snowing. It was at a time where typically it wouldn't snow, especially in the world. You have like a 1 week window. But it was a very weird time for it to be snowing. And then in my dream, I dreamt that I went to demon school and no one else knew that it snowed. Shut up! And no one else knew that it snowed. And it was crazy because I woke up from that dream late at night. It was snowing. My mom was on the edge of my bed. She had woken me up. She was like, Reina, look, it's snowing. And we watched in silence as it snowed. And I went to school and no one knew that it snowed. It was the craziest, weirdest thing. It was so weird. And so then after that, she was like, can you dream of lottery numbers, please? Can you please dream of lottery numbers? And I was like, I mean, I'll try. It never happened. So, you know, maybe you can't trust me with lottery numbers. But I'm just saying, like, it was something that I felt like, what the heck? That is so crazy. Like, I was dreaming it and then it happened. Maybe I saw 10 seconds into the future. Who knows? Maybe I don't need the mirror. Maybe I don't need that. But I just thought that was a funny little story. Sounds crazy. Pyramids! It's pyramids!
Also awash in lethal radiation. Only animals that can go underground survive. Most of the human race died during this event. Only humans living near caves were able to find shelter and survive.
Oh my god, where'd you find this footage of me? Where did you find this? Where did you find this? How did you know that I was here?
If glaciers, which covered 30% of the Earth's surface, melted in a day or two, think of the speed, volume, and pressure of water that would rush across the Earth's surface.
Thank you for
this water would act like a power washer on stone constructions like the Sphinx and pyramids. Meanwhile, a sky full of plasma and lightning and radiation would have severely damaged the Great Pyramid if it was using a volatile chemical reaction to create power. Every culture has a flood myth that served as a reset of civilization. All those stories seem to point to a cataclysm at the end of the
looks like the
Younger
blob.
Giant.
It looks like my consuming blob from Magic the Gathering arena. Pyramids?
Myths of lost continents like Atlantis also fit into this timeline. Now, I'm not claiming anything I've said today is what happened, but I am saying there's evidence that it was possible that an advanced civilization existed thousands of years ago. That civilization had the technology to create unlimited clean energy. Then the glaciers melted, a great flood came, solar plasma and radiation destroyed a significant amount of life on the planet. The civilization then disappeared. Then thousands of years later, as the great Egyptian culture was forming, they would have utilized the pyramid, not for power.
Why they're plum? Wait, they're plum trees. What am I saying?
They would have altered the Sphinx, carving away the original design and replacing it with a design of their own. And we know this is what they did. Mainstream scientists are still not convinced, and that's okay. As time goes on and more secrets are revealed, sooner or later...
The ooze is loose. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We will learn the truth. And I suspect we'll learn that the pyramid power plant theory was right all along.
I think there's some truth. I think that. Wait, to keep going?
Whoever built the pyramids created energy that wasn't harmful to the earth, but resonated in harmony with it. A suspicious person might wonder why, if this theory has been around for 50 years, nobody's tried to replicate it, even on a small scale. Unlimited clean energy for everyone on Earth sounds like a way for the entire human race to take a huge step forward.
But what about money?
Think of the technological advances that could be made if electricity was free. Think of the political strife, economic instability, and the endless wars that could be avoided. But maybe what's happening now is what happened to Tesla 100 years ago. In Tesla's time, nobody was interested in creating technology that would make power free for everyone. Empires owned by JP Morgan, the Vanderbilts, and the Rockefellers would have been devastated.
Goodness.
The Carnegies, the DuPonts, and the Mellons all would have seen significant losses. These families owned all the energy.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna go on just a little bit of a soapbox. Not really. I promise I'm not. But like, can you imagine having pretty much billions of dollars and being like, but I need more. How? How do you do that? But we're gonna lose money. I need more money. How? I don't get that at all. Not even a little bit.
Production and distribution in the United States. Their companies were the lifeblood of American industry. The families were American royalty. If Tesla was able to achieve his vision, not only would the wealth of these families be diminished, so would America's standing in the world as a
chasing aliens. That's how I would just blow my money. If I ever became a millionaire, I know I've talked about starting a care center for senior dogs. That's kind of what I want to do. I want to take care of dogs in their old age. I want to make sure that their last moments are really special. And I want to be able to pay off all of my mom's, demon debts or whatever. And my own. Those are the three things I want to do. But screw all of that. I'm chasing aliens. I'm going to start an alien team. That's what I'm going to do with my money. Forget it. If I ever, for some reason, I'm just stupid rich, that's what I'm going to do. Forget all the other things I mentioned. That's what I'm doing. That's it.
Great new industrial power. Tesla said he wanted to bring abundant electrical energy to remote, underdeveloped parts of the world to foster closer communication between nations. This couldn't be allowed to happen. America and the corporations that controlled it would never have given up their advantage. They still won't. When Tesla died, the FBI and agents of the OSS were, for some reason, Tesla's documents were stored in 80 boxes,
kind of
all organized and numbered by Tesla himself. Only 60 boxes were discovered. And since then, a few scientists have stated that Tesla's invention would have never worked. But that's what scientists said of most of his inventions. Viewers of this channel know that most science is bought and paid for by corporations and governments. This is especially true in the last couple of years.
Get the jab.
Right.
Another jab. Another jab. Another.
Yep.
He's really going for them.
Work or not, you human pincushions are making people rich.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. 80% of the products we use today can be traced back to Tesla. But the technology that we really need, now more than ever, is inexpensive, clean energy. Sadly, that technology died with Tesla.
I'm gonna peek it out.
The world wait. Tesla than ever is inexpensive, clean energy. Sadly,
he's like, you'll never know my secrets. You'll never know my secrets.
That technology died
What was
with
Nemo
Tesla.
saying? I wasn't
Instead,
listening to
the
him.
world went in the direction of coal and oil, and nations fought and continue to fight wars to control these limited resources.
Yeah, he's plotting
Oil,
something.
coal,
He's so
and war
devious.
may be
You're right.
terrible for the
Hello?
planet and the people who live on it, but they're great for business.
Stop making me
And
snort!
for all his genius.
Stop
That's
it!
something Nikola Tesla never understood. Thank you so much for hanging out with me.
That was a good one. That was a doozy. How long have we been streaming? Dude, we haven't even been streaming for 5 hours. I'm whatever. I'm honestly having a great... I think that we should keep going. But before we do, I will ask you what you want to do. So, what do you want to do? I'm honestly amazed at how many. I mean, it's something I enjoy doing in my off time. I didn't realize it was something you guys liked. I kind of feel like, in a way, we're trading our things, right? Because you taught me WWE. We watched a bunch of and everything. And now I'm showing you all of this weird conspiracy stuff. I mean, it's not really he offers facts. Like, it's not like it's actually conspiratorial. It's just he presents crazy phenomena that have happened. If it's true or not, you know, counters it. So, I mean, it's not really one of those the Earth is a spaceship and we're all riding on it kind of videos. But I still think they're fun. Yeah, go ahead and vote. And I'm just drink my wine, and yeah, it's not that ridiculous. Like, it's grounded in reality. Which is what I like about it. Hi, Genji. Thank you so much for spending so much time today. Make sure you get a lot of rest. Arigato. I'll talk to you later. Thank you. Mwah. And thank you for all of your donations. Arigato. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Elsami. I imagine a few of you probably need to go to bed soon. Okay? Right? Ayasumi, the moon's a spaceship. So Earth isn't a spaceship, but the moon is. That makes sense. Yeah, Mighty, why are you still awake? Shouldn't you be asleep right now? Why are you still up? Daijobu? Darkstar, you too. Daijobu, are you okay? Hi, Ivan! Oh my gosh, how are you? I hope that you're having a good day. What's up, Ive? Are you doing good? You on the spaceship? On a spaceship? Let's try to find another video. To land that spaceship on. Land a spaceship. Na-na-na. Na-na. So nervous to do a karaoke. But I haven't coughed as much. Maybe drinking. Maybe drinking. It's. What is the word? What you. Subverts my. It suppresses my off reflex, whatever that is. Let me see. Yeah, the lime helped. So I should keep drinking, right? Huh? Nah? What's Godzilla vs. Kong? I never. But these look pretty cool. Let me try. Thank you for the donation. Your YouTube shorts make me smile every time I say thank you. Oh, you're gonna make me cry. I'm already very, very sensitive right now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the donation. I'm glad you like my... There's just moments of good ideas I get. Glad that you guys like... Press it. Oh, this is a good one. The Warren case. From Annabelle to Amityville. I kind of want to watch this. It kind of combines
Today's episode
fear, and it combines conspiracy. You guys think about click on this. Let it go, Reina. No, I feel like I cry too much. I don't know. I feel like I cry. I feel like I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I get so like you can break me so easily. I feel like I guess I feel like I just get too emotional. And it's something that mom's like, oh, you should stop crying so easily. You're a demon, toughen up. But it's just never been something I've been able to do. At least you know that. But it just cry baby. I feel like a crybaby. So I try not to cry. But I want to cry right now. For many reasons. Good reasons.
Today's episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Established Titles. Ed and Lorraine Warren are maybe the most famous paranormal investigators in history.
Yeah,
They've worked on more
are.
than 10,000 cases, some of which have been made into books and movies. The Conjuring films are based on the work of the Warrens. Today we'll look at a few of their scariest, most disturbing cases. So turn off the lights and put the little ones to bed. It's gonna get spooky. December 1975.
Hold that thought. Here's something. Let me go check on Babu. And actually, whoa. Let her take her for a walk for the night? Let her do her business? So give me 5 minutes-ish. Shouldn't be too long. She's gonna go. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm sorry. wasn't 15 that time. See? It was like 4 minutes. It's more than life. Oh, sorry.
Cases, some of which have been made into books and movies. The Conjuring films are based on the work of the Warrens. Today we'll look at a few of their scariest, most disturbing cases. So turn off the lights and put the little ones to bed. It's gonna get spooky.
Let's get spooky! Until I get too scared and we have to turn it off, okay? I have to turn it off if it gets too spooky. I can't
December
go to sleep.
1975.
You guys have seen when we play horror games at night, I can't go to sleep. And I have to stay up and you make me not scared. So we should probably avoid that. If it gets too spooky, I'll turn it off. Or just have to keep me for another 5 hours.
Amityville, New York.
Whoa.
What?
We're jumping right in with Amityville? I don't know about this. You know I don't like to
Water.
be scared.
Yeah, I know, but we took a vote on the channel and most people said they wanted scary stories.
Oh yeah, well then they should be the ones that clean my bowl after I shit myself.
Okay, that's enough.
I'm just saying.
Heckle fish!
December 1975,
Heckle.
Amityville, New York. George and Kathleen Lutz were house hunting. Though the asking price of 112 Ocean Avenue in Amityville was higher than their budget, at $18,000, it was a steal. Soon the Lutzes learned why. A year earlier, in the house, 23-year-old Ronald DeFeo Jr., also known as Butch, snapped. On November 13th at 3:15 a.m.,
I mean, honestly, he looks like he could snap it. Horrifying.
he slowly and systematically went bedroom to bedroom and murdered his entire family. Butch DeFeo's father, mother, 2 sisters, and 2 brothers were all shot with a .35 caliber rifle while they slept. Butch claimed he heard voices urging him to kill. His attorney, William Weber, tried the insanity defense, but it didn't work. In November 1975, Butch was sentenced to 6 consecutive life sentences. 1 month later, George and Kathleen Lutz, along with their 3 children, moved in to the DeFeo house. The Lutzes weren't that religious, but they asked a local priest to bless the house. While the family was unpacking, Father Pecoraro was in an upstairs room praying. As soon as he splashed holy water, the priest heard a voice that said, "Get out." Father Pecoraro didn't tell the Lutzes specifically what happened, but he warned them not to use that second-floor room for a bedroom and stay out of the room altogether if they could.
Let me guess, they did the opposite.
They wish they did.
Yeah.
Within a few days, the Lutzes noticed strange activity. At first, it was just sounds, doors slamming, footsteps, strange mumbling. Then the house wouldn't get warm, no matter how high they turned up the heat. So they kept a fire going day and night. George sometimes saw demonic faces in the fire. Missy Lutz
that was
spent-
me. I was just coming by to say hi. I brought a housewarming gift. Can't believe you guys didn't even acknowledge me. Kinda rude.
5 years
Fine.
old, started talking about an imaginary
I'm not mad
friend
about
named
it.
Jody.
I'm over it.
Green slime was found oozing from the walls
I'm
and through
over it.
keyholes. Doors and windows were found suddenly damaged. One night, George saw his wife Kathy transform into an old woman who looked like a witch. He saw hoof prints in the snow leading
I'm
into their
totally
house.
over it.
George would wake up at 3:15 every morning, the same time the DeFeo family was killed. One night, he heard his children's bed slamming up and down on the floor, but he couldn't do anything about it because he was paralyzed
Over
in
it.
bed by an unseen force. Later that night, he saw his wife levitating and moving across the bed. The next morning, after only 28 days, the Lutzes had enough.
Let's be honest. If you saw all these crazy things, all of these crazy things going on, would you live there? Would you live there? Because I feel like, yeah, it's scary. But also, I don't know, that's pretty cool. Or how about this? I'll do you one better. If you heard these things were happening, would you buy the house and hope that it was happening? Yeah, it has a roof, right? You couldn't? Hold on, really? So, as a skeptic, could you see yourself buying this house and being like, we'll see? Is that like your mentality? Is that what you're thinking, Dexter? Lost sleep over spiders. Yeah. Spiders are horrifying. And I hate them. And I'm so glad that I have tiny little hunters go around my sleeping area and kill them for me. Sometimes I wake up and there's like 5 spiders. Yeah. And I have to pick them up, which I don't mind as much anymore. But like, that's like, they could have crawled on me. That's disgusting. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Seeing something truly supernatural would be amazing. Yeah, I guess that's kind of how I feel. Because, like, you hear all these stories, you see all these things. I've been on haunted ghost tours and nothing has happened. And I'm like, I'm kind of want something supernatural to happen. But also not. But like, at least if something actually supernatural were to happen, I would know, right? You know what I mean? One place that I had demon duties at, apparently there was a ghost that lived in this office building, and it was converted to an office. And everyone was like, ah, I heard the door open earlier today down the hall. Or, yeah, on the first floor, I heard this happen. Or, like, we have someone coming to, like, cleanse the ghosts here. And I genuinely did not believe them. I was like, I've never experienced this. You guys know, sometimes I work, like, more than 12 hours or, like, 12-hour days. And so I would be working, like, all day, basically, in this building, and nothing would happen to me. And I wanted something to happen to me so bad. I'd be like, ghosts, are you there? It's me, Reina. Nothing. So I'm just saying, if I were to, like, able to buy a house and have something happen, well, at least I'd know, right? When I get haunted, more like I want proof. Probably hung door shut when how it opened the width of the door, swing closed and latched. That's horrifying. That sounds like a ghost. Are you sure? That sounds like a ghost. I've seen that in so many movies. Is that why basement doors lock behind people? You're telling me it's a properly hung door? That's not exciting. Is that what you're trying to say? Barty! Is that what you're trying to say? Makes it a little more interesting to think there are things like that in it. I don't know. A door when you let go should swing closed if you release it like 2 inches from... Okay, but what if it's wide open? What if it's just like wide open? And it's like, yes, I am an open door. Nothing could ever close me. Whoop, something just closed me. And you were 100 kilometers away. I don't know. 1 meter away. I think Spartan might be a ghost he's covering up. Yeah, that sounds like ghost plans to me. It's just still been closed on. I don't believe you! That sounds like a ghost! It sounds like something a ghost would say. You want me to go make the doors unhung? Honestly, none of the doors in the house are properly hung if that's the qualifier. It's gravity. It's never happened. And our house is well taken care of, so I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. My parents are very thorough in making sure the house is kept up well. So if you tell me all this time there's been no ghosts, I mean, there's been no, like, the doors don't close on their own, I'm a little skeptical. Someone's gravity near the aliens. Oh shoot! Let me find the meme before we continue. Ryder, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Oh, I feel so spoiled. Thank you so much. So much. I know, Genki. How have you been? You. Arigato. なんか大好きだよ。大好き。むわ。ありがとう。ありがとう。待って。One of my glasses next. I got you. I put it in his hand. すごいでしょ。Pretty good. Hello, lurkers. Are there lurkers? If you're a lurker, say, but. You're a lurker. Make sure you're still wearing your. It doesn't protect you from these harmful pyramid radiation rays. Oh, but. They're here. But. Getting late? Preposterous! How late could it possibly be for you? Pray, and I can't. Preposterous! I'll read the retweet. We're still live after 5 hours. Honestly, great stream. Having so much. I'm cutting off. Here, I'll turn my volume up. Is that better? Now you should be able to hear every breath, every hiccup, every clump. I can't. I'm just saying, there's no way you're able to not hear me now. Are we good? You hear that? If you hear even this, you wanna know why? Because everyone's asleep. My mom and dad are asleep. Babu's asleep. Ginger's asleep. My meatballs are asleep. Hey, welcome! Welcome! You can hear me now? I don't think I told you guys, but I'm actually... Don't tell anybody. I'm actually cat sitting right now. So I have an extra cat here. It's been a little bit more stressful, but I'm okay. Is the cat cute? Yeah. Yeah, the cat's really cute. They're like an orange tabby. Yeah, it's an extra meatball. I'm only watching them for like next week, so it's not too bad. But my best friend, she actually has quite a few kitties, and she has to separate this one until she can like. I don't know. I don't want to say. Until she can like get them fixed. So this one's with me for now. So yeah, that's why I'm cat sitting right now. So, but yeah, they're very cute. Maybe some of them were curiouser than usual. Oh, for sure. But that's a secret. You guys don't know. You don't know that I'm cat sitting. think you can. I don't think you're a surgeon. When did I become a member? Oh, you probably were gifted one. That's probably what happened. You probably were gifted one. Why'd you sit on a cat? Oh, ha ha ha, very funny. I'm gonna play the video so we can catch. We still have 30 minutes.
House and all their belongings and moved in with friends. And that's when they brought in the Warrens. On March 6th, Ed and Lorraine Warren conducted a seance in the house with several psychics. Lorraine, a clairvoyant, said she encountered Butch's spirit during the seance.
Spirit?
She felt what she described as an overwhelming feeling
Listen on the
of
cat,
horrible
Reina.
depression.
I'm gonna sit on that cat solo. It's gonna lay an egg.
And when the Lutz family moved in 13 months after these murders, they were still using some of the furniture that was in there.
Ed Warren said
I cannot believe how much we've drank.
The psychic team took a series of time-lapse photos of the upstairs landing. None of the photographs showed anything out of the ordinary, except one.
Can I see it?
That Butch DeFeo's little brother John
They're laying an
was
egg.
only 9 years old on the night he was killed.
Okay, wait a second. That kid looks... Something doesn't look right. Is this a painting? That kid looks messed up. That kid looks like it's possessed. Look at this kid. This kid looks possessed. Probably like 8 glasses, 10 glasses, 10 glasses, 9 glasses, and then the 10th one I haven't drink it because I always double up my glass. I'll put the wine away after this. But look at this.
Photo shows
He looks
peering out from
possessed.
one of the bedrooms.
Okay, wine is away. Is away. This is my last glass. I've clearly had enough.
2 years later, they would tell their story to author Jay Anson, who released the book, The Amityville Horror. The book was an instant sensation, selling over 6 million copies. The story gained even more notoriety in 1979 when the movie Amityville Horror hit theaters. Since then, 12 books and a total of 28 films have been inspired by the story. Today, the Amityville house looks much like it did in the 70s. After all this time, it's still one of the most famous and frightening houses in the country, and maybe the world.
No, thank you. Oh, wait, he was what? I wasn't listening. Is that what happened? I just saw the picture of the kid. Wait, what happened? Let me go back to the kid. I'm so sorry that happened. I wasn't trying to be insensitive.
One night,
I
he
literally
heard his
was not
children's
listening.
bed slamming up and down on the floor, but he couldn't do anything about it because he was paralyzed in bed by an unseen force. Later that night, he saw his wife levitating and moving across the bed. The next morning, after only 28 days, the Lutzes had enough. They left the Amityville house and all their belongings and moved in with friends.
I just
And that's
wanted
when
to
they
have
brought in the
friends.
Warrens. On March 6th, Ed and Lorraine Warren conducted a seance in the house with several psychics. Lorraine, a clairvoyant, said she encountered Butch's spirit during the seance and felt what she described as an overwhelming feeling of horrible depression.
The inhuman, the diabolical,
Whoa, this is the Warrens? That's
tragedies
crazy.
occur.
I've only seen the movie version of them, so that's really cool.
Just like a moth would be attracted to a light. And when the Lutz family moved in 13 months after these murders, they were still using some of the furniture that was in there.
Ed Warren said the house was possessed by demons. The psychic team took a series of time-lapse photos of the upstairs landing. None of the photographs showed anything out of the ordinary, except one. Keep in mind that Butch DeFeo's little brother John was only 9 years old on the night he was killed. The photo shows, peering out from one of the bedrooms, a little boy with glowing eyes. After the Lutzes moved out of the house, things returned to normal.
Okay, I was
2
way
years
too tipsy
later,
to pay
they would tell
attention
their
earlier.
story
I'm
to
so
author
sorry.
Jay Anson, who released the book, The Amityville Horror. The book was an instant sensation, selling over 6 million
Yeah, it's from the
copies.
80s.
The story gained
I
even
think.
more notoriety in 1979 when the movie Amityville Horror hit theaters. Since then, 12 books and a total of 28 films have been inspired by
You
the
got
story.
this, Ivan?
Today, the Amityville house looks much like it did in the 70s.
Yeah, I would never use furniture left behind. Are you kidding me? I would never. Just in general, just on principle, I would never. I would just like use my own furniture and slowly get my own as it happened, as I live there, you know? 3 spooky, 5 me, honto.
70s. After all this time, it's still one of the most famous and frightening houses in the country, and maybe the world.
Sorry.
In 1970, Donna, a nursing student, received a gift from her mother for her 28th birthday, a Raggedy Ann doll. Donna loved the doll and took it back to her house that she shared with another young nurse named Angie. The doll's place in the house was sitting up on the couch, but Donna and Angie noticed the doll would be found in different rooms.
Yeah,
Donna
she
would
would.
set her on the living room couch before she left for work. She'd come home and the doll was in her room with the door shut. Then Donna and Angie started finding notes around the apartment.
Okay, but how do you know it wasn't the other person? Like, does all it take is a... Did you put this in him? No. Is that all it takes for someone to be like, okay, it's not anyone else? Even if both of us were asleep, right? I would not trust that it wasn't the other person. Someone can get up in the middle of the night. Someone can do, like, I don't know. Unless you have cameras showing that something is crazy, like crazy is happening, I'm skeptical. I'm already skeptical. But then, like, the vibe side of me is like, but what if it is real? Maybe I should be nice to this doll so it doesn't haunt me. Does that make sense?
They were written in child's handwriting and said, "Help me." And the notes were written on parchment paper that they didn't have in the house.
The pyramid!
One day they came home
Pyramids!
and the doll
The
had
pyramid moved it.
again. But this time it had a sticky red substance on its hands that appeared to be blood. Within a few hours, the red substance
Look at this
was gone.
giant pyramid. 1, 2, 3. What is this? 8 more pyramids. Pyramids! Open your eyes, sheeple. These are pyramids.
On. Angie's boyfriend
Too
Lou said
spicy.
the doll gave him a creepy feeling and told him to get rid of it. They wouldn't. That night, while Lou was sleeping, he heard a noise in the room, like someone was walking around. Then he felt something on the bed. He looked up and said the doll was quickly crawling on the bed.
No, 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 no me diga. No me diga, no quiero. This is awful. This is terrible. Please. I don't want to
on his
picture
body.
this.
He went to yell, but the doll covered his mouth and choked him until he passed out.
The doll doesn't have thumbs.
The next morning, he tried to convince himself that it was all a dream, but he couldn't shake it. Donna and Angie didn't know what to do. They felt like they were going crazy. They contacted a local medium for help. The medium held a seance and told the women that the doll was possessed by
doll
a
doesn't have
7-year-old
thumbs.
girl named Annabelle Higgins. They later found out that the body of a young girl was found on the property years earlier, before their apartment building was built. The medium told the girls that
What
the
if it wasn't the doll? Who would it be? Pyramids. Aliens. That's who it would be. Boom. Mission solved.
doll, who they now called Annabelle, just wanted
Gaspar,
someone
you're
to play
killing
with
me,
and
poor
someone to
doll.
love and care
Shut
for.
up.
Annabelle asked permission to stay in the doll and live with the young nurses.
The young nurses said no, they got rid of the doll, the end.
Nope, they kept it.
I was afraid you'd say that.
They felt bad for Annabelle and agreed to let her stay in the doll and they would take care of her. That turned out to be a terrible mistake. After the medium left, Angie and Donna explained the story to Lou to try to get him to come around. He said the
I
story
would
just
never
made it
come
worse.
around. There's a doll. It's possessed. No, thank you. Move
Get
on.
rid of the doll. They still said no. Over the next days and weeks, the strange activities continued. Sounds in the middle of the night, Annabelle moving from room to room, and now the notes changed from help me to help Lou. One day Lou was helping
I can
Donna and
save her,
Angie pack
really?
for a road trip. He saw that Annabelle looked like she was just thrown onto the floor, so he went over to pick her up, and then he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw blood seeping through his shirt.
Are you kidding me? Does she have a knife?
Beneath, he had 7 long, bloody scratches in the shape of the mark of the beast. Within 2 days, the marks disappeared like they were never there.
Maybe the beast uses Neosporin.
Did he
Please,
get
no one-liners when I'm
photos?
trying to be scary.
Hey, I'm just trying to keep it light. All right, go ahead.
Finally, Angie and Donna agreed to do something. They called the church and explained what was happening.
Adios,
The church
seriously.
reached out to Ed and Lorraine Warren.
They wanna
Ed
do that.
Warren was the only layperson recognized by the church as a demonologist. The Warrens arrived and spoke to the young women at length. Ed and Lorraine explained that the doll was not possessed by a little girl, but possessed by a demon. And now that the demon was invited to live there, it would try to find a human host. The Warrens agreed to take the doll and put it somewhere the demon couldn't escape. So Ed put Annabelle in the back seat of the car.
Listen, I'm gonna dispel this right now. Was there a demon in there? Yes. Was it my Uncle Mortimus? Yes. Was he trying to find a human host? No. Contrary to popular belief, demons don't want human hosts. I know that sounds crazy, right? Because you've seen all these media and everything about possession, demonic possession. There are a small amounts of people who, who want to possess human bodies. I'd say like 5%. Okay? So the chances that this was a demon who wants to possess humans is very minimal. Think of it. There are thousands of demons. There are demons everywhere. There are demons for things you didn't even know existed. There are demons for your curtains in your house. Okay? There are literally demons for everything. So the fact that they're trying to say this is a demon that's going to try to possess humans, it's minimal. There's not really a lot of evidence that that's what's happening here. As a demon, I'm just saying this is negatable. You can negate this. It's not important. And probably not true. Just a prank. Yeah. I know few demons who would want to possess a human. No offense. I mean, you guys are great. I do love you guys. I love humans. Personally, that's why I'm here with you, right? But why would I trade my perfect, flawless, immortal body that I can just siphon your energy without even being inside of your body from? Why would I trade that for being human? You know what I mean? I'm already here. What kind of item would you possess? I would possess your chopsticks so that I could make you feed me more sushi. Like, why would I trade my amazing body for you? There's few things that I would be able to do as a human. I'm just saying. I aren't possessing body right now because I'm in my demon body. This is my body. This is it. Because pyramids. Because pyramids. I don't know, pleasure. Trust me. I get plenty of pleasure as a demon interacting with you just like this. I don't need to possess you. I have plenty of pleasure just talking to you. I eat sushi with a fork. Check me. Ew. Ow. Disgusting. Judging you. I don't see no deer nose though. It's because my tinfoil hat's covering them. But they're... Look, there's one. See, look at that. Look at that. Me too. You believe me now, right? Wow, that's my first cough in a while. So you can be taller and have a nose. I don't really need those things, to be honest. And if I did, I wouldn't be a human. Again, love humans. Love them. I love you. But, just saying, for a demon to want to possess a human, there's not really a lot of benefit there. I'm just saying. No offense. Again, seriously, to all of the humans out there, I do love you. I love interacting with you. That human body made the demon power stronger. I mean, not necessarily. I mean, it's more like you're like siphoning their energy directly to... That's why there's like a few people who are like really into that. But most demons just kind of want to... Okay, well, we'll take a demon, a human soul, and we'll make a deal with them, and we'll profit for generations rather than just getting a quick fulfillment, It's very short-lived. Like, a human can live max 100 years. Demons have thousands of years. So me possessing your body for 100 years is literally, like, less than 1/10 of my existence. Even less. Like, I don't know, 1/100th of my existence. It's just, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. And then a demon vibe is having as long as it turned me into venom. It would not turn you into venom. It would not turn you into
that they
venom.
don't take freeways home, and he was right. Several times on the drive, the car tried to run itself off the road, and the brakes would give out, come back, and then give out again. Ed turned around
Okay,
and
that might have
splashed
been a
holy
demon.
water on Annabelle, and after
That's
that,
pretty
the car
funny.
worked
I
fine.
mean,
Even
what?
after they got Annabelle
That's
home,
not funny.
it continued to torment and terrorize. It would move around the house, and at some point, Ed found the doll levitating near his desk.
What?
One day, a young priest was visiting and saw Annabelle. He mocked the doll and said, "You're just a doll, you can't hurt anyone."
Bad move, Padre.
Well, on his way home, his brakes gave out and the priest was killed. Several
Really
people
check
who
out those
mocked
brakes.
Annabelle ended up in car wrecks soon after. Finally, the Warrens put Annabelle in a glass case.
Okay.
And on the case is
Annabelle, she's horrifying even... Sorry. What? Okay, go forward.
today's episode of the
Wait, where is it? 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 Here we go.
Today, Annabelle still sits in her glass case as brakes gave out and the priest was killed. Several people who mocked Annabelle ended up in car wrecks soon after. Finally,
Oh, come on, Reina!
today's episode
How
of the
do I
Live
keep
Files
doing
that ominously
Listen, look at this. Look at this. She's horrifying, even without some crazy story. Why would anyone get a doll that looks like this? I don't know why anyone would get a doll that looks like this. It's horrifying. I'm going to have nightmares after this video. But I'm just saying, this is who's like, yes, I'm comfortable having this doll in my house. Your sister had one? Your sister needs to rethink what she keeps in her house. It has its own appeal? What is the appeal of this? I've seen Raggedy Ann dolls and I don't get the appeal. They're
says,
horrifying.
"Positively do not open." Today, Annabelle still sits in her glass case at the Occult Museum in the Warrens' house. Ghost hunters, mediums, and psychics still visit Annabelle to this day. All report feeling a dark, negative energy coming from the doll. But nobody opens the case, and everyone treats her with respect.
Who would open the case? Okay, listen, I know how skeptical I sound, right? Because I'm a demon and that's like my job. My job is to be skeptical. But who would open the case? No one is dumb enough to open the case. Okay, just because I'm making fun or poking light at this doesn't mean I'm like, what to do? I don't care. I'm going to open the case of Annabelle. No, I have zero desire to do that. Pyramids. I have zero desire. I don't want to go to the museum. I don't want to do any of that stuff. No way. She can do her own thing and whatever. I'm going to leave her to vibe in her box and she can do whatever she wants to do. I'm never, ever going to the Warrens Museum. There's literally, you cannot pay me enough. No one can pay me any amount to go. I did a thing. Sorry. I messed up. Sorry. What did I do?
Rid of the doll. They still said no. Over the next days and weeks, the
I messed up.
So he went over to pick her up, and then he freeways home and said, "You're just a doll. You can't be a doll." Noticed, like things being out of place. Carolyn would notice that her broom would never be in the same that ominously says,
there we go.
"Positively do not open." Today, Annabelle still sits in her glass case at the Occult Museum in the Warrens' house. Ghost hunters, mediums, and psychics still visit Annabelle to this day. All report feeling a dark, negative energy coming from the doll. But nobody
You would
opens
open the case.
and everyone
You
treats her
would
with
be.
respect.
I have no words. I have no words. Listen, just because it might not be a demon. Just because a demon, and I'm a demon, may not be the one who wants to possess human bodies. There are other creatures in the supernatural world that you should be very aware of. I'm just saying, maybe don't open the case.
When The Conjuring was released in 2013, it was praised not just for being extremely scary,
In the
but for feeling like
pyramids!
a true story. Because
Yeah,
it
the
is.
pyramids
In
pyramids
January
open the case.
1971, the Perrin family moved into an old farmhouse in Harrisville, Rhode Island. Almost immediately, Carolyn, Roger, and their 5 daughters saw strange things happening. Like most of these stories, the first
I would go
activity
to
was
the
so
pyramids.
small that
I
it would.
would. Would I go
unnoticed,
inside?
like
I don't
things
know.
being out of place. Carolyn would notice that her broom would never be in the
I'm
same
not a
place
risk
she left
taker.
it. Then the noises started. Loud thuds, footsteps, and the sounds of people moving around in the kitchen. One day, Carolyn found muddy footprints and small piles of dirt on her.
I'll be honest, having my Danny DeVito cutout look at me right now, all of this is being said, does not give me confidence. I'm gonna move him. I don't have confidence right now in what's happening. Okay, we're just gonna lay that way. Okay.
Freshly washed kitchen floor. Then the girls started seeing spirits around the house. Most of the spirits ignored the girls, but a few didn't. And all those spirits were angry. 8-year-old Cindy Perrin kept hearing a voice whispering in
It's
her
waiting
bedroom.
for you to sleep.
It said,
Shut
there
up.
are 7 dead soldiers in the walls. One day,
Yeah,
Carolyn
Danny would
walked into
protect
the
me.
kitchen and saw a man standing there just leaning against the wall. She said he was wearing old-time clothes, which makes sense. The house was built in 1736. Ghosts also appeared sitting at their dining room table, and some seemed to be aware that the Perrins were there. The ghost pointed at them and then vanished. Other ghosts ignored them before disappearing. So Carolyn researched the history of the house and discovered it had been in the Arnold family for generations. She thought the man she saw in the kitchen was John Arnold. Carolyn learned there had been at least 8 deaths on the property. Some of them gruesome. A few of them, children.
No, thank you.
Carolyn learned that the primary evil force was the spirit of a woman named Bathsheba Sherman who lived in the house in the mid-19th century. She was not a nice lady. She had a reputation for beating and starving the hired help. While her husband Judson farmed the land, she took care of the house. Bathsheba had 4 children, 3 of whom died very young. Local legend claims Bathsheba was a witch because an infant, while in her care, mysteriously died. The cause of death was determined to be a sewing needle that impaled the baby's skull. Locals believe that this was an offering to the devil, but Bathsheba was never convicted of any wrongdoing.
How's
When
there still
Bathsheba
25
died,
minutes
legend says
left?
she turned to stone. The parents said that at 5:15 every morning, there would be the smell of rotten flesh in the house, and the air would become terribly cold and the heat wouldn't work. One especially scary night, Roger Perrin's bed was lifted into the air and dropped. Soon Carolyn started feeling like Bathsheba was trying to make her kill her children the way Bathsheba killed hers.
Bathsheba,
That's when the
adios.
parents called Ed and Lorraine Warren for help. The Warrens
What
spent a
kind
few
of name
hours
is that?
walking the house and talking to the parents. Then they performed a seance against Roger Perrin's wishes. Here's Roger in his own words.
Diablo.
The seance in the house, and that was not a good thing.
Oh boy, really? You think it wasn't a really good thing? Really? And for
5
true?
minutes into the seance, and my wife got all, her whole body went out of shape and extorted. And it was.
You're the witch just existing. Shut up, Tito.
And came right into
Bathsheba. Yeah, that whole name. The name Bathsheba literally sounds demonic to me. I don't know why you would ever summon someone named Bathsheba.
to help her. You know, she was completely out of this world at that point, speaking crazy words.
That crazy word, biblioteca. La chancla. They heard La chancla, and then just immediately just were like, what are these tongues? What are they saying?
I tried to help her.
At that point, Roger had seen enough. He actually punched Ed in the mouth and threw the Warrens out of the house and told them never to return. But soon after the seance, the haunting stopped.
La chancla.
August 1977, Enfield, North London. This is considered one of the events that proves the existence of poltergeists. Peggy Hodgson had just put her children to bed when she heard the sound of a chair being dragged across the bedroom floor.
Did she?
Peggy went into the room and her daughters were under their blankets, terrified. The chair was upside down on the floor, and they said they didn't do it. They said the chair moved on its own. So Peggy turned out the lights and then heard the sound of scraping. When she turned the lights back on, she saw a dresser slide 18 inches across the floor. Peggy wasn't quite sure what was happening. She tried to push the dresser back into place, but it wouldn't budge. Peggy
Yeah, so
called
what
her
happened was
neighbors
your
over to
house-
make sure she wasn't going.
When your house isn't level, you know, things start to slide. So I'm sure that's what happened. That's what I'm gonna say. But I don't know. I don't know how to explain that, honestly.
Crazy.
I don't know how to. I don't know what to
Neighbors
say.
also heard the sounds. Peggy finally called the
The
police.
neighbors also
One of the
heard it?
responding officers said she heard knocking or tapping
Science.
and saw the chair
This is
wobble.
science.
Then she saw the chair slide across the floor about 3 feet. This is in the official police report, but the police said there's no crime, so there's nothing they can do. After a couple of months, everyone in the house was sleeping in the same room. And then the activity got worse. Voices of an old man started coming from Janet, and her lips weren't moving.
Hey, you crazy kids! You better get off my lawn. Imagine you heard that coming out of someone else's voice. You crazy kids!
This voice is coming from an 11-year-old girl.
Well, perhaps, Guy, perhaps you've got something to say to them.
Yeah.
I'd like to know how you make this noise without bashing Janet's vocal cords to pieces. If I do it for half a minute, I get a sore throat.
There's choices here.
Peggy didn't know where to turn, so she went to the media. Soon
Wait,
reporters
I'm
and
sorry.
paranormal
You can't just brush past that. You can't just brush past that. What?
Of an old man started coming from Janet, and her lips weren't moving.
This voice is coming from an 11-year-old girl.
Oh my god. Yeah, that sounds like Uncle Mortimer to me.
Well, perhaps, Guy, perhaps you've got something to say to them.
Yeah.
I don't know. Ventriloquism is a
room.
thing.
And then the activity got worse. Voices of an old man started coming from Janet, and her lips weren't moving.
This voice is coming from an 11-year-old girl.
Well, perhaps, Guy, perhaps you've got something to say to them.
Yeah.
Her bottom lip's moving right there.
I'd like to know how you make this noise without bashing Janet's vocal cords to pieces. If I do it for half a minute, I get a sore throat.
There's choices here.
What is he even saying? There's what here? There's choices here. There's choices here. I can literally do it without moving my mouth, but
Cords to pieces. If I do it for half a minute,
are the captions? Here we go. Oh no, they're auto-generated. Oh,
I get a sore throat.
There's choices here.
there's chases here?
Peggy didn't know where to turn, so she went to the media.
I made quite a few weird noises when I was a kid.
It's coming from an
Too spicy. You're so stupid.
Perhaps, Guy, perhaps you've got something to say to them.
Yeah.
I'd like to know how you make this noise without
There's cheeses here.
pieces. If I do it
Yeah.
for half a minute, I get a sore
Sure.
There's choices here.
There's choices here. There's choices here. Like, I can do that. There's choices here.
Where to turn, so she went to the media. Soon reporters and paranormal investigators descended on the family, performing tests.
here.
There are photos of Janet being levitated out of bed. There's video of knocking sounds responding to questions from mediums. Guy Playfair was a writer and parapsychologist with the Society for Psychical Research. He spent a great deal of time with the family. He witnessed...
I'm watching you, Wazowski. Always watching. Always watching. I'm a demon. I mean, I really am. So it's not like I'm possessed. I'm not possessed. I'm just being weird.
a lot of poltergeist activity with his own eyes. By 1978, the Enfield Poltergeist attracted the attention of Ed and Lorraine Warren. At this point in time, the Warrens were icons in paranormal research. They flew to London to investigate. Ed Warren was convinced there was a demonic presence. The voice coming from Janet said its name was Bill and that he lived and died in the house.
Monsters.
The voice said that he had died of a brain hemorrhage while sitting in a chair.
It was monsters. Because you're so dumb. Morgan, you're so stupid.
His son confirmed all of that was true.
Some months later, Bruce was contacted by Terry Wilkins, whose father Bill was buried in a nearby cemetery and had lived at the house before the Hodgsons moved in.
I had an hemorrhage and I fell asleep and I died in a chair.
What a way to go. What a way to
The
go.
voice had described the precise circumstances of Bill Wilkins' death.
But it describes exactly how that's exactly what happened. He died in the chair, down in the living room.
In all, there
Okay,
were more
that's
than 30
creepy.
witnesses who saw furniture moving, objects flying around, cold breezes, physical assaults, pools of water appearing on the floor, graffiti, and matches spontaneously igniting. The Enfield Poltergeist tortured Peggy, Janet, and the entire family for 18 months. It almost ruined their lives. Then, as quickly as it
Who
started,
is a pyramid?
stop.
Yeah, he died as he lived, sitting and chilling. Yup. Rest in peace.
The Snedekers lived in upstate New York, but found themselves
Took them
traveling to
off Dale?
Connecticut a lot.
Let me go get some more. I'm gonna go get some more water. Be right back. Okay? Give me a second. Yosh. Okay. Let's see. Is that a good idea, though? Ooh! Welcome back. Arigato. Thank you. Thank you. Wrong place. Here. I just got some water. I wasn't gone too long. Oh, sorry.
Alan kept renovating. He found two rooms. One with Carmen and 30 witnesses who saw furniture moving, objects flying around, cold breezes, physical assaults, pools of water appearing on the floor, graffiti, and matches spontaneously igniting. The Enfield Poltergeist tortured Peggy, Janet, and the entire family for 18 months. It almost ruined their lives. Then, as quickly as it started, it stopped.
That's crazy. Crazy.
The Snedekers lived in upstate New York, but found themselves traveling to Connecticut a lot. Philip, eldest son of Carmen and Alan Snedeker, had Hodgkin's lymphoma, and his hospital was in Connecticut. In 1986, Carmen and Alan had had enough of the commute and decided to rent something near the Yukon hospital. They packed up their
Nope,
4 children
only got a
and 2
couple
of their
seconds,
nieces
couple
and moved to a
minutes.
spacious duplex on a quiet street in Southington, Connecticut. As soon as they moved in, Alan began renovations on the basement to make a bedroom for Philip. While cleaning out some rusty tools and other basement junk, he found an old piece of equipment he didn't recognize. It looked like a
If you
pump with
see
a
a
couple of
basement-
old tubes coming out of it. Turns out,
If you see a basement that's like completely not, why would you be renovating it for your son? I don't know. I understand renovations are a thing. I love home renovations. My parents love home renovations. It's just something that like our family just gravitates towards. I get it, but like your son needs a room like immediately. Like why are you just, I don't know. If it looked completely busted and full of junk, I would be skeptical.
it was embalming equipment.
For?
Corpses.
No!
Alan
Corpses!
kept renovating. He found 2 rooms.
How do you keep renovating? I don't want anyone to stay down there at that point. Are you kidding me?
One was the embalming room, complete with equipment and rusty floor drains. The other room was a casket display
Did you just say rusty floor drains?
room. The Snedekers now realized why the rent was so low on such a big house. It used to be a funeral home. The Hallahan funeral home, to be exact. Philip's bedroom would be the former casket room. And almost immediately, he heard strange sounds and voices. He saw dark figures moving in the shadows. He saw a man with white hair and a pinstripe suit. One night,
They must have hated that son in particular. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, there's no way you would want your son to live in that. What are you thinking? Yeah, I'll just pick up these embalming tools. Yeah, I'll just sweep up these bones of ancient, beings, and I'll just put them all in my thing, and I'll sleep down here. You can put a sleeping bag down. Like, what? What? Yeah, I'm still streaming. We're just having a good time, Brandon. Welcome back. Thank you so much for coming. Welcome
he
back.
saw bodies stacked up against the wall. Philip was so frightened, he asked to sleep in the hospital, which his parents didn't allow. Carmen thought Philip was hallucinating because of his cancer medication. But then everyone started seeing and hearing things.
How many bodies passed through that house over the years?
Well, it was a funeral home for a few decades, so...
Thousands of bodies.
Yeah.
Nope.
No.
The Snedekers knew they had ghosts. At first, the ghosts just made sounds and moved things around the house.
I would not buy a funeral
They would find
home as a
light bulbs
house.
unscrewed from their sockets, but still somehow emitted light. And all through the house was the smell of feces and decay. It became unbearable. The entire family was terrified. And just when they couldn't take it anymore, the ghosts became violent.
Ugh. What?
What began as strange sounds, smells, and visions of spirits soon became much more. The spirits became physically violent. One night, both Carmen and her niece Tammy had a terrifying encounter. Carmen woke up and felt a dark energy around her. She couldn't see anything, but she felt cold hands reaching under her pajamas and grabbing at her underwear. Then she heard an evil laugh. Carmen's niece had the same exact encounter. But
You
she
got
was
rats in your walls.
What is that?
Rats chewing on the cords.
We'll get demonetized again.
Oh, we don't want that.
No, we don't. So we'll censor it, and the grown-ups out there can fill in the blanks.
Good thinking. Eventually, both Carmen and her husband Alan were scared by the entity multiple times. One night, Carmen finally saw the ghosts. One had long white hair and white eyes. The other had black hair and black eyes. That's when they called Ed and Lorraine Warren. The Warrens and their team of investigators spent 9 weeks in the Snedeker house. And during that time, they saw everything the Snedekers reported. Members of the team were pushed, slapped, even knocked to the ground. Ed and Lorraine searched the history of the home. They discovered that one of the morticians who worked there was a necrophiliac.
Definition.
He had a thing for corpses.
Worst hobby ever.
Ed said that the spirit infused the home with evil. The Warrens felt that an exorcism would work.
No
After the house was cleansed, the Snedekers moved out. Then the Warrens hired author Ray Garton to document everything that happened in the house. The documentation of these events became the book In a Dark Place, The Story of a True Haunting. The Snedeker case was also made into the movie The Haunting in Connecticut, released in 2009. Since the Snedekers moved out, nobody has reported
I'm just
anything
gonna
strange in the
nope out
house
of this
since.
video
And the
real
owner made
quick
sure
if
to
it
tell
keeps
all
going
renters
in
that
this
it was once a
trajectory.
funeral home, and that the renters should keep that in mind before they sign the lease. Ed and Lorraine Warren are possibly the most successful paranormal investigators in history. They've written or contributed to at least 30 books about their cases. Their work has inspired the movies in the Conjuring universe, a film franchise worth over $2 billion.
And at the end of that case, I don't know. I think
with many
so.
skeptics calling them outright frauds and grifters. So what's the truth? Well, Ed and Lorraine Warren met when they were 16 years old at a local movie theater. Their conversation soon moved to the paranormal. Ed believes he grew up in a haunted house, and Lorraine claimed to be clairvoyant. They were married when they were 19 when Ed was on leave from the army. They soon made their livings as artists.
Ed looked the exact same.
They were 16 years old.
Some people you look at, you're like, okay, oh, they're older. Oh, when did they look when they were younger?
Ed believes he
and then
grew
you're
up
just
in a
like,
haunted house,
you're just
and
like,
Lorraine claimed to be clairvoyant. They were married when they were 19.
You're like, okay, they look, he looks the exact. Like, man, that guy looks the exact same. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed at all. It's got maybe a little more of a belly. Literally. Lorraine looks beautiful. She's radiant. She's gorgeous. But like he has not changed.
Ed was on leave from the army. They soon made their livings as artists. They would go to houses that they believed were haunted.
He ate his veggies. I eat my veggies.
Painting to the owner.
Oof, that's a rough racket.
It was. So Ed supplemented their income by driving a bus. Though they were making a name for themselves locally as paranormal investigators,
he has not. That guy has not changed.
Breakthrough came in 1979 with the Amityville horror case. When the Warrens arrived in Amityville, they brought an entire film crew with them. Unfortunately, the film crew didn't capture anything except for the moanings of a few psychics.
Oh, gee, I wonder why. Why didn't they capture anything? Are these spirits just so smart that they know exactly when you are trying to film things? Could it be a case of hysteria? Could it be a case of, I don't know, delusion from lead paint in the house? Who knows? Who knows? Wow, very interesting. I'm just saying, at this point, we should know for sure. There should be some proof. There's gotta be some dumb ghost from 1805 who doesn't know that you're recording with your iPhone. I'm just saying, like, there has to, like, at this point, we're so advanced in our recording capabilities, there's no room for someone to just be like, oh, I just didn't get it. No, man. There's no way. There's literally, it's literally not possible, especially with cases as large as this. I'm just saying, she's really into this now. This whole time has been me going on like this. I just feel like there's no way. We have so many capabilities nowadays. There's no way no one's recorded anything. So into this, and I love it. I'm glad you guys are into me being into this, because it makes me feel like you actually, like, I don't know, makes me feel like you, like, are enjoying this, and that makes me happy.
I'm the ghost boy.
Right, the ghost boy.
You disagree? Please let me hear your points. Let me go into your brain and understand. Please let me know. I want to hear.
Stairs. Yeah, that's a creepy photo, but it's actually a photograph of Paul Bartz.
Oh, the mall cop?
Who's Paul Bartz?
Paul Bartz was one of the investigators. He doesn't have glowing eyes. That's just light reflecting off his glasses. The camera snapped a picture of him when he was setting up some equipment, but the photo became so famous that nobody bothered to
It's in the shape of a pyramid!
refute it. Now, the Lutzes
Those are real and will come for you. I'm just saying.
did call Father Pecoraro to bless the house, which he did. He also said there was nothing strange about the house. It was a peaceful and lovely home. Other parts of the story are also a little sketchy. The Lutzes couldn't have seen hoof prints in the snow because there was no snow at that time. And all the damage that supposedly happened to the house didn't. Doors, windows, the entire house was in perfect shape when they moved in and when they left. The Amityville story was actually created by Butch DeFeo's lawyer, William Weber, and the Lutz family. One night they were discussing a way to help each other. Weber wanted an insanity verdict for Butch DeFeo. He was also working on a book deal. The Lutzes were struggling financially and they liked the sound of a book deal. Weber said that after 4 bottles of wine, their meeting turned into a creative writing session. But the Lutzes didn't like their cut of Weber's book deal.
4 bottles.
Author
I'm
Jay Hansen
halfway to
offered
my
the Lutzes
first, and I
50-50
can't imagine writing
that
something
they
like that.
liked. And with millions of books selling like crazy and movie offers coming at them, it was in their financial interest to stick with the story. The Amityville horror story is definitely debunked. The next case we talked about was Annabelle, the possessed doll.
Okay.
This story is easier to track. It's basically a retelling, beat for beat, of the Twilight Zone episode Living Doll, which aired in 1963 on CBS. Here's the synopsis.
Eric Streeter is upset when his wife comes home with her daughter Christy, having bought her yet another doll. Christy loves her new talking Tina doll, but her stepfather takes an immediate dislike to it. Anytime he is alone with the doll, it spouts abusive comments to the effect that it hates him and that it's going to kill him.
My name is Eric Streeter, and I'm going to get rid of you. You wouldn't dare.
It's a great episode,
creepy.
and every Twilight Zone fan knows it. Ed and Lorraine were apparently fans of the show too and co-opted the story. Still not convinced? The mother's name in the Twilight Zone episode was Annabelle. We can call that one debunked. Now,
What?
how about Bathsheba Sherman, the witch that tormented the Perrons as portrayed in The Conjuring? When The Conjuring was released in
debunked that
2013,
so fast.
the owner of the house at the time, Norma Sutcliffe, was tortured.
By the witch?
No, by movie fans. She released a video that year complaining about how her property was descended upon by horror fans. At all hours, day or night, there would be people in her yard, exploring the barn on her property, and even sticking cameras and phones through her window. She was
What?
furious. She even sued Warner Brothers over this. In her video, Norma goes on to debunk basically the whole story. Bathsheba was a real person, but that's about all the story gets right. She never lived in that house, never killed anyone. By all accounts, she was a lovely woman. She died peacefully at the age of 73.
So, very little murdering of children.
Very little. None, actually. Her last act before she died was to provide...
What? You telling me there was no evil witch named Bathsheba? Ridiculous.
grandchildren's
Ridiculous.
education. Norma lived in that house for years. She said nothing strange happened in the house before or since. Now, maybe Norma Sutcliffe just got lucky and the house was haunted when the parents were there. Maybe. They got a few juicy book deals and a movie out of the story. So they said and continue to say,
I never
their
seen
story
Twilight
is true.
Zone.
Oh, the
Yeah,
parent...
but she wasn't evil. Boo. Lame. I want an evil Bathsheba. I want her to be evil. Let her be evil.
Warrens didn't reach out to Ed and Lorraine Warren for help. The Warrens just showed up. That's something they did a lot. They finally left when Mr. Perrin punched Ed in the mouth. So, Bathsheba Sherman and The Conjuring? Debunked. The Snedekers case is another one that doesn't make the Warrens look good. Ray Garton, the author that Ed Warren hired, really struggled writing the book.
It was difficult with the family involved. They were going through some serious problems like alcoholism and drug addiction. They could not keep their story straight, and I became very frustrated. It's hard writing a non-fiction book when all the people involved are telling you different stories.
When Garton told Ed Warren about this, Ed said, "Oh, they're crazy, only crazy people call us." So Garton asked what he's supposed to do about the book. Ed says, use what works and just make the rest up, just make it scary. And this was not the first time Ed Warren hired a horror writer for help.
Well, I don't
not a
believe-
journalist, not a biographer, a horror
Oh man,
fiction
it's kind of interesting because I feel like there's this legacy left with like the Conjuring movies and with Annabelle about the Warrens, and I think that it's depicted them in an overly positive light. But there's actually a lot of sus things that go like that have happened with them. Not even just talking about this. Like if you look into the Warrens, like everything about them is pretty much incredibly sus. And I'm just wondering like how their actual legacy will be influenced by the movies that were made, you know, to kind of profit off of their popularity rather than like the truth, you know? Yeah, it's way too positive about them. I mean,
Also, what's not
they're sussy
widely-
Bacchus. They are incredibly sus. I'm not getting into it. I refuse. But I'm just saying they are incredibly sus. And like, if you look into them and what they did in their day-to-day life, they were very questionable people.
reported is that Philip, their son with cancer, was caught touching and trying to rape his cousins. He even got pretty close once.
What?
Police took him to a mental hospital where he was diagnosed with schizophrenia. And schizophrenia could certainly explain
I
why he
want
was
to
seeing and
purge my
hearing
brain
things.
out,
Yeah, but it
please.
wouldn't explain why everyone else was.
No, but the Snedekers lived in the house for 2 years without an incident. But after they got behind on the rent and their landlady had begun eviction proceedings, suddenly the house was haunted. Also, their story has a lot of details that sound like the movie The Entity, which was popular and super scary. What's also not widely reported is that the family dealt with alcoholism and drug addiction, which makes everything worse. In fact, Ray Garden said that while he was working on the book, he never actually saw Philip, and the Snedekers never mentioned what kind of cancer he had. He did speak to Philip on the phone, and Philip told him that when he stayed on his medication, the ghost stopped. Then Philip's mother quickly ended the call.
Oh
Ray
my
Garden
God,
and some of the
what?
Snedekers' neighbors suspected the family might have been using cancer as a cover story for Philip's mental health problems and drug addiction. And despite their claims, they were fully aware that the house was a funeral home. And there was a tenant living in the upstairs apartment who never saw or heard anything.
What?
The Snedekers' neighbors, their
My brain,
landlady, even the
oh
person
my God, my
writing the
brain
book
is
about the
gonna
case, all
explode.
said the
There's
story
no
was made
way.
up. This one is safely debunked. The Enfield Poltergeist is
He's
a tricky
literally
one.
debunking
We know
everything,
at
and
least
I'm
some
here
of the story
for
was
it.
a hoax because Janet admitted to it, and the kids were caught multiple times faking so-called paranormal incidents. And people say the voice was coming from her without her mouth moving, but there's plenty of video of her mouth moving.
Yes!
The photo of Janet levitating above the bed looks a lot like her jumping off the bed. And that picture was taken with a motion-controlled camera in the girl's bedroom, so nobody else was in the room to confirm what actually happened. This was another case where the
Are you
movie
kidding
exaggerates
me?
the Warrens' involvement. Again, they just showed up uninvited. They stayed for a few hours.
I'm so glad that I caught that. 'Cause like her mouth is literally moving. Kids can make weird freaking noises, okay? I've heard so many weird noises come out of kids because I told you I was a school bus driver for a very, very small time. And I was this small, medium-sized demon. And kids make all kinds of weird freaking noises. You just kind of have to go with it. Yeah, I debunked it! I did! Woo! I did it! Kids make noises all the time. Kids are bizarre. Kids are so weird. And you just kind of have to accept them as they are. But like, that didn't seem too weird for me.
Looked around and left the following day.
I was a kid once again confirmed. Near Ohio, because I am less. Also, we're doing something like cute demons doing
And Warren
stream.
did
I
have a
think
chance to
plenty.
speak to Guy Playfair, the investigator who spent the most time with the family. Ed told Guy he could make a lot of money from this case. Guy wasn't interested, but the Warrens wrote it up anyway. They cashed in and called this another one of their 10,000 cases. Except they didn't investigate 10,000 cases. If they did one case a day without a day off, that would take them 27 years. So
Wow.
we caught Ed stretching the truth again. Speaking of, there is one true horror story here. His name is Ed Warren.
Oh my god, is he gonna go into this? I don't even know if this is safe for my stream to play. Oh my god.
Warner Brothers' multi-film, multi-billion-dollar Conjuring franchise follows Ed and Lorraine Warren.
I don't even know if I can talk. I don't know if I can show this.
The world,
I'm so...
helping rid frightened families of ghosts and demons.
Here comes the butt.
But just weeks after the release of the first film in 2013, the studio learned about allegations made against Ed Warren.
I don't know if I can play all of this. Is not something I want to go into on my channel. So I will not show the last 7 minutes of this video. That just in case I don't know what they're gonna say. I literally have no idea what they're gonna say. So I'm just in case I am not going into this. Okay? And that's my own personal choice. Okay? I am here to have a good time, and I am not going to let something else make that a different thing. You have the link to the video. If you really want to watch, you really want to know what happens, whatever he talks about, you can click the link and you can watch on your own volition. But that is not something I'm going to invite into my space. Okay? Alright? So, that being said, I'm going to choose another video to watch. Ha! You thought that I was going to say I'm done
In
watching,
1966,
right?
a well-known scientist released...
I'm not done watching because I can't sleep because now I'm scared. So we're gonna watch something else. We're gonna watch other videos. We're gonna watch other videos, but let's see. What should we see? The moon landing? No. Here. We'll go. I'm so dumb. I thought this said the dark side of Operation Minecraft. Why would I have thought that said Minecraft? Look at that. It says mincemeat. Why do you think it said Minecraft? I thought this said Minecraft. We watched this one. What else should we watch? The Emerald Tablet of Atlantis. Yeah, Operation Minecraft. Oh gosh, I don't even know. Brooklyn Bridge UFO abduction. Oh my gosh, I don't know what to watch. I don't know what to watch. Oh my gosh. He's got so many. Sounds from hell. We'll see about that. No, I'm kidding. Does anything look interesting to you guys? Egyptians built the Grand Canyon? Is it Egyptians in the Grand Canyon? You wanna watch that? Boob quake. What's a boob quake? I don't know. Some of these. And boob quake. The moon looks hollow. I think that's the one we've already watched. Where was it? Yeah, we watched this one already. We already watched this one. This was our The Moon Isn't Real stream. One sec, let me see if I can find. There's one I want to watch. Here we go. This is interesting. This is really interesting. Here, wait.
Imagine you wake up one morning and notice everything around you is just a tiny bit different. Maybe you're in the same house, but furniture is slightly out of place. Your favorite coffee mug is there, but it has a crack you don't remember. And you could have sworn your coffee maker was black, but this one is chrome. And just as you think that you're going crazy... Future! Everything is chrome in the future. You feel a strange tingling sensation and hear a buzzing in your ears. A flash of light, the buzzing stops, and you feel dizzy. As you regain your balance, you look around. Everything seems back to normal. The coffee maker is black. Your mug is not cracked, so what was that? A dream? Your imagination? It seems so real. Are you just overtired, or are you going crazy? Okay, we're talking about glitches in the Matrix. You want to know something else that's crazy that happened? My mom and I were in the car, okay, and we were driving. I don't remember where we're going. I literally don't remember. All I remember is I looked up at the sky. Okay, I'm not kidding. These stories that I've told you today are 100% real, okay? I'm not saying you have to believe them 100%. I'm not saying there's not some logical explanation. I'm just telling you what happened, and you can infer your own guesses as to what it is. But she and I were driving to somewhere, and
literally, as we're driving, I look up in the sky. I see like a green, like a lime green light. Okay, like flashing in the sky. There were no tornado warnings in case anyone was like, oh, maybe it was a tornado, maybe it was lightning. Literally, there was nothing. It was just like a lime green light. And then I blinked and it was gone. Weird. It's a pyramid. It's a pyramid. It has to be. It has to be. I'm just saying. I have no explanation for what it was. My mom had no explanation. I thought I saw something like in the sky when it was happening. But maybe at that point, I'm just imagining things in the midst of the weird thing. Ball of lightning. You're right. Ball of lightning. Yeah, it was like a green light across like the whole sky. It was all green. My mom saw it too. It was very weird. So it wasn't just me. But I'm just saying, there's some things I'm like, but I'm sure with a logical explanation, it could be explained. Like my dad the other day had the nerve to ask me, he was like, how do you know the earth isn't flat if there's, you know, sunlight? And why is the sun the same amount of light everywhere you go? Or something. He asked me something stupid. It was something like really dumb. And I was like, Dad, seriously, just because the sun is up in the sky doesn't mean that there's not gonna be like evenly distributed. It's just because this, like, he was trying to say, oh my god, I can't remember because I'm so tipsy and I so badly want my brain to work. He asked me, like, he was trying to ask me, like, how do you know the earth isn't flat if the sun is like shining in an equal amount where you are or something? It was something really ridiculous. And I was just like, Dad, you know the sun shines where you are, right? Like, that doesn't mean the earth is flat. That just means the sun is in your hemisphere. It was so... Oh my god. I so wish my brain was working right now so I could properly tell this story. Because I was just like, if I remember the question, it was so annoying. I was like, what are you talking about? Get it together, Father. Please. Meteorological optical phenomenon that occurs transiently around the moment of sunset or sunrise. No, it was aliens, Spartan, and you can't convince me of otherwise. It was something, he was basically asking me something about, like, well, why does the sun show up where it does if the earth isn't flat? Like, I had to explain to him how the sun rotates like around the earth, or the earth is on an axis, so it turns to where the sun is. Like, I had to explain that to him, and I just remember being like Dad, please. That was all that was in my head. I was like, Dad, please, the earth is not flat. Please tell me you're not being serious right now. Or he was like, he also liked me like, why is the sky blue? You know, like, why is the sky blue then? Oh god. Be careful what your family sees everywhere. I remain a proud skeptic of all things aliens. Having your brain only half working is perfect for conspiracy streams. You're right, I should drink more. I should drink more. Your dad's a flathead flavor? No, let me make that clear. He's not. He was bringing it up because, I mean, sometimes we talk about these things, right? He was just asking, like, well, how do you know this isn't true? As much as I am a skeptic of things, my family is also very, like, they try to look at all perspectives and whatnot before forming their own opinions. So we were just having a conversation about it. The water blue that reflects onto the sky. Yeah. You've had enough tonight. I agree. More than literally, there's only like a quarter of the bottle left. Literally. Maybe less. Maybe an eighth of the bottle left. So I think I've had enough. scatters the particles of the atmosphere. Yes! Ding, ding, ding! Correct! Good job, Tito! Good job, Tito! Good job! Yay! Good job, that's the right one! The blue wavelength from solar radiation. Yeah, like 9 cups. I had a lot. And I'm having a good time. It's fun. I still don't want to stop streaming. I don't know. Whatever. I'm just vibing. I'm just having a good time. I'm happy that you guys are having a good time. There's a few less of you right now, but I feel like even the fact that you guys had so much fun for so long means that this is like a fun thing for us to do. So I'm happy. This one's only 15 minutes. After this, if you want, we'll take another poll. Well, like, oh, what do you want to do? Do you want to watch something? Do you want to eat something? Do you want to talk? You know, we'll do a poll. But, I'm just having a good time.
Crazy. Or maybe you somehow slipped through the multiverse. For a brief moment, you switched lives with yourself in an alternate reality. There are documented cases of this happening to people all over the world. This happened to a man traveling through Tokyo airport. When he presented his passport, the authorities were baffled. The passport was genuine. The only problem was...
Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. You guys have been so kind to me today. Thank you. Shove it down, Reina. Shove it down. Shove it down. No crying. Shut up. Get it together.
The country that issued it?
Get it together.
Quantum mechanics sounds like science fiction. Things happen at the quantum level that we just don't understand. For instance, we can measure the position of an electron. But where things get weird is, before you measure the position of that electron, it behaves like a wave. And this is proved by the double slit experiment. I won't go into that now, but we covered it in detail in our episode about simulation theory, which is linked below. If you watch that video, make sure you've got a brain bucket handy. Anyway, you can think of the wave function as the sum of all the positions of an electron simultaneously.
So it exists everywhere?
It exists everywhere, at the same time.
Do we have time, little...
Please, thank you for the donation. So kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Many scientists universes that exist for every position of that electron.
You guys are too cute. Stop it. Shut up. Stop it.
Called the many worlds theory.
Stop it.
Every time a quantum measurement is taken, the universe branches off into another parallel universe. Since there are an infinite number of these universes, out there somewhere is a reality where dinosaurs didn't go extinct. A universe where Americans lost the war for independence. Even a universe where you're a big movie star. They're all out there. But nobody thought those realities could interact with each other. Until 2014. Scientists proposed a theory based off many worlds called many interacting worlds. This theory says that
it's not a very catchy name. Many interacting. That's not a very catchy name. You should come up with a better name, like I don't know. Chat, give me a name. Rufus. I don't know. Really undulating, fun, universal states. Jeff.
But they can and do interact with each other. This might explain why Lorena Garcia woke up one morning wearing different pajamas. She looked when someone else was in her office. She worked in the same building, but now was in a different department and worked for a boss she didn't know. And when she got home, her ex-boyfriend was there, but they broke up months ago.
Awkward.
Or in 1851, Joseph Warren was found wandering around Frankfurt, Germany. When authorities asked him
Pitbull Timothy. I like Timothy.
Luxaria. When he was shown a map, he changed your perfectly well. But to him, the continents were named Sacria, Afla, Asla,
You guys are dumb. What? You changed your pajamas?
Another incident happened in 1905. A man was caught stealing a loaf of bread in Paris. When he was captured by police, he spoke a language.
Wait, Miss? Les Mis? Is this just the plot to Les Mis? A man steals a loaf of bread in Paris. I'm just saying.
They figured out he was saying he was from
Gosh,
Lisbon.
I want to keep
If he
drinking.
meant Lisbon, Portuguese interpreters were brought in.
But I won't. I'm drinking water right now.
Speaking, but it's definitely not Portuguese. And that takes us to the story about the man from Torred, who somehow drifted out of his own universe and
I spilled water on myself. Wait. Wait. Wait 1 second. Let me take this off. Wait. Wait. Okay. Put that over there. Montel. Okay. I'm good.
into our own, launching a mystery that would last for almost 70 years.
I have an undershirt on. I'm not a heathen. Jeez. I did.
However, things have changed now. The paradigm has shifted. The multiverse idea, once thought to be so crazy it only belonged on evening night television, has now become the dominant theory in cosmology. It's unavoidable. You cannot avoid the theory of the multiverse.
In 1952, 7 years after a brutal war with the Allies and subsequent occupation by American forces, Japan was once
I'm
again
wearing
free.
pajamas,
It shifted
yes.
its economy from military focus to industries like technology and finance. And this new market created tremendous opportunities. And people from all over the world poured into Japan daily, usually coming through Haneda Airport in Tokyo. It was a hot afternoon in July 1954, and the airport was buzzing. These were the days before full body scanners and
Remove your laptops, tablets, and place them in their own dirty plastic.
That Hecklefish, I know you guys hate him, but he's pretty funny sometimes. Is hell part of the multiverse? Hell is a constant, no matter what universe it is. Hell doesn't change. Multiverse, shut up, pointless.
The cherry on top.
You good?
Cherry on top?
Wanting to get that off my chest for a long time.
Travelers back then didn't have to deal with all that nonsense, but they still had to present a passport to airport security and customs agents. A businessman, middle-aged Caucasian with dark hair and a beard, made his way to the front of the line. He handed over his passport, which was filled with stamps of the country.
What is this photo? What? That doesn't even look like a person. It looks like a fake person. It looks like it was photoshopped. This literally does not look like a person. Oh my gosh, his birthday was released recently, 5 days ago. Happy birthday! Happy birthday to you. Oh wait, this is Jewel. Jewel. Is that the same as July? It's fine. It's fine.
He'd recently visited. The customs agent looked puzzled.
Hi, welcome!
The man, back to the passport, up at the man again and asked his name. Broderick Janansfer, said the man. Date of birth? The man replied, 11th of September, 88. So far, so good. Then the agent asked, country of birth? The man replied, very casually, I'm from Torred. The customs agent had never heard of a country called Torred.
Torred is whatever you want it to be. If you believe in Torred, they believe in Torred. That's how it works. How late into the night? I mean, I'm just having a good time. I don't know. An hour, 3 hours. Who knows? We're at 6.5 hours right now, so I guess maybe in 2 hours I'll call it. Maybe.
But there are 200 countries in the world, and some of them are smaller than even the smallest states in the US. So the agent called a colleague over. The second agent was also
Dom Toretto is my name.
heard of a country called Torred.
Dom Toretto.
Supervisor. Then the customs agent asked, Mr. Janansfer, do you think you could show us on a map?
Viewers are died.
Annoyed, but what's
Probably like 30%.
Of course, and then he's taken to a private room to prove to the officers.
What the heck is an air kraken? What is an air kraken?
And so the multiverse is not just some invention out of the ether. It flows out of an application
You're going to work and you're gonna like it.
to general relativity.
We're not completely there yet with a full solution, but it's why the idea is taken seriously. It's not just an invention.
Broderick Transfer, the man from Torres, is visibly upset now. The officers brought him a map of Europe, asked him to point out Torred, and without hesitation, he pointed to a small country on the border of France and Spain. Now, this made sense to the customs officers because even though Janansfer was speaking Japanese, he did have a French accent. But the problem wasn't his language, it was his country. The officers told him that he was pointing to the Principality of Andorra, and there's no such place as Torred.
No way,
Janansfer
no
started
way.
arguing. He said the kingdom of Torred is 1,000 years old, and he'd never heard of anything called Andorra, which he thought sounded fake. Janansfer then said he had traveled through this very airport twice this month and never had a problem. He had stamps in his passport to prove it. Now, this was easy enough to check. The customs agents confirmed that the stamps were authentic.
You back with your dad on Monday? Tell him I said hi. Tell your parents I said hi.
Traveler, he carried different currencies with him. The customs agents examined the money. He had currency from Japan and several European nations, but he also had money from Torred, which seemed like real currency, except for the fact that there's no such place. He also had traveler's checks. Unfortunately for him, the checks were issued by a bank that didn't exist. The agents started to suspect he might be up to no good. Maybe a criminal or a spy. Where he was staying.
Okay, but listen. Why would a criminal or a spy be like, yeah, I'm from this fake country that doesn't exist? Why? Who would do that? Who would do that? Yeah, I'm from this fake country that doesn't exist. What benefit? That doesn't make you blend in. That makes you stand out a lot, actually. Like, a spy wouldn't be like, yeah, check my passport. I'm from this fake country. It doesn't make any sense. And Among Us player, I don't know, probably that weird guy that's wanted, but he's in the airport. He got off a flight, or on a flight. He's going onto a flight. Why would he do all of that for attention in the airport? That doesn't make sense. Because of distraction? I don't know.
The agents, he had been on the phone with them that morning making his reservation. They called the hotel. It was there, but they had no reservation under this man's name.
What?
The hotel could have made a mistake. So Janansfer instructed the agents to call his office in Tokyo. Surely this would settle the matter.
What?
The company had no record of an employee named Broderick Janansfer. The man from Torred and the customs agents were stunned. They had no idea what to do. Then the phone in the corner of the room rang. An agent answered, listened for a moment, then turned to Janansfer and said, "Sir, you're coming with us."
Oh my gosh. What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it?
Customs agents were stuck. They had never seen anything like this before, but they couldn't let the man go without investigating. They confiscated Broderick Janansfer's passport, his money, and other documents. They told him that he wasn't being arrested, but he was being detained until this matter could be cleared up. He was put up in a hotel near the airport for the night. 2 armed guards were stationed outside his door at all times. And he was instructed that the phone would only work to call room service. The evening passed without incident. Janansfer complained of a headache, but he hoped a meal might make him feel better. He ordered room service and settled in for the night. The following morning, the customs agents called Janansfer's room, but got no answer. The guards were instructed to open the door. When they entered the room, the man from Torred was gone.
What?
The room was spotless. The bed was made. There was no sign that anyone had eaten a meal, or that anyone had even been there. The guards were chewed out by their supervisor for letting this man slip away, but they insisted that they did not leave their post. The windows didn't open, and the door was the only way in or out.
What?
Aside from a hotel employee delivering food, nobody went in or came out of that room all night. Now, back at the airport, customs was still in.
He got teleported back without his body. Seriously, dude, he's back penniless.
When they went to retrieve Janansfer's documents, even though they were stored in a locked security office, they were gone. The passport, wallet, checkbook, everything vanished. It's as if the man from Torred never existed. And word of the investigation quickly went up the chain of command in the Japanese government. To avoid embarrassment, the story was censored, classified, and everyone involved was told to never speak of it.
Oh my god.
From Torrid arrived and disappeared.
Honestly, I believe that. But like, we cannot let anyone know how much we messed up. We cannot let anyone know. They can't know. No one can know. We'll be laughing so I can see that.
There have been a lot of theories. One was that he was an intelligence agent working undercover. His passport and documents were fake to ensure that the government he worked for would never be revealed. And this was the 1950s. The Cold War was gearing up and spies were everywhere. A highly trained covert operative might be able to find a way out of that hotel room without alerting the guards. But it doesn't explain how his documents disappeared from a secure room in the airport.
It doesn't. You're right.
What's popular is that the man from Torrid was actually from an alternative universe. Somehow during his flight, he crossed over into this one. Nothing on the flight changed that much that he noticed. He was just unaware that the country he was from no longer existed. And that night, when he was complaining of a headache, it could have been our two realities trying to get...
Turns out that room was the one from Silent Hill 4, which has a pyramid and pyramids. It's all about the pyramids. It's the pyramids.
Back into sync. And when they did, the man and his belongings went back to the correct universe. And maybe, at the very same time in the other universe, a businessman from Andorra was having a difficult day. And maybe that man was detained by security officers, who insisted there's no such place as Andorra, and the country that man pointed to on the map was actually the Kingdom of Torrid, a nation that had existed for 1,000 years. Or maybe...
Maybe what?
The man from Torrid is an urban legend that's been around for a long time.
Oh?
The current version of the story, the one that you heard today, goes back to 1981. That year, a book was published called The Directory of Possibilities, which was a collection of stories, strange events, and theories, and in that book, there was one interesting passage.
And in 1954, a passport check in Japan is alleged to have produced a man with papers issued by the nation of Torrid.
The author got...
Yeah, he was just testing security. You're right. Well, they had let him in?
John Allen Zegras, who wanted to travel the world. So he invented a country, a capital, a language, and put all these on a
Japan's very thorough.
Himself. And Zegras claimed to be working as an intelligence agent for Colonel Nasser, who was then Prime Minister of Egypt. He said the passport was issued at Tamanrasset, the capital of Tuareg. Tamanrasset is a real city in Algeria, but Tuareg is a country he made up. Still, he traveled all over the Middle East using this story. Not only did countries accept his Tuaredian passport, because he said he worked for the Egyptian Prime Minister, they rolled out the red carpet for him. But Zegras ran into a snag when he got to Tokyo.
Oh my gosh.
He was arrested for having a forged passport and possessing fake checks.
Okay, wait, so this guy's a fake, is what you're telling me? You're telling me you got my hopes up for time travel and some guy from alternate universe when really he doesn't exist? He lied? He lied about his country? Why did anyone do that? Who has the time?
The country he used on that passport wasn't Tuareg. He said he was from Ngusi Habisi Gulao Esprit.
Okay, that's a little different.
Which doesn't mean anything.
At least that one has a little pizzazz.
It does. But Zegras stuck to his story the whole time. Even while he was in the Japanese courtroom, he said he was an intelligence agent working for Egypt under the direction of the United States. That story didn't pan out, and he was sentenced to a year in prison. And that's how the legend of the man from Torrid...
I could definitely see the US and Egypt being like, yeah, we don't claim him. He's not ours. And what's going there?
And like every good urban legend, there's some truth to it. Zegras was a real person. Multiple universes may exist, and sometimes they could interact. The only real mystery left is, what happened to John Allen Zegras after he got out of prison?
Yo mama.
Nobody's been able to track him down. He seems to have disappeared once again. Who knows? Maybe he went back to his own universe after all. Thanks so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the Y Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do us a favor and like, subscribe, comment, share. That stuff really helps out a small channel. And until next time.
Okay. Seriously though, that's a lot. I can't believe that. Ugh. This is what I mean. Sometimes he talks about things and I'm like, oh wow, there's no way that's not true. Right? But then other times I'm like, How? How does someone just lie about that? Let's see. How long have we been streaming? How long? Who else is streaming? Oh, we've almost been at 7 hours. It says there's no upcoming live content. Is that possible? What? Isn't Charlotte streaming right now? Charlotte's live right now, right? Eh? How is it? It literally tells me no live or upcoming content from anyone out of the people, out of everyone from all the different companies I follow, including our own. No one is live right now. How is that possible? Charlotte, Ella, Nina, and Lua are live? Is that... Literally, there's only ever Charlotte live right now. How's everyone live right now? Are you... Wait, what? That's scheduled? Mine wasn't scheduled to go this long. Mine wasn't scheduled at all, so I'm not at all judging. That's totally fine. Okay, Nana's doing ASMR. Lua's doing her hand cam. Charlotte's doing only up. What raid Sharzu? I've been going for quite a while. You have endured this, I just want to say, for a very long time. I am not someone who, I did not expect you guys to stick around for all of this for so long. Literally, the fact that so many people seem to like it for so long. It's just so cool to me. So thank you for joining me today. It's pretty late and I've been drinking, so I should probably leave you. But thank you so much for hanging out with me, and putting up with me, I guess. I'll take my tinfoil hat off, but there are a lot of other things you could have done with your time today, and the fact that you hung out with me, not just for 1 hour or 2 hours, but almost 7 hours is incredible. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out with me. Oh, sorry, there's no music. Thank you for just being here with me and putting up with me being sick. And remember what I said about the wisdom for today. My wisdom is just be nice, be kind to those who you're interacting with, even if you don't, there are things that you don't like about them, or there are things that you could take or leave. Just always be kind, because everyone you interact with in your day-to-day is someone who has their own experiences, and you should really just put positivity into the world, even if you feel like it's hopeless, or even if you feel like it's not worth it, just always be positive. And that's not to say, like I said, to be toxically so, but just put good vibes into the world, and good will come to you. And I don't know, I've been on the verge of tears all day, and it's not like in a bad way. Like I said, I already cried earlier. It's just a matter of oh, I got that out of my system. It's just because I just feel like I'm just so happy to be here with you guys, and I'm so happy that we get to have amazing days like this together. So thank you. Thank you for spending today with me. Thank you for donating to me. Thank you for watching conspiracy theories with me. Thank you for just everything. Moments like this are special and should not go forgotten. So, cherish today in my heart forever. And, I'm just sorry I'm laughing. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just really overcome with everything. After the show and my birthday coming up and everything, I'm just really looking forward to more days like this together. Thank you. Thank you, arigato. 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 Pyramids. Thank you. I hope that you have a good rest of your stream today. Okay? I'm gonna leave you in Charlotte's hands to make sure that you give her lots of love and make sure that you know that you're loved, and I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you really soon. I'll see you in like 12 hours. So make sure to rest if you haven't already. And make sure to stay hydrated. And I'll see you soon. Ne? Ne? Okay? Okay? Sorry. You promise you'll be here tomorrow, right? You see me tomorrow? You come visit your demon tomorrow? Right? Sure? On top? Okay, gracias. Thank you so much for the membership. Te amo. Thank you. You will? Great. Ureshii. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay? I'll have lots and lots and lots more fun tomorrow together. Maybe we'll play some Civ 6, or maybe we'll go to mime school. Possibilities are endless. Buenas noches. Mateo. Thank you so much again, Gary. Arigato. Mwah. You stop by for mime activities? I'm not sure. It depends on my energy. We'll see. Because I kind of Like, how my streams work, I kind of wake up and I'm like, it just doesn't feel right. And I don't do it, right? But we'll see tomorrow how I feel. If you really want to do mime school. Because I think it'd be hilarious. But I kind of want to see. That being said, I hope that you eat well, rest well, stay hydrated, and you being the best you can be each and every day. Now get hugs. Hugs, 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 hugs. Dear mom, cha-cha-cha. Dear mom, cha-cha-cha. Dear mom. I'll see you tomorrow. I miss you already. I miss you already. Bye. 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 I also me. Bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Mata ne. Hasta luego. Bye bye. Buenas noches. Hasta mañana. Oyasumi. Bye bye. Mwah. Wait, I didn't transition right. More good. Let's try that again. Ready? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Bye. Oh wait, I'm still here. It wasn't on purpose. I swear it wasn't on purpose. Wait, no, for realsies this time. Okay? I'm gonna go to bed. I promise. More good. Hey, you guys. Welcome to my stream. What's up? Scarce here. It was not on purpose. It was not on purpose. I cannot stress enough how not on purpose that was. Okay. Love you. Ice cream, yum! I also mate. Sleep well. See you dorks tomorrow. Okay? Okay, dorks? My dorks. Who is my dork? Who is my little dork? Who is my little dork? Are you my little dork? Too spicy! You're my little dork. Well, to me. Bye bye. Bye. I love you. What? Puka 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 it's fine, we'll rate her. We'll just rate her VOD. Go give Charlotte some love. I can't see any streams. Everything's showing live for me. It's like messed up or something. It's literally messed up. We'll just keep it as Charlotte. It's fine. I literally cannot. I can't see any streams that are live for some reason, so we'll just keep it at Charlotte. It's fine. Just go watch her VOD. Love you!